in and out of space-time. Random sections were dematerialized to sketch their original profile with sharp emerald and orange laser light sparkles, as if photons were interchanging with atoms. Their haze made peering through the gloom of the chamber difficult. When she did squint, she could see the wall at the far end was made up from big, rectangular window sections that looked directly out into space. A figure was silhouetted against the rotating starfield. "Rebecca, thank you for coming," Constantine North said. "It's a tradition," she replied, and walked cautiously towards him, anxious not to brush against any of the distended, not-quite-real structures. If nothing else, when they did exist, the ridge pinnacles looked sharp and hard. "I wasn't going to be the one who broke it." Jupiter's dark side slid into view as she reached him. As always, she was thrown by how young he looked, only a couple of years older than Raoul. Yet she knew he was born over a century ago. "If anybody would," he said. Rebecca pouted. "I'm not that bad." "No, of course not. The teenage years are always a trial for parents, yet somehow all of us seem to muddle through in our own way." "Mum said you want to know if I'm happy here." The pale light reflected off Jupiter's cloud bands painted grey shadows on his face. "Not quite. The purpose of this interview is to determine if you're going to be happy living here." "I guess." "I liken this talk to the Amish room-springer." "You just lost me." The Amish are a society within a society, living in the United States. They have rejected modern life to live a quiet pastoral existence, an existence they've followed for centuries. However, when they are teenagers, their families actually encourage them to go and sample the wicked delights of the majority culture which surrounds them, the room-springer. What the rest of us consider an astonishing percentage, nearly 90%, choose to return after their time away and join the Amish church for good. I suppose that speaks a lot of our arrogance in the belief that our way of life is superior. I find that humbling and quite salutary. "And that's what you're offering me?" she asked uncertainly. "In a way, yes. This is your room-springer moment. I wish to offer you an explanation and a choice. I am trying to build, if not a democracy, then at least a consensus based on a common ideal. So please, forgive the irony of me acting like a patriarch. It would appear old habits die very hard indeed. Do you know why I set up this society out here?" "We're an ark. Humanity's last hope if the trans-spaced worlds fall to the Xanth." "That's a part of what we are, yes. But I want something a lot greater than that. Ultimately, I want us to defeat the Xanth." "Well, that's big." She was starting to wonder how long this was going to take. There were so many things she needed to get ready for the party. "It certainly is," he said in amusement. "But to do that, to be able to pursue the pure science theorems which can deliver that goal, we need to be free of the debilitating economics and material concerns which have acted as an anchor on true human creativity for centuries now." I looked round me, nearly 60 years ago, and saw nothing but stagnation. The HDA, for all its nobility of purpose, is a holding action, nothing more. That is why I founded Jupiter. We already have the technology in the shape of microfracture and fusion energy to step beyond the economics which have governed us for the past few hundred years and free us from material concerns. Yet we don't. The dead hand of society's inertia and the financial interest of the elite minority hold us back as a species. They govern us so they can continue to govern us. "History repeating itself," Rebecca said brightly. "Precisely. I was a part of that stagnation, along with my brothers, opening St Libra for human settlement and founding Northumberland Interstellar, helping to maintain the bio-oil market dominance. More than anyone, I know how strong it is, how easily it contaminates and absorbs any divergence from the norm. Breaking free was an argument the three of us conducted over many years. My dear departed brother Bartram believed that by giving everyone a lifespan of millennia, we would learn to value life so much more than we ever have done, and thus would change happen. Poor, poor Bartram. To be the first of us to achieve his goal, the first human to begin rejuvenation. His murder was fate's cruelest irony. Augustine. Well, he believed that evolution would come anyway. Bring enough people, enough riches, and progress was inevitable, he said. He accused us of wanting the fast and easy option, of being the worst products of the entitlement generation, of being so selfish that we believed wishing alone would make it so, of not working and suffering to earn our achievements. So he stayed, and continued to build his corporate behemoth, content the wealth it brought was the answer to everything. And then there was me. I chose isolation, to give me the freedom to pursue a different societal route. And this location over any other, over a distant world, or city-state like Abelia, forces its residents to appreciate science and technology. We have to keep the machines working, merely to survive. It helps focus the mind on the reality of the universe at large. Nonetheless, this is just the interim stage, Rebecca. Here, today, at Jupiter. We are the fulcrum for the revolution. What you have grown up in is essentially a Renaissance enclave populated by millionaire Marxists, devoted to pushing science forward in new directions because the old ones have plateaued, a generation or more ago. That is why I now always hold this conversation in this particular chamber. He gestured round at the coiled structures with their ephemeral mass state condition.
Okay, I'll bite, she said. What are these things? I've never seen anything like them.
It's active state matter, which is sort of common enough. However, what we did with it is something different and new. This is a light-wave engine, capable of flying the whole habitat amalgamation away to safety, should we ever be threatened.
The habitat is a spaceship? She asked in delight. It was a wonderful notion.
I always said it would be an ark, Constantine replied levelly.
Wow.
Hopefully we'll never have to move it. But this type of space drive is precisely the kind of innovation our society was set up to create. The theory was developed and the hardware built without reference to cost and the political economic consequences.
So, you're not going to give it to anyone else?
Frankly, my dear, I don't see the point. It isn't something which can defeat the Xanth. It is a convenience for us to have our ships with such a drive. Whereas its introduction to the trans-space worlds would simply cause widespread economic upheaval and mass unemployment. If they truly wanted this technology, they could develop it. Let them keep their torpor.
Okay, Rebecca said uncertainly. But it might help in a Xanth swarm. Fighters with light-wave engines would be better than the Thunderthorns, wouldn't they?
Yes. There would be an improvement in their flight envelope, a considerable one. But the Xanth would still swarm, and introducing light-wave technology would come with a price tag of vast upheaval, in yet another 2-decade-long recession. In tandem would come an extreme level of interest in what we are achieving for ourselves out here. Such a drive would end our isolation for good. That is why not making it available is mainly a political decision on our part.
Oh, I see. I guess. Constantine's smile became sympathetic.
I'm afraid it gets worse. Jupiter, like a true Marxist state, the very worst kind, cannot permit any dissidence from the ideology. This habitat is a fragile artificial environment. There is no Wellesian conflict playing out here between education and barbarism, because we can afford no barbarians. Out here, our constitution is simple. With citizenship comes total responsibility. We are a one-dogma society, and if you do not like that, if you disagree with our aim, or simply want to live your own dream, if you don't believe in what I'm hoping to achieve, then you're not merely free to leave. We'll encourage you to go wherever you want, and even set you up there.
I'm not really a science geek, Rebecca said, feeling almost overwhelmed. This is not what she thought she'd have to deal with on her birthday. Although, actually, she found it all rather exciting.
I know, Constantine said, but our true goal is understanding. Complete knowledge. Not just on an abstract level, but in a very physical, practical arena as well. To each according to need and ability.
So, you see me contributing on the physical side of things?
I do. Rebecca, there is a puzzle that I need to solve. So far the answer has eluded me despite a tremendous effort by Clayton and others. I believe you may be able to be of enormous help in its resolution. In fact, it is why I originally had you brought here. Among my other quirks, I do believe in karma, and our families are deeply entwined in this affair.
My family?
Indeed.
He handed her a small glass phial on a silver chain.
By the way, happy birthday.
Thank you, she said automatically. What is it? The phial seemed to be half full of very dry dust, judging by its near-fluid motion when she tipped it. Constantine fastened the chain around her neck.
A very rare item these days. It's soil from your birth world. I thought it might give you something to hold on to in times of uncertainty. To ground you, if you like.
Oh, really? She held it up to study the grey-brown motes. From true Jerusalem. That's neat.
No, Rebecca. Not true Jerusalem. That is where you came here from. But you were born somewhere else entirely.
Sid was more than impressed with Ralph, and it was starting to veer into intimidation. After they'd identified the farmyard Sherman's operation was based at, Sid had carried on driving north for another 30 minutes along the A1, then turned around. Half an hour later, he was back at the B6374 junction, south of North Charlton, and turned down it. By then it was 2:30 in the morning. Ralph had spent most of the drive with his eyes closed, murmuring to his EI. Now he looked out of the windscreen at the darkened countryside. An overlay satellite map graphic slid across the windscreen. Keep going past the first turning. There are some farmhouses along this road. We're going to the second one. Ian and Ava had parked their cars on the side of the B6374 by the junction. As Sid drove past, they began to follow. A minute later, they came to Cuckoo Farm, a modern hexagonal house with a curving solar roof. The field behind was covered in industrial-scale greenhouses, all shining with the yellow-green glare of artificial lighting. It's a commercial chrysanthemum farm, Ralph said, which is good for us. The greenhouses are all hydroponic and heavily automated, and at the same time lots of vans come and go during the day. My people identified it as the best place to set up a forward monitoring post.
Uh-huh,
Sid said. Drive past the house and straight into the barn. The barn was twice the height of the greenhouses, with one of its tall roller doors already open. The headlights played across two black sedans already parked inside, amid the agricultural machinery and pallets of nutrients and buckets for transporting the flower stems in. Deeper in, he could see the mulching machines and soil sterilizers. Are those your people? Sid asked. There were 6 of them standing on the dirty concrete floor, all in suits with long coats. It was like a uniform. He thought he recognized one of the women from the helicopters that had arrived to claim Ernie Reinhardt. Yes, Ralph said. They were on standby in Newcastle. I told you we needed backup. He opened the door and got out. Of course you did, Sid said under his breath. Ava, Ian, and Abner were getting out of their cars, giving the HDA agents judgmental looks. The Micklethwaite family, who owned and ran Cuckoo Farm, were huddled in a group, sleepy and bewildered, in thick coats thrown on over their pyjamas. 3 kids, aged between 12 and 7, were clinging to their parents. An old woman, who Sid took to be the grandmother, was starting to argue with an agent, her croaky voice rising. She was claiming a lot of rights, as well as being insulting about Nazis and corrupt government officials. A rant that was almost comforting to a policeman. It was so familiar. Sid started to relax. "Thank you for your cooperation," Ralph said, cutting through the tirade. "You will be fully compensated for our use of your property. Now, we have arranged for accommodation at a 5-star resort hotel." He gestured to the biggest car. An agent held the back door open. "I hope that's not compensation from the city," Ian murmured to Ava, as the sullen Micklethwaites obediently clambered in. "This is good organisation," Sid said to Ralph as the family was driven away. "Thank you. I do have a certain degree of influence. Now, let's go take a look round the house and see where we can set up a command post." They wound up choosing the lounge. The remaining agents started bringing in cases of equipment from the car, including a secure laser array to link directly to the HDA satellite constellation in geostationary orbit. "In case Sherman's biteheads are watching the local net," Ralph said, "I don't want them catching a traffic increase from Cuckoo Farm." By then, it was 3 o'clock. Sid and his team went home. There was nothing else they could contribute at that point. It was coming up to 8 o'clock in the morning, and Sid was driving to Market Street. Jacinta had complained that he was working on a Sunday again, that he shouldn't have to do that now he was senior management. He did what all married men did when it came to their jobs, blamed it on the boss, and promised he'd say something this time. The Toyota Dayon was on auto, because he didn't trust himself to drive. Too little sleep. Despite the fatigue, he was excited and quietly pleased. He played a hunch, taken a huge, reckless gamble with his career, and it looked like it was paying off. Whether or not the farm did have a connection with the North murder, he was backed by the HDA now. With their approval and the agency's pitching for him, the chief constable slot was theoretically possible. What he needed to do was start building a relationship with the mayor. Sid grinned out at the wonderful old sunlit stone buildings of the city centre, enjoying the daydream of a world where everything worked smoothly and in his favour. So close to the resolution, he was intently curious about whatever corporate fight had resulted in the North's murder. He was sure Ralph would tell him, even if it was off-log. His EI told him Ralph was calling. "Morning," he said cheerily. "I need you to come to Cuckoo Farm now," the agent said. Market Street Station was 30 seconds away. "Really?" "Yes." "Okay, then. I'll drive up to you. I'll be there in less than an hour." "No, I don't want you in your own car. Sherman probably has a list of every police officer's vehicle license code. And if he doesn't, Aldred certainly has." Which was true spook paranoia, Sid thought, but he wasn't going to argue. "Okay, then. How do I get there?" It was a drive to the HDA base in Shipcott, where he switched to a civilian car with an agent. That drove him to a commercial district alongside the A19, and another change of vehicle. This time, a company van belonging to Allison's floral house. He even had to wear the overalls. They pulled into Cuckoo Farm just after 9 o'clock. To anyone or any program observing, just another regular flower collection. It wasn't the first covert visit the farm had enjoyed that morning. When Sid walked into the lounge, it had been filled with consoles and big hologram panes, far more equipment than the few cases he'd seen being unpacked before he left. The farmhouse Jeed had led them to was centre stage of the panes and screens, shown from various angles. Between them, the images came in just about every colour, covering a vast range of spectrums from straight visual to thermal to electromagnetic. There was even a grainy high-magnification monochrome, which seemed to be drifting. 10 agents were sitting at consoles, 4 of them on fold-out chairs, monitoring the operation. A couple of smaller screens were flicking through faces, with profile streamers running along the bottom. As he watched the monochrome image, someone walked out of the main building and over to an outhouse. "Hostile 3, someone announced. "Hair pattern confirmed." "Thanks for coming," Ralph said. "Sure. How are you getting these images?" He pointed at the black and white picture. "I thought you were worried about them picking up emissions from airborne systems." "We are. That's a satellite feed. We're altering the low-orbit sensor flotilla orbital tracks to provide constant coverage. A satellite passes overhead every 3 minutes now." "Oh, crap on it. That must cost a fortune, man. I didn't know there were that many of them up there." "Classified." "So what the hell do you need me for?" "Something happened. I want you to advise Agent Lindsell, who is about to start running a team for me out of the HDA's Shipcut base. We need to put Sherman, Aldred, and all known associates under constant observation. You're familiar with them, so you can draw up the protocols, provide her some tactical intelligence." "Aye, but Sherman's a canny bugger, mind. And Aldred has his own corporate security department shielding him." "You're smarter than them. You've shown that. And you don't even have to consider a budget. Lindsell will requisition whatever you tell her she needs. We must have constant real-time data on all of them. And I need it starting by this afternoon." Sid gave the panes another look, becoming alarmed by the intensity of the operation. "Okay, I can help advise. So why are you doing it? What changed?" Ralph turned to one of the screens running through faces. It froze to display a man Sid thought he knew. Maybe late 30s, a long face, receding hairline, and wearing old-fashioned glasses. Couldn't put a name to him. "We deployed some remote insects last night," Ralph said. "They sneaked through the woods and established some meshes, then positioned a couple of long-range lenses in the treetops. They all have fiber-optic links to us, so there's no giveaway signature." "Insects? Really?" "Better versions of the ones I loaned you, yes. We got good coverage of the farm and its surrounding buildings. Then 2 hours ago, we saw this man. He came out of the farmhouse and went to the largest barn. Hasn't come back out yet." Sid stared at the face on the screen. "Who is it?" "I think I know him." "You do," Ralph said flatly. "Professor Sebastian Umbright. There's a planet-wide alert out for him." "You are crapping on me," Sid gasped. "He's the D-bomb designer that went missing." "Kidnapped, along with his family, yes. And whoever brought him here has now supplied him with defense-grade microfracture equipment capable of producing active-state matter. That's what they took from Trigval last night, and it's a major component in D-bombs." "Fuck it, man. What do they want with a D-bomb?" Ralph shook his head sorrowfully. "I've no idea, but we seriously need to find out." Tuesday, 30th April, 2143. The clouds had been thinning out all morning before abandoning the sky completely for the afternoon. It was the first time in weeks Angela had seen the rings in their full majesty. The red Sirius and iridescence from the aurora borealis was now daubing them a sickly mauve as they curved above the southern horizon. Below it, 3 kilometres away at the bottom of a gentle slope, was the land tributary. Angela kept looking at it, mainly for reassurance that something on this wretched journey was finally going right. As Leaf had predicted, it was flat, solid, and relatively straight, a proper highway through the unforgiving landscape with its jungles and valleys. 3 kilometres away. So close now. As she trudged along the line of the stalled convoy vehicles, the freezing air was clear enough for her to see the crests of the aurora streamers, tens of kilometres overhead. Above that, she caught the occasional glimpse of a hazy mauve phosphorescence capping the atmosphere. The ionosphere, overwhelmed with a particle storm from red Sirius, was glowing like a faint neon sign, radiating the planet's distress back out into space. Flickers of thin lightning played through the upper atmosphere as the layers sought to equalize their energy levels. For all its strange beauty, the sight was depressing. The climate wasn't going to change in the short term, and short term was what they now operated in. Even that seemed to be running out on them. She passed the small orange garage balloon that contained MTJ-1, which was now looking flaccid as the maintenance team prepared to open it up again and drive the vehicle out. Two of the axle hub motors on MTJ-1 had failed within 3 hours of each other on Monday afternoon. Everyone started muttering about sabotage, except Leaf and Darwin, who'd been half expecting it. As they told Elston, a vehicle that had fallen down a gorge was always going to have reliability problems on a 2,000-kilometre trek. A diagnostic review showed that nothing other than a complete replacement would do. So out came the fabric garage for the vehicle team to work in. They'd spent 11 hours solid stripping out the old bearings and replacing them from the spares stock. Angela arrived at Biolab 2, and her EI ordered the sliding door open. She waited until the small door compartment had cycled before taking her balaclava and gloves off. As always, the light and warmth seemed unusual to her. The air somehow managed to make her feel queasy, but then there were 9 people sharing the biolab, along with the strong smell of medical antiseptic, all of which put quite a strain on the aircon filters. Parrish was awake and propped up on pillows, which allowed her to ignore the sensation. His cheeks were partially flushed, like a school kid at play. She supposed that was good. "Hi," she said, as she slithered between his gurney and the one where Luther was resting. Luther still looked in a bad way, with grey skin and a whole load of tubes connected beneath his sheet. She didn't like looking at the fluids in the bags on the end of them. The colours were just wrong. "Hey, you," Parrish replied. Angela gave him a quick kiss, very aware of everyone else crammed into the cabin and driver's cab. "How are you feeling?" "Pretty good. The doc's giving me the good drugs." "Lucky you. We've started on the composition gel." "Yeah, I know." He gestured over at the tiny galley alcove, which had one of the meal-maker machines sitting on a shelf, with thick engineering tape helping secure it to the stainless steel surface. Angela wrinkled her nose up at it. They looked like a budget version of the coffee machines franchise cafes used, just without the steam and whooshing sounds. Operation was simple enough. You slotted the gel pack on top and chose your meal, which came in a tiny silver carton, coloured according to food type: beef stew, apple crumble, mashed potato, soup, chicken curry, over 20 varieties. The machine blended the flavour into the gel along with a gelatin-type powder to alter texture, giving a reasonable approximation of a proper meal. So claimed the manufacturer's extravagant brochure file. As Angela and everyone else discovered that lunchtime, what actually farted out of the nozzle was a blubbery cream with grains of food dye and bitter artificial flavouring mixed unevenly. "I can't believe I put that stuff on the stores list," she told him. "If I was trying to save weight, I should have just left charisma behind." Just thinking about food sent a shiver down her body. She was strangely cold despite the biolab's heat. Parrish grinned. "I wouldn't know. The doc is keeping me on real food." "Hell, I wish I was injured." "Don't be. There's only so much chicken soup a man can take." Angela turned to where Dr. Conniff was sitting close to Luther's gurney. "How long before he's up again?" "Give it a few more days," the doctor said. "This stopover is probably the best thing that could have happened. It gives the new flesh a chance to stabilize his rib fractures. It's binding them together nicely." Angela squeezed his hand. "See? You're doing fine." "Yeah. So how long before we can get going again?" "Darwin is taking MTJ-1 out for a test drive. They were deflating the garage when I came over. If the bearings are working okay, we'll drive down to the tributary first thing in the morning." "I heard the Colonel has already checked it out." "Sure. MTJ-2 and Tropic 1 drove down there this morning. The water's frozen solid, and there's only a metre or so of snow on top. We'll be able to make up for a lot of lost time, and it won't punish the vehicles anything like the jungle has been." Finally, some good news. She held up the bag she'd carried over. "New sweater for you when you get up. I rushed it a bit, so the lines aren't perfect." Another involuntary shiver ran along her muscles, making her arms shake as she handed the thick red and blue sweater over. "Thanks." The doctor was giving her a pointed look. "I'd better get back," Angela said. "I've got a whole load more balaclavas to knit. Looks like I finally found my true talent." Parrish coughed, wincing badly. "Everyone likes what you do." "Sure. You take care now." I'll come back next refuel stop. He looked disturbingly weak lying there. So much so she found it upsetting. Coping with illness, either her own or in someone else, wasn't something she had ever done well. An inability that was close to shaming her. She deliberately avoided glancing at Luther as she wriggled out between the gurneys. Shifting him into the driver's cab to make room for the emergency clearly hadn't done him any favours. She'd overheard Juanita Secur saying how much internal damage Luther was suffering, and how the convoy journey wasn't helping. "I'll come out with you," Mark Chitty said. "I have to check on Dean Creshawn." Angela waited politely while the paramedic pulled on his layers and parka. They both went through the door compartment together. Outside, MTJ-1 was being driven cautiously on a big loop round the convoy vehicles, just skirting the swathe of trees to the east. The garage formed a strange puddle of fabric on the ground, more gentian than orange in the unstable light. Chitty waved goodbye and tramped off to Biolab 1, where Dean was recuperating from his injuries. Mild concussion and bruised ribs didn't require the kind of intensive monitoring and attention Luther needed, so the doctor had assigned him a berth over in the other biolab, where he'd be comfortable for a few days. As Angela walked back to Tropic 2, she felt her stomach churn again. And a headache was building now as well. Her mouth was filling with saliva, and she was worried she was going to be sick. Something was making her oddly sensitive to the changes of air. Then she felt an altogether different urge from her body. "Oh, son of a bitch," she moaned, and started running as best she could for the Tropic. She was going to need the pan seat fast as soon as she got inside. Her EI established a link to Madeline, and she pleaded with her to get everything ready. Screw dignity, she was desperate. Sweat was breaking out all over her body. "Not you too," Madeline replied. Angela didn't even care who else was suffering. All she could focus on was getting to the Tropic. Mark Chitty left Biolab 1 as Sirius sank down towards the horizon. There was basically nothing wrong with Dean anymore. The checkup had been a formality. He could rejoin Tropic 1 in the morning when they all set off. Thin flakes of snow swirled round him as the wind picked up, stirring the surface. He watched the vehicle engineering team carrying the rolled-up garage to the sled behind Biolab 1, and waved to them as they passed. MTJ-1 was now back in the convoy line, with a couple of people at the rear, fixing boxes back into the pannier. Several people were heading back to their own vehicles. Two of them seemed to be running, flailing legs kicking up short plumes of snow. With all the wind-down activity, Mark could allow himself the belief that they really would start off down the tributary tomorrow morning. A route that would carry them clear through to Savar. Another week, and they'd be safe. "Got some delivery duties for you," Dr. Conniff said when he was halfway back to Biolab 2. 5 confirmed cases of stomach flu, and a lot more reporting early symptoms. They're going to need taraxofan to bring it down. "Okay, I'll be back with you in a minute. Take the 3 tropics. Juanita will visit the trucks and MTJs. "What about the biolabs? Nobody in 2 seemed to be suffering. Why haven't we caught it?" "We have," Conniff replied. "Maya and Zhao have got it. I don't feel too good myself." "Damn, what the hell caused this?" "Got to be food poisoning. Too many of us got it simultaneously for it to be contagion." "It's that bloody composition food," Mark said immediately. "There's got to be something wrong with the meal makers." "Probably. We'll isolate the cause later. Right now I want to get everyone dosed up and hydrating." "Sure." Mark looked ahead to see where Biolab 2 was. The weather was starting to worsen, and Sirius had nearly left the sky. It was going to be a long, very unpleasant night. He didn't like to think what conditions were going to get like in the vehicles. After all, there weren't that many pan seats. It would probably be best if people just went outside, dropped their trousers, and squatted. Except that wasn't so easy with all the layers. And the monster, he acknowledged, sagely. As he passed Truck 1, he saw a silvered cylinder away on the snow, over by the towering trees. It must have fallen off MTJ-1 during the test drive. He knew the cylinders contained spares. Each vehicle carried their own inventory, even the biolabs. and with the way the snow was fluttering about, it could well be covered by morning. Those spares were important. Hell, he muttered under his breath. It wouldn't take more than a minute to walk over there. And he could even see the wheel tracks the MTJ had left, a path leading directly to the cylinder. Mark started off towards the forsaken cylinder. It turned out to be further away than he'd estimated. Judging distance in the blank snow was always tricky. The MTJ tracks were curving now, skirting the bullwhips and metakoyas. The trees had helped mislead him too. They were bigger than he'd thought, distorting scale as much as the interminable white land. He was a couple of meters from the cylinder when he saw the footprint. It was to the side of the lines of compressed snow left by the broad, low-pressure tires, out where the snow was untouched. Its shape confused him at some deep instinctual level. Never mind someone had been out here with the MTJ. There was something else wrong with it. He stopped and bent over, shoving his goggles up so he could examine the profile properly. It took a moment, but eventually he realized just what it was that caught his attention. "Toes!" he exclaimed. A foot had made the imprint, not a boot. Someone was walking round without anything on their feet. And how unbelievably stupid was that? Snow fell, making a loud pattering sound. "What?" Mark turned round, staring at the source of the noise. A thick cataract of snow was tumbling from the nearest bullwhip, a huge specimen reaching over 60 meters up into the iridescent sky. That became an irrelevance to Mark as he caught sight of the figure standing amid the trees. So he never noticed the snow had fallen from one of the bullwhip's coiled branches as it quivered and shook, sloughing off the frozen casing. The figure standing 50 meters away was a dark outline, humanoid, but in no way human. "Crap on it!" Mark yelled. He ordered his EI to quest an emergency link to the convoy net. The creature wasn't moving, wasn't charging towards him. "Help!" Mark pleaded down the link. "Oh, help!" In front of him, the creature raised its arms. Hands with long blade fingers moved elegantly through the air. "What's happening?" Elston demanded. Mark watched in silent amazement as the creature's arms wove around in fast, elaborate motions. All he could think of was a conductor leading an orchestra in some wild, discordant melody. The low bullwhip branch liberated from its shawl of snow, uncoiled with a rapid serpentine motion. At the trunk it was as broad as a human torso, a width which tapered down to a few centimeters at the tip. It slashed out like a loosened hurricane whirl, releasing all the pent-up compression energy that the constriction fibers had built up in the months since it had flung its last load of spores across the countryside. Instead of extending itself horizontally to give the spores their greatest dispersal trajectory, the constriction fibers along the branch twisted, sending the branch lashing downwards. Mark Chitty never saw or heard it coming. The section of the branch which struck him was thicker than his thigh, and it caught him on his side, just above his pelvis. His body mesh fired off a frantic medical alert, sending the gruesome damage details into the convoy net. Elston. "Chitty!" Conniff. "What's happening? What?" Juanita. "Mark!" Mark hit the ground hard, rolling over a couple of times. He wheezed down a shaky breath as his blurred vision started to regain focus. The incredible pain started to drift away, as if he'd been toxed. A dark red mist was compressing his returning sight. His grid churned into nonsense, then blanked out. High above him he saw the bullwhip branch curling itself back into a neat horizontal coil, the furry white strands on its bark rippling like the hackles on some agitated animal. His head sagged to one side, and he was looking at the creature again. It continued its mad conductor's dance, arms urging the unheard symphony up in its crescendo. "It's alive," a dazed, fascinated Mark told his frantic colleagues. "All of it." Another bullwhip branch came hurtling down, smashing him 10 meters across the snow, breaking both legs. He had barely come to rest when he was struck again, each blow shunting him deeper into the cluster of trees. After the third impact, his consciousness began to dwindle. He could feel no part of his ruined body now. And still, the creature stood where he'd first seen it. Long blade fingers swept out in exuberant triumph, their gloss-black surfaces refracting Sirius's enfeebled red light through the swirling snow as they puppeted the bullwhips. Mark's inert body was pummeled further and further into the big trunks. Again and again the bullwhips struck, pulping him to a flaccid sack of broken flesh with tattered limbs flopping about. Blood soaked into his layered clothing, pouring out of skin punctures where shattered bones had ripped through. Droplets left dark stains on the pristine snow, the only evidence of his passing. Most of his smart cells were wrecked, and all that was left of his body mesh broadcast a feeble signal. The final swipe sent him thudding down beside a huge bullwhip, out of sight of the convoy vehicles. Half of its coiled branches began to judder, shaking off their crisp ice coating. Snow cascaded down, burying Mark's corpse and blocking the last of his body mesh's emissions. More of the bullwhip started shaking snow loose, covering all traces of blood and the impressions Mark had left along his brutal route to oblivion. Vance forced himself to take part in the search, even though his body was on the point of collapse from whatever poison he'd been blighted with. Only 8 of the convoy's personnel were unaffected, including Parish Evitts and Dean Creshorn. That was the giveaway. Neither of the 2 injured men had been given composition meals. Luther, on the other hand, had insisted he be treated the same as everyone else, and proudly spooned down some broth churned out by the Biolab's meal-maker machine. The remaining 6, Lorelei, Lulu McNamara, Leora Fawkes, Antronell, Charisma Wadehigh, and Leaf Dafdia, had all avoided the composition meal that lunchtime. Vance ordered all of them out into the glimmering twilight, except for Lulu. The catering girl would have been a complete liability, traipsing round the countryside, even if she had done as she asked. Twice in the last 30 minutes, Vance had dropped to his knees and vomited weakly onto the snow. He was shaking continually, while his skin flushed and soaked his clothing layers with sweat. His headache ebbed and flowed, often forcing him to stand still and suck down air when the pain spikes became too much to endure. Radden and Mohammed had insisted on taking part, claiming their symptoms weren't too bad. Dr. Conniff had monitored their medical smart cells and disagreed. Vance had overruled her. So now the 8 of them were strung out in a loose line, searching through the edge of the trees as the wind sent zephyrs of snow twisting about the trunks, and the aurora borealis cast its eerie glow, throwing the huge trees looming above them into unnerving black silhouette. Behind them, every vehicle in the convoy had turned to face the broad clump of trees and switched on their headlights. The scatter of white light created a multitude of confusing shadows washing across the ground. Vance was also monitoring the remote machine guns on the vehicles, which were tracking the search party, alert for any unexplained movement around them. Every possible precaution taken, and still Vance felt as if he was walking along a precipice. The creature was out here. He knew it. Somehow it had caught up with them. The vehicle meshes had provided a rough coordinate for Chitty's last position. They'd found nothing there, of course. There had been a series of sharp degradations in the link strength and bandwidth during the attack. Whatever the creature had done to him, it had been in stages. Dr. Conniff had said the last readings effectively confirmed his death, so the search party were out in the murky Arctic conditions, searching for a corpse. And with his body failing him, Vance couldn't even remember if the Lord had a reason for him to be doing that anymore. Mohammed let out a low moan and stumbled onto all fours. He swayed back and forth a couple of times. Vance thought the Legionnaire was going to be sick again, but instead Mohammed keeled over next to a massive ice-encrusted metakoya trunk, still groaning. Leora and Antronell hurried over to him. Vance would have liked to help, but simply didn't have the energy. In fact, glancing back at the headlights, he wasn't sure if he could make it back to the convoy unaided. The white light inflamed his headache. "Come on," Antronell said over the ring link. "Let's get you back." "You need to bring him to me," Conniff said. "I'm accessing his medical smart cells. His heart rhythm is becoming erratic. Colonel, You and Radden need to come in as well. Okay, Vance rasped. A powerful spasm ran down his body. He couldn't even lift his arms anymore. There was no sign of Chitty. No clue what had happened to him. Time to go, Colonel, Lorelei was saying to him. The search is over now. He hadn't even noticed her coming over to him, but her icon was there in his grid, and her arm was slipping under his shoulder. Another identity icon appeared in close proximity to his own. Leaf was holding him on the other side. You need to lie down. Vance wanted to nod in profound agreement. Instead, he fainted. After the uncontrollable bouts of vomiting, after the humiliating diarrhea, after the hot and cold flushes, after the sweats and shaking, after inhaling the stench of everyone else's suffering in Tropic 2, after drinking water thick with rehydration salts and bumping sacks of taraxiphan, Angela finally started to take notice of her surroundings again. She must have been dozing, she thought. It was the middle of the night. The Tropics cabin was dark, but the headlights were on, fluorescing the condensation which coated the windscreen. She was sitting in the front passenger seat. She vaguely remembered getting there after ducking outside when her sphincter started to send urgent warning signals along her spine yet again. "How are you feeling?" Forster croaked from the back seat. "Like crap," she blinked, trying to get some proper focus. "Actually, about how you look." "Yeah," he said, and immediately closed his eyes. His skin was a sickly shade of grey, and damp with sweat. Both arms were twitching under the blanket he'd draped over himself. A thin stream of damp vomit stained the front of it. That was the mildest thing she could smell. "Where's everyone else?" she asked. "Radden's in Biolab 2, he said without opening his eyes. "They took him there after the search. Stupid Pelk, trying to be a macho hero. Juanita is treating him as best he can. He's suffering too. Most of us still are. Madeline recovered quickly, but that's youth for you. She's over in Tropic 3 helping Garrick, Wynne, and Darwin. They've got it pretty bad." "Right." Angela looked round for something to drink. Her flask was in its usual place in the door holder. Thankfully, it was just pure water. She remembered gagging on the rehydration salt solution someone had made her drink. It was so foul. She took a few cautious sips, fearful they'd trigger another bout of nausea. After waiting a couple of minutes, she took a proper drink. Forster had drifted back into a troubled sleep, quaking occasionally below his filthy blanket. "Show me everyone's location," she told her EI. Her grid materialized, along with a constellation of identity icons. That was when she noticed the whir of servos above her. The remote gun was armed and slowly sweeping from side to side, ready to blast anything approaching the convoy. "Everyone is accounted for," her EI said. "Good." She expanded Elston's icon, viewing the readings from his medical smart cells with some alarm. "Who's running the show?" With Elston out of the game, Antronell had taken charge. He'd organized efficiently, dispatching those who weren't affected to care for everyone else. Not that much could be done. The food poisoning, if that's what it was, left its victims utterly debilitated. Before she succumbed to a raging fever which sent her drifting in and out of lucidity, Dr. Conniff had instructed that rehydration was the priority. She also issued the maximum dose of taraxiphan. The drug boosted the human immune system, which should help the body fight off the sickness, but it was known to put a lot of strain on organs. Other than that, Antronell had ordered the remote guns to full armed status, and had someone on constant monitor duty, accessing the few remaining sensors available to the convoy. His policy was shoot first and go see what they'd hit after. Angela's EI quested a link to him. "I'm feeling a little better," she said. "Is there anything I can do to help?" "Really?" Angela asked. "You're okay?" "I wouldn't call it that. I feel like I've been kicked about like a football for the whole game and extra time, but it's definitely starting to wear off." "Thank the Lord. That's the best news all week. You're the second one to beat it. Several of us are still getting worse. I was worried some wouldn't make it." Angela refrained from telling him that her genetically improved organs gave her better odds than anyone else to break the fever. that her liver and kidneys were designed to deal with toxin levels that would fell the healthiest 20-year-old. At this point, false hope was probably for the best. "Do we know what it is yet?" "No. I've got Cam running tests on the gel, but unless he can identify what hit us, we'll just have to carry on with the non-specific treatments Conniff ordered." "All right. What needs doing? And mind, I won't be up to much. MTJ-2 has some pretty sick people in it. Leaf could do with some assistance. 10 minutes. And just be careful what you point those remote guns at while I'm walking over there." "Thank you, Angela. I'm glad you're back." She found a packet of buttered toast slices and put the silver plastic rectangle into the microwave. No jam. She didn't want to tax her stomach just yet. The sachet of hot chocolate was given a forlorn look, but she left it alone to swig plain water from the thermos like a good little fitness guru. "Show me Chitty's visual for the minute leading up to the attack," she told her EI. The image slid up into her grid, and she watched him tramp along the track MTJ-1 had left during its quick test drive. His goal was obvious: a cylinder of spare parts that had dropped off the back. It was a poor image, made worse by the goggles and windswept flurries on snow. But she held back on running enhancement patches. She wanted to see exactly what poor old Mark had seen. He stopped and bent over, pushing his goggles up. Just like Mark, Angela frowned in bewilderment at the human footprint. His muffled "Eyes" was just audible, voice distorted by the cloth wrapped round his face. Then he was turning, staring into the trees. The monster was there. A lot clearer than it had been the night it killed Tork Erickson. A dark human shape with wicked blade fingers, glinting in the pallid aurora light. It waved its arms in bizarre gyrations. Then the recording abruptly ended as Chitty's link dropped out. When it re-established a few seconds later, the bandwidth was tiny and only the core data was available. Angela peeled open the packet and nibbled on the first slice of toast. Something had made Chitty look up into the trees. And the monster had to be 50 meters away, so something else had hit the paramedic. Then there were his last enigmatic words. "It's alive. All of it." She simply couldn't conceive what he was trying to describe. "Show me the map of the convoy at that time," she told her EI. "Overlay everyone's position." There were 13 people outside when Chitty was attacked. Angela was one of them, tumbling frantically out of the tropic to drop her pants. She still had the cold burns on her ass to prove it. Or maybe that had been later, she wasn't sure. The others. Chitty's icon was easy enough to see, alone some distance away from the convoy vehicles. Everyone else was clustered along the line. The engineering teams were packing up, and several people were out on the snow throwing up, or worse. She counted the icons. Nobody was missing. Nobody was near Chitty. That had to be wrong, because someone had made that naked foot imprint. "Give me visual confirmation of everyone's location," she told her EI. "Confirm they're where they seem to be." "The records are incomplete," it replied. "Only the MTJs and tropics have internal meshes I can access. The biolab meshes are restricted, and the truck and tanker cabs do not have any meshes." "All right," she said. "Let's go for personal visual caches. They should all have been downloaded into the net." They weren't. People had been switching off when they were in their vehicles, when they were together and safe. Even Angela was guilty of that. Her personal visual record ended just after she got back to the tropic from visiting Parrish. There were no images of her running outside several times to vomit and defecate onto the snow. When she accessed the tropic's meshes, they'd only caught 2 brief snatches of her stumbling through the door, and she'd been out in the night at least 4 times that she could recall. Angela started to get changed, considering the available data and what it didn't show her. It had been chaos at the time Chitty was killed. People still walking round on legitimate errands, packing up after the MTJ repair. The sickness was beginning to take hold, stirring everyone like ants from a disturbed nest. She considered how she could have sneaked away in such circumstances. It would have been easy enough. A small scattering of smart dust on a seat emitting the correct personal identification code. And everyone would think she was in a vehicle, when in fact she was silently running up behind Chitty with her body mesh turned off. Physically, technologically, it could be done, and quite easily too. But the why of it was profoundly disturbing. That would mean the monster was getting help from someone on the convoy. But then the sabotage of the tow rope had already shown that one of her erstwhile colleagues was inimical to the expedition. It had to be the same person, because that was beyond coincidence. She glanced at Forster, who was still juddering from the fever, his hair slicked down with sweat. It looked like he was seriously ill. But now her paranoia had been kindled. She couldn't be completely certain. "You're being stupid," she told herself. If Forster wanted to kill her, he'd have ample chance while the two of them were alone. Who to trust, though? She made herself concentrate on stripping off her revoltingly damp, stained layers, stuffing them into a plastic bag, where hopefully they'd stay until Savar and working washing machines. She managed a quick wipe down with hand sanitizer soap and a towel, followed by the usual tropic limbo act to get into her last full set of clean clothes. Forster's carbine was on the seat next to him. She checked it and slung it over her shoulder. The automatic pistol Radden always kept in the glove compartment was stuffed into her parka pocket. Then she unlocked the door. "Going over to the MTJ now," she told Antradel. "I'll watch your back," he replied. Angela stepped out into the vicious St Libra night. Wind whipped at the fur lining her hood, while snow zipped through the headlight beams. Above her, the vast fluctuating folds of the aurora burned across the stars with cold blue phosphorescence. She checked round nervously and set off towards MTJ2. Who to trust? Who? Thursday, 2nd May, 2143. Clayton North was careful around Agent Sarah Lindsell. The HDA officer was smart and extremely professional. On the job, she never smiled. Her thick auburn hair was cut to stay level with her shoulders, as if it hadn't been authorized to fall any further. And the perfect tailored navy blue suit worn with a white blouse could have been a uniform, it was so cliché. She was also hugely suspicious of everyone Sid Hurst had brought in to help with her surveillance operation. Or perhaps she simply resented their presence. Clayton had to admit he and Ian and Ava were almost superfluous. The operation was run out of the HDA base sprawling on the slope above Last Mile. Not that they could see the gateway and its massive conglomeration of commercial enterprises. The long room Lindsell had taken over was in the centre of the base's concrete fortress structures, and 2 levels underground. Clayton was merely a tolerated appendage to the 37-strong team flown in to surveil Sherman and his crew. Each of them, Sherman, Aldred, Boz, Gede, Ruckby, had their own dedicated observation sub-team, whose job it was to know their location and activity at all times. Even Valentina had been assigned a pair of observers, just in case she had a more active role than Sid's investigation had uncovered. Micro-drones flitted silently above the city, following their prey. Cars which were swapped every hour also slid silently along the roads, following the crew on every inconsequential journey. Another pool of on-the-ground agents slipped in and out of stores, clubs, hotels, offices and gyms, frequented by the targets, chameleon-like in their ability to merge with the background. The marina berth 3 down from the Maybury Moon had a new resident. One of the HDA's larger AIs had sunk monitor programs deep into the city's transnet cells, monitoring every body mesh emission. So either Agent Lindsell was paranoid, or very capable. Either way, Clayton kept a low profile. His own quantum molecular systems kept alert for any smart microbes Lindsell might have used to bug him. So far she hadn't, but he wouldn't put it past her. Ivan's team had spotted the sophisticated monitor routines she'd deployed in Newcastle's network to keep him and Sid and Ian and Ava under quiet scrutiny. They'd gone active within an hour of her arriving in the city. Ralph had obviously briefed her that they ran things off-log. It meant he really had to live Abner's life on a permanent basis to avoid triggering any suspicions Agent Lindsell might be harbouring. That made communications with Ivan difficult. He was resorting to dead downloads in public transport and on the street at designated coordinates. Jupiter was kept up to date on Professor Umbright and the possible D-bomb assembly project, as was the lightwave ship waiting at the Lagrange point on the other side of the moon. Not that he had a lot to update anybody with. Since Sunday, when Sid had unexpectedly called them all up to the HDA base, Lindsell had run an exemplary operation. The sub-teams had acquired their targets with precision and minimum fuss. With the truly unlimited resources they brought to bear, nobody had skipped out of sight for a moment. Unfortunately, Sherman's crew had turned out to be model citizens ever since that point. Gede had returned to Newcastle mid-morning and dumped the van in a GSW. 5 minutes after he walked away, it had burst into flame, much to the delight of the local feral youths. After that, there had been no contact between Sherman and Aldred. Sherman had gone about his usual dark business with care. The file Lindsell assembled, containing calls about secondary money transfers, tox procurement, corporate data acquisition, and 2 blackmail scams being set up, would have been enough for the city prosecutor to obtain a 20-year sentence. Lindsell wanted something else. Sherman had to be holding Umbright's family somewhere. It was their hold over him, the leverage to force him to build whatever it was they'd got him doing in the farmhouse barn. Ralph and Lindsell were desperate to find them. Neither Clayton nor anyone at Jupiter could even guess what was being constructed at that remote location, nor why Aldred was apparently going rogue. Nothing in their analysis of biomarkets or general corporate maneuvering could provide a reason for his behavior. All they were left with was the connection to the strange slaying of the unknown North, itself linked to Bartram's death 20 years ago. If for no other reason, Clayton was taking this more seriously than even Lindsell appeared to be. It was 6 o'clock in the evening when the call was placed. All around the big, vaulting underground room, agents looked up at the central wall screen. It showed a map of the city, with all the target icons in bright purple. Aldred had just received a call from the farmhouse, linking through multiple cells right across the planetary network, and switching 200 times a second to a fresh, random route. "He's finished the machine," a voice boomed out of the speakers. "Excellent news," Aldred replied. "Have you run the diagnostics?" "Yes, sir. It's got the parameters you gave us. Everything checks out." "Right. Inform Sherman we'll be moving to placement. I will see you all at the assembly point." Both Lindsell and Sid were immediately responding to calls. Clayton knew it had to be Ralph Stevens. They were nodding curtly and in unison to whatever points were being made. He exchanged a knowing look with Ian, who was helping out with the sub-team monitoring Boz. Up on the big map, icons were showing Sherman was now receiving a call from the farmhouse. Ava walked over to him. "We haven't found the family yet," she murmured. "I think that just became irrelevant." "Edna, come on. If whatever the hell that machine is actually works, then nobody has any use for the family anymore." I know that, man. But we haven't got a single lead. For all we know, Sherman doesn't know either. Suppose Aldred used someone else to kidnap the Umbrights. "We have to try," she hissed. Up on the screen, Sherman was calling Gede, who in turn called all the others. "Everybody's moving," Ian announced in satisfaction. All Sherman's crew were heading for their cars. Sid joined them. "She's agreed to let us accompany the assault team," he said, looking very pleased with himself. "What are we doing about the Professor's family?" Ava asked. "Everyone holds back until Aldred and the machine are in the same place. Then the armed interdiction team storm in. Once the survivors are in custody, they will be offered a cooperation deal. They tell us where the family is, and in return they get that taken into consideration by the judge at sentencing. If they all tough it out, Ralph will take them away for interrogation. We saw what that did to dear old Ernie. We'll find them." "That could take days," Ava protested, with blood starting to heat her pale skin. "Best we can do. The sub-teams will remain here and try and spot any communication to the people holding the family. There's a dedicated rescue team waiting on that." "All right," she grumbled. Sid smiled and put his hand on her shoulder. "You don't have to come along. You can stay here and make sure they're doing what they can for the family." "Trying to get rid of me, boss?" "Oh, man, no way. Not after all this," Sid chuckled. "How about you, Abner? You want in?" "I have to know what's going down, boss. A brother was murdered because of this, whoever he was." "Okay, then. We armour up and follow the primary team in. Our job is observation and support." Sid led his people out into the fresh spring evening, feeling perspiration prickling his armpits and neck under the tough armor jacket and regulation-padded shirt. It was warm out in the base's car park, with the tarmac still radiating away the day's sunlight. Stars were emerging as bright pinpoints in the cloudless, gloaming sky. There had been a lot of decisions that delivered him to this point, and he could still just walk away and go home. Let Linzell and the interdiction team sort it out. After all, this was the reason they existed. Some stupid side of him was proud that he was here, doing what had to be done. But mainly, he was scared shitless like any real, sane human being. When he looked up at the constellations, he saw silhouettes of 3 black Mil US-22 VTOL fan aircraft on the rooftop pads of the main building. Squads of HDA's interdiction troopers were embarking through the broad side doors, while the fans swiveled about as part of their pre-flight checks. The US-22s were silent and stealthed, capable of approaching urban targets without warning. In another 20 minutes, when the gold twilight horizon vanished, they'd be invisible to the naked eye and most senses. The first thing any hostile would know about their arrival was when dark, armoured figures came abseiling down out of the night sky. Sid had been allocated a big Mercedes 4x4 all-climb, one of a dozen similar vehicles parked ready to transport the rest of Linzell's teams. As he opened the front door, she came over to him, her armour looking as if it was tailored by the same store that made her suits. "I appreciate the help you've provided," she said, "but you will lock into position and follow tactical protocol only. I don't want any deviation. You are designated secondary support now." "Ah, pet, I'll go with that," Sid said in his thickest Geordie accent. "Good," she snapped, and walked over to her command vehicle, a 10-seat Jeep Hussar.
"Wow,"
Abner said.
"That's an attitude. Ian, did you hit on her?"
"No," Ian protested. "I don't do that, not anymore. Not now I'm with Tallulah." "How's that going?" Ava asked with a lofty air. "Good, man. We're together every night, at her place, like, not mine. I want to keep her well clear of everything we're doing. And we've talked about moving in together, like. You don't think that's too soon?" Sid stifled a chuckle. This was not an Ian conversation as he knew it. "When you're ready, he said. "There's no set time."
"No, boss, I'm sure I heard there was a GE regulation," Abner said as they sat themselves down in the all-climb.
15 weeks, Ava said with a straight face. "Ignore the cynics," Sid said. "You're doing the right thing. She's a great girl." "You just make sure you treat her right," Ava said. "She's been through a lot, that bloody fiancé of hers, then being dragged into our case." "Aye, man, give me some credit," Ian moaned. Still grinning, Sid told his EI to link the mission's tactical coordinator net to the all-climbs auto. His grid was displaying an aerial picture of the farmhouse. A 6-wheel Ford Tile van was heading away from the cluster of buildings. "Target A on the move," the tactical coordinator announced. "They put a large crate into the rear of the Tile before they left. Umbrite's also on board, with 4 hostiles." "How bad would it be if they set off the D-bomb on the ground?" Ian asked suddenly. "Are they big bombs?"
"They have fusion initiators,"
Abner said quietly. "Well, that's good, right, man?" Ian said. "Fusion is clean energy, isn't it?" "Ian," Sid said wearily. "He means the trigger is a fusion bomb." Ian gave them all a nervous laugh. "Aye, right. I knew that. So, there'll be no fallout, like?" "Do you want to go back to the command room?" Sid asked. "It's underground in an HDA base. Safe as you can be." "No, we're in this together." "But what about your kids?" "Visiting the grandparents in Rutland." As soon as he'd found out about Umbrite on Sunday, he told Jacinta to get out of the city. He hadn't broken security, hadn't given an explanation. He simply told her that she had to do it, that something had developed in his case, that he didn't want her and the kids exposed to risk. She'd been on the A1 heading south before lunchtime. "Oh," Ian said. He glanced at Ava. "Mine are back in the old country," she said. "It's an important cultural time in Iceland. They shouldn't miss out." Ian turned to Abner. Abner shrugged. "It was a brother you fished out of the Tyne. I have to know." The all-climb started to roll forwards, slotting into a line of vehicles heading out of the base. When he peered up through the windscreen, Sid could just make out the shape of the US-22s lifting into the darkening sky. His grid showed him Sherman and Boz both approaching last mile. Jeed and Rugby were also heading in the same direction, though they were further out.
"Makes sense," Abner said. "If you're going to use a D-bomb anywhere, I suppose it should be in a gateway."
"Why?" Ava asked as they passed through the base's main entrance. "Aldred spent his life working for your family company. St Libra is his life. All of you have worked so hard to make it successful."
Sid watched the frown creep across Abner's face, as if he'd just realized something. "All but one," Abner muttered, tasting the name as if it was something strange. "Zebediah," Sid said immediately. He remembered accessing the file Elston had given to the investigation. Zebediah was odd even by North standards. But then he'd been in Bartram's mansion on that night. "Did any of your brothers sympathize with his cause?" "No, none of us do. St Libra is where our wealth comes from. It's what made us the force we are."
"The most evangelical followers of any cause are those who converted to it," Ava said. "They've sacrificed the most." Abner shook his head.
"No."
Sid could see the North hadn't convinced himself. He checked the grid. "Looks like we haven't got far to go," he said. Boz's car had slowed, turning into 11th Avenue North, on the southeastern corner of Last Mile. The interdiction force vehicles were separating, turning off down side roads as the coordinator network guided them along different routes into Last Mile. A micro-drone showed Boz's car driving through a roll-up door in a big warehouse-style building. 2 minutes later, Sherman arrived at the same location.
"Looks like we have our sight," Sid said.
Data on the warehouse was running down his grid. The listed ownership was Mountain High, who supplied clothes and bedding suitable for tropical climates. Sid's EI switched to building blueprints, showing the big discount store that took up a third of the ground floor, names of employees, company accounts, suppliers. Nothing cross-referenced to the case. Their all-climb turned off the A167 and headed down the slope into Last Mile. It parked them on Marquis Way outside a store selling wind turbine kits and regen cells. The street was almost deserted. Hologram adverts shone gaudy turquoise and crimson across the 4x4's unwashed paintwork. Store windows still shone, optimistically trumpeting goods that nobody was buying. The rest of the interdiction team vehicles were taking up position, parking in various streets in easy range of the Mountain High warehouse. Jeed and Rugby arrived and went inside. The micro-drones tracking the Ford Tile van showed it travelling along the A1, curving round Newcastle's western suburbs. Ralph and the agents from his observation team were following a mile behind, hidden by the heavy stream of traffic.
"Here we go,"
Ava said. The sub-team, covering Aldred, showed his dark Mercedes coupe sliding up out of the St James Singletown garage. A squadron of micro-drones took off to pursue him through the torrent of cars flowing smoothly along the city centre roads. Sid realised he was still sweating, despite the car's aircon. Nobody was saying anything. They all just sat there on the new leather seats with their eyes closed, reviewing whatever image or data the coordinator sent to their Iris smart cell grids. As the critical people closed on the warehouse, Sid felt as if he was the one with a noose constricting around him. The air in the car was thin, difficult to breathe. It made his heart race. In all the years he'd been police, all the raids he'd been on, all the busts, the arrests, even the chases, nothing had ever been like this. He wasn't ready for it, didn't want it. Ego had brought him to this point. That stupid refusal to quit the case, to simply do the job according to procedure and pick up the monthly salary transfer. Now look where it had brought him, sitting right next to a crapping great fusion bomb. The only way he was going to live through the next half hour was if everybody else on the interdiction team followed procedure perfectly, didn't forget their training, and their government-issue equipment worked flawlessly. When he looked around, he saw Ava and Ian, both toxed out on the same verge of panic moment as himself. He managed a weak smile, which they returned. It was a poignant, almost intimate connection. Abner, however, was still concentrating on the information in his grid. oblivious to the tension and worry the rest of them suffered from. Sid shook his own head in disbelief, not understanding how anyone could be so absorbed by what was happening they weren't emotionally affected. But that was the Norths for you, ridiculously focused. "Target B approaching," the tactical coordinator said. "Target A inbound. Estimated time to arrival, 5 minutes. Sid watched Aldridge's Mercedes drive into Last Mile and turn off into 11th Avenue North. Target A, the Ford Tile, was 3 minutes out, driving steadily along the A1. "Target B has entered the building," the tactical coordinator said in a level voice. "Weapons check," Sid announced calmly. He was carrying a 9mm Walther pistol with a linked sensor sight. The target graphics materialized in his grid, blue and green, night vision sensors functioning. He checked the chamber, confirmed the safety was on. It went into his holster. Taser fully charged. Clip with 5 spools loaded. He twisted it onto the armor vest's Velcro strips. The others in the 4x4 were going through the same methodical checks. Sid put in his earplugs, designed to cut out the immobilizer sonics. A helmet finished the protection. "Everybody working?" he asked. They were. "Target A on approach," the tactical coordinator said. "Go to condition red. Strike initiation in 15 seconds after target A enters the building." Sid switched on the strike-proof communicator sitting on the dashboard, a small black plastic box with a simple LCD display on the front. He told his EI to go to standby mode. His grid faded away just as the Mountain High's roller door opened. He needed uncluttered sight. The Ford Tile was 20 meters away. "Target A, entering the building. On my mark." "Mark." Sid started counting down, his lips mouthing the numbers silently. 10 seconds, the tactical coordinator said, his voice coming from the strike-proof communicator's speaker. Lindsay knew what she was doing, Sid told himself. He'd seen the assault plan she'd drawn up with Ralph and other officers from the Interdiction Division. He'd even been asked if he had any comments. After reviewing it twice and seeing the hardware they intended to deploy, he'd just shaken his head and said, "Looks good to me." 5 seconds. Sid slipped the gas mask on and took a deep breath. His world acquired a strong emerald tint as a tactical display scrawled across the mask's vision slits and interfaced with his iris smart cells. Icons popped up identifying team members. That plan was the main reason he was here. He had confidence in the professionalism of others. An irony for him, given his usual attitude towards the mechanism of government. But Ralph and Elston and even Linsell didn't operate like the apparatchiks he had to deal with at Market Street and City Hall. "Initiate strike." 3 Lockheed F-7009s had scrambled from their base in Scotland as soon as Ralph confirmed a crate had been placed on the Ford Tile. They'd flown high patrol over Newcastle ever since, stealth-shielded from civilian radar. Now they dived from 2,000 meters, afterburners on full, powering them up to Mach 1.8, so they outran their own sound waves. Even if there were sensors watching for hostile aircraft, they wouldn't notice them until they'd streaked overhead. Burn pulse cannons in the noses locked onto the mountain-high building and fired super-frequency electromagnetic pulses. They were designed to scramble any active electronics and overload all communication links. If the hostiles in the building had warning, they might conceivably suicide by detonating whatever Professor Umbright had built. But 15 seconds after the Tile's arrival, Lindsell had determined they wouldn't even have the van doors open, let alone arm the device. The burn pulses should disable whatever systems operated the device. Not that the electronic warfare was all she was going to bombard them with. As they leveled out at 100 meters altitude, following nap of the Earth trajectories, each F-7009 fired 3 missiles. They were pre-programmed and smart-guided. Velocity alone, at Mach 2.1, guaranteed they would penetrate the building's walls. One of them, a smart buster, simply took out the roll-up door, blowing it into lethal shrapnel blades. 2 more smart busters ripped gaping holes in the walls at ground floor level. The remaining 3 missiles slammed into the building and dispersed their sub-munitions capsules in a pattern which had been calculated to cover every cubic centimeter. There could be no hiding place for anyone inside. The capsules let loose stun blasts. skin-searing radiative waves, incandescent strobes at frequencies calculated to induce neurological overload. Thick, green-white gas fountained out, stinging exposed flesh, and sending anyone who breathed it down into uncontrollable paroxysms of coughing. Another round of burn pulses hammered electronics which had survived the first pulse. Every window in the building blew out under the pressure of the stun blasts, jetting shards of glass horizontally across the surrounding area. Nearby streetlights flared into droplets of sunlight from the energy input of the burn pulse beams, then detonated into cascades of smouldering glass casings that bounced and skittered along the pavements. Hologram adverts blazed in one last burst of nova glory before dying. 5 seconds after the synchronized missile impact, the 3 US-22s dropped down out of the starlit sky, each one poised in front of a hole torn open by the smartbusters. Interdiction troopers slithered down their ropes in fast arachnid motions, then charged into the gloomy caves filled with a churning green fog that was plagued by freakish phosphorescent discharges. Amplified voices boomed out into the hellish interior. "Freeze! Do not use links! Do not speak! You! Put that down! Freeze! Last warning!" The harsh crack of gunshots filled the air. Lone pistol shots at first, swiftly followed by bursts from automatic rifles. Blue-white light flashed inside the building. 10 seconds after the first wave of troopers went in, the big 4x4 vehicles started to arrive, braking sharply as the tactical coordinator positioned them around the building. Doors were flung open. Agents sprinted out, holding their stumpy carbines in double-handed grips, rolling round the jagged edges of the holes. The 8-strong tech crew raced for the Ford Tile, lugging heavy cases, ready to deal with whatever machine Umbright had constructed. Agent Sarah Lindsell watched her operatives deploy from the front seat of her vehicle, viewing the internal deployment via her grid, and directing with the tactical coordinator. Right away the troopers hit a problem. The internal structure was completely different to the blueprints. The warehouse owners had constructed a honeycomb of rooms in the original cavernous storage halls, subletting to dozens of companies with glossy products to push on desperate refugees. "Shag it backwards," she murmured in dismay, as the US-22 radars tried to penetrate the walls of composite, spun up by automata in random shapes demanded by commerce's of-the-moment requirements. Troopers in pairs wove their way through the maze of low corridors, scaling flimsy ladders. It looked like at least 8 floors had been constructed in the highest levels, and the walls had acted as barriers to the sub-munitions capsules. The building wasn't nearly as secure as it should have been by now. "Device secure," the tech team leader announced triumphantly. "We're isolating now. Confirmed presence of active state matter. Removal in 3 minutes." A big 10-wheel HDA nuke-hazard truck rumbled across the yard, nosing up to the wrecked roll-up door, shoving its way through the gap with brute force. Metal screeched as fractured ribbons were rammed aside. Sid Hurst's all-climb rushed onto the forecourt tarmac. The 4 police officers hurried out. As they did, another burst of gunfire thudded out from somewhere inside the building. Sarah Lindsell's grid showed her the location, deep inside, on the new first floor. The troopers identified Ruckby as their opponent. His status shifted to dead. 2 agents pulled a body out of the building amid the swirl of green smog. Ralph Stevens walked over and inspected the dead man's face. "Oh, God damn it, that's Umbright." "They shot him," Lindsell said. "Bastards." "All right, people," she said. "Our 2 priority targets are still loose. Marcus Sherman and Aldred North. We're building structural information now. Let's clear this bloody great maze 1 room at a time." The airborne assault on the Mountain High building, with the resulting devastation it inflicted on Last Mile's network, was the perfect opportunity for Clayton to re-establish direct contact with Ivan and the team. Not even the HDA AI could make immediate sense of the links flickering between the glitching public cells. "We've followed you out of the base," Ivan said as the all-climb surged forward. Ahead of them, the F-7009s flashed across Last Mile's skyline. A couple of seconds later, the 4x4 rocked on its suspension as their sonic boom washed across the streets, terrorizing cats and cracking windows. Between the planes and the missiles, just about every alarm in the district was wailing for help. "That's quite an operation Stevens and Lindsell are mounting." "Justifiable," Clayton told them. "Aldred is here.
We need to retrieve him from the HDA. Get the lightwave ship to hold station 1 kilometer above the city. When we need it, we'll need it fast.
Copy that, sir.
Go to full active status yourselves. Get as close to me as you can, but for crap's sake, watch out for the troopers. I'll call.
The all-climb braked in front of the mountain-high building. Vehicles were scattered round. A US-22 hovered menacingly overhead, slim weapon pods pointing at the dark walls with their shattered windows. Sid led them towards the decimated roll-up door, where the nuke hazard truck had shunted through with brute force. Clayton would have dearly loved to get his hands on whatever Umbrite had been coerced into building, but that simply wasn't going to happen. Concentrate on Aldred, he told himself. He's the key to it all. The green gas was seeping round his ankles as Sid led them closer to the door.
"What are we doing?" Ian asked.
"Support duty, man," Sid replied. "Just like it says on the label."
Past the door, the tech crew had got the crate out of the relay van onto a trolley they were wheeling towards the open door at the side of the truck. Ralph Stevens was watching them.
"Guess we won,"
Sid said to him. The agent turned to face them, his face covered by his gas mask. The narrow vision slits revealed nothing.
"We still need Aldred," Ralph said. "He's in this bloody maze somewhere."
Clayton studied the trashed wall beyond the T-lay. The shredded spun composite revealed narrow corridors leading deeper into the pitch-black interior. Unknown rooms were exposed through savage cracks. If that same tight-packed structure was repeated throughout, they were going to be in trouble. It would take hours to search through it all. Presumably, as Aldred intended.
"Hey,"
Ian said. "Just a thought, but did anyone see what kind of shoes Aldred was wearing?" The gas mask hid Clayton's smile of admiration. Even now, he still hadn't learned not to underestimate the police.
"Worth a try," Sid admitted.
"Good call, Ian," Ralph said.
"I think we should take point," Clayton said quickly. "Come on, we deserve this. We're the ones who brought this to you."
There was a moment's hesitation.
"Let's see if we get a response first," Ralph said.
It took a minute to set up, Ian and Ava linking to all the vehicles ringing the building, reassigning their meshes to scan for a specific emission.
"Ready, boss," Ian reported eventually.
Sid transmitted the code which would trigger a download from the smart micro bug they'd attached to Aldred's heel in the Jamaica Blue Cafe barely 3 weeks ago.
"Yes,"
Ava and Ian cried together. The pulse had lasted barely half a second, but the meshes had triangulated. A coordinate appeared in their grids, hovering near the top of the crude blueprint of mountain-high building. As one, they tilted their heads back to stare at the green-hazed ceiling 5 meters over their heads.
8 floors, straight up, Ian said.
"There are troopers on the 6th floor," Ava said. "We can always call for backup once we get there."
Ralph drew a mean-looking automatic pistol and checked the chamber.
"Come on."
There was no power left in the building. Even the occasional battery-powered emergency light they passed was dead. And there were none of those after the 3rd floor. 3 lift shafts cut clean through the floors, intended to carry goods and raw up and down, but following the burn pulses they were all immobilized. So they had to use the stairs and ladders which stitched the floors together to ascend into darkness. Decades ago, when he was still living on Earth, Clayton had found a wasp nest in the garden. It had spooked him with its malignant beauty. How something so elegant and complicated could be created by a creature so unpleasant was beyond him. Now here he was, clambering round inside the human equivalent. The cell-like rooms seemed to have been woven by an aberrant design program influenced by organic structures. Stairs or ladders didn't have central wells. They were separated by long, twisting corridors, or, as they found on the 5th floor, by a cloister with ancient cloth printers huddled in arching alcoves. Water, or a similar fluid, ran down the ladder tube between 6 and 7. Then they finally emerged onto the 8th level. Heat from the solar roof barely half a meter above their heads turned the motionless air sweltering. As soon as he climbed off the top of the ladder, Clayton felt the sweat oozing out of his pores to soak his t-shirt and trousers.
The night sight function in the gas mask's vision slits gave the serpentine corridors an eerie aquamarine tint, as if he was underwater. Infrared bled in, sharpening the silhouettes with pink shades. The radar picture from the US-22s hovering outside had captured the layout of the 8th level. It was separated out into simple hexagonal chambers, with the corridor maze separating them. Ian led the way, heading to the location where they detected the bug's download pulse. He went slowly, his pistol raised, ready to aim and fire, taking care to check the floor before each step. Good procedure, Clayton acknowledged. They were making no sound as they closed on the doorway.
"Stand by," he sent to Ivan. "If he's here, I'll need the ship for an extraction."
"Yes, sir." Clayton started to activate the metamolecule armaments he'd brought from Jupiter. Sid had thought sitting in the Mercedes Alkline waiting for the assault to begin had been tough. It was nothing to the tension of creeping round in the oppressive dark intestines of the beat-up mountain-high building, chasing after a phantom. But now they were barely 10 meters from the doorway where their prey might be hiding. He squeezed his pistol tighter, and wished the gas mask filter would let a decent gust of air down into his lungs. Ian was a couple of meters ahead of him, a jade and purple profile thanks to the overlay image, edging oh so cautiously towards the doorway. It was open a crack, and there'd still been no giveaway sound or movement from inside. Ava, at the rear of their line, kept checking round to make sure Aldred wasn't creeping up behind them. It was that kind of environment. "Sir," Linsell said in the secure ring link, "we've detected an unauthorized transmission from your location." "That'll be Aldred," Ralph said. "No, sir. It's right beside you. High-level encryption." Sid twitched, automatically checking the ceiling as his heart rate flushed liters of adrenaline into his bloodstream. When he glanced forward again, Ralph was silently indicating the wall. Sid nodded. Aldred was on the other side, maybe a meter away. "Recommend you wait, sir," Linsell said. "I can't determine what's happening up there. The troopers are on their way." Ian had reached the door. He held up a hand. The rest of them gathered behind him, weapons brought up ready. Sid tensed, bracing his feet against the floor. "Go!" Ralph yelled. Ian charged into the door, shoulder hitting the composite hard, knocking it aside. Bright helmet lights came on, broad beams illuminating the room in wild angles. Shadows leapt up, surging round as he rushed in. "Freeze, motherfucker!" Ian yelled. Those were his last ever words. The monster was there, waiting for them, standing right in front of the door. It was exactly as the secure HDA file had shown Sid back in January. The size of a man, with a dark, wrinkled hide like petrified leather. Its arms swung with a club's brutality, 5 lethal blade fingers slashing across Ian's throat. Below the helmet, above the armor vest, hewing flesh, muscle, tendons, veins, arteries, windpipe. Only the spine avoided complete severance. Ian's arms flew wide in a macabre theatrical gesture as his collapsing body lurched backwards. His corpse crashed into Ava, who was directly behind him, knocking her aside. 5 blades swiped through the air where she'd been an instant before. Sid had begun his charge so hard he couldn't stop. Not the utter surprise at the impossibility before him, not the primal self-preservation instinct, nothing managed to divert his legs in those critical first seconds when he emerged into the room. He just kept powering forward, momentum propelling him inexorably towards the monster. Ava was screaming in terror as she hit the floor on one side of him. Arterial blood spewed out of Ian's throat, splattering the ceiling, then arcing round to cover walls and floor as the corpse tumbled down, still entangled with the wailing Ava. Finally, Sid managed to turn fractionally, avoiding an outright collision. His pistol swung about as he was level with the monster, and he fired off 2 rounds, missing completely. The monster spun with perfect timing, and its elbow struck Sid on the side. The impact was terrible. He felt a rib break underneath the armor, and he lost his balance, twirling round chaotically to land on his arm. Breath was knocked out of him painfully as the carbon beam floor slammed up into his chest. Ralph stopped his own headlong rush and levelled his pistol, putting its muzzle centimetres from the monster's chest. He fired 3 shots. They ricocheted. Sid actually heard them slam through the spun composite walls. Ralph's body stiffened. Like Sid, he didn't believe what he'd just seen. He jerked his pistol up, going for a headshot. The monster's arm moved again in a smear of speed. Ralph lost the pistol and most of his hand in the sideways swipe. He stumbled back, crying in shock and agony as his finger stumps squirted blood. It gave Sid just enough time to raise his own pistol again, arm wobbling as he tried to take aim amid the pain and his own fluctuating vision. Knowing it was all useless, knowing this was his last moment of life, yelling savage defiance at the monster as it took a swift step towards him. Abner jumped into the gap between them. The monster lunged forward, blades extended horizontally, aiming for the North's heart as its arm pistoned out with inhuman power. Sid never did quite make out what happened. The gas mask's night sight and infrared image were badly overloaded by everyone's garish helmet lights. It simply showed Abner's outline shiver, as if he was looking at him through a wash of overheated air. Then Abner was in a dark, slick, one-piece armor suit of some kind. There was no sign of all the clothes he'd been wearing a moment before. The strangest clunk filled the confined space, and the monster's blades were rebounding, sending it juddering backwards. "Surprise!" Abner warbled in a cheerful taunt. The monster twirled with incredible speed, a perfect pirouette, arm extended, blade fingers chopping furiously against Abner's arm. This time the clunk was as loud as a church bell, reverberating across the room. The monster staggered back from the deflected blow. "My turn," Abner announced calmly. He tugged a very squat, cylindrical pistol from his waist, pointed, and fired. The air boiled with thin lashing sounds, and the monster was fighting a tangle of netting that responded to its every frantic scrabble and twist by expanding and seething as if it were alive. Within seconds it was toppling to the ground, completely swaddled in rippling cords. "What the fuck?" Sid managed to babble, choking back on a hysterical wail. "I need extraction," Abner was shouting. "Now!" Ava was lying where she'd fallen, weeping uncontrollably as she swatted feebly at the heavy corpse on top of her. Ralph thrashed about, clutching his ruined hand, unable to stop the blood pumping out. "Abner!" Sid pleaded. "What?" "Sorry, boss. The name's Clayton, actually. Abner took a little holiday a while back. He's fine, don't worry." Sid gawped incredulously at the sea north. Even now, even amid all the butchery and with bone-chilling fear flaring in his mind, he felt a little tweak of interest at the revelation. "It was Jupiter behind this." The ceiling creaked as weird ripples flexed the solar panels and support girders. An unseen force ruptured it. Dazzling white light shone down through the widening breach, revealing fragments of panelling tumbling upwards in defiance of gravity. Sid slowly shoved his gas mask up and held a hand over his brow, shielding himself from the glare. Raw night air rushed across the decimated room. Now even the monster had stopped fighting the net to stare up at its fate. Behind the lights, a massive vehicle was lowering itself sedately onto the overstressed roof of the mountain-high building. Sid couldn't help himself. He started laughing. A spaceship. He was looking at an actual spaceship floating down out of the star-smeared night sky. A 30-meter cone of smooth dark grey metal, with 5 wide rings curling out halfway along the fuselage like deformed wings. There was no sound, no rocket roar, no hushed hissing of stealthed fan ducts. Sid just knew it didn't work on any principles he would ever understand. But it was a thing of wonder nonetheless. So much so, he nearly asked, "Take me with you?" "No, Sid," Clayton said, suddenly serious. "It wasn't Jupiter. This was never a north-on-north battle. We don't know what this thing is, or where it came from, but we'll find out." The monster was tugged off the floor. It spun up through the air towards a hatch Sid could see opening in the side of the fuselage. Ralph made an incoherent snarling sound,
pain and outrage crushed into one pitiful cry. Clayton bent over him, spraying something over his finger stumps.
"Take care, Sid," Clayton said. "It was a privilege being part of your team."
He started to rise off the floor, vanishing into the glare. The fallen angel, reclaimed by his own. Then the lights went out. The shape of the spaceship was briefly visible against the backdrop of delicate twinkling stars. It blurred, elongating upwards. Sid cheered it on wildly. Then the boom burst around him, the kind of thunderclap that only an object weighing hundreds of tons shredding the atmosphere could create. After that, there was only the US-22s buzzing about in total confusion in its wake. And armoured interdiction troopers spilling through the door, ruby laser target beams chasing round as they sought something they understood amid the carnage and debris. The HDA Mobile Field Clinic was a 50-ton, 20-wheel lorry with 5 triage centres and 2 emergency surgery theatres. It was parked outside the mountain-high building, the triage modules extending out from its sides, and standing secure on telescoping legs, ready for all injuries the assault might result in. They'd carried Sid into it on a stretcher, which he thought was degrading. But by then, shock was starting to kick in, and he'd lost the power of speech. His skin was hot or cold. He couldn't decide. All he could see was the dark, glossy blades slashing, Ian's head flipping back, blood exploding into the beams of the helmet lights. His friend, his partner, was dead. Killed by an alien monster who had been stalking the streets of Newcastle all along. Keen, efficient young medical staff in green gowns and white masks had clustered round, eager to have a patient. His armour had been removed, clothes cut away from his torso. He didn't get to go to the theatre, since his cracked rib and bruising wasn't bad enough. Instead, the doctor treated him in the triage centre, sliding some shiny, flexible tube into his chest through a tiny incision and wrapping the rib fractures with new flesh. Physically, he was fine. They bumped a lot of tox into him. "It'll help," the doctor said reassuringly. It was a lie. Tox took the edge off, calming his body and giving his face the expression of a happy idiot. But it never took the internal pain away, never stopped the memory of Ian's terrible death. He lived in a loop of time, where they burst into the hexagonal room, the 5 of them, hyped up on the thrill of their hunt coming to an end. They'd caught the scent of victory. It wasn't just the satisfaction of closing the case. They had anger powering them along. Anger that Aldred had been the bad guy all along. Anger that he'd wormed his way into their confidence. Anger that they'd been fooled, that they'd opened themselves to him. Except it wasn't the 5 of them. It was only 4. Abner wasn't Abner. Not the detective that Sid had known and quite respected. Clayton, whoever he was, had wormed his way into their lives as much as Aldred. Clayton had lied. It was North against North. It always had been. And just as he'd suspected right from the start, he'd never know why. Never be told exactly what had happened. "How are you feeling?" a nurse asked. Sid focused on the smiling young face above him. Without her mask, she was beautiful. He wondered if all Jacinta's patients fell in love with her too. "My friend is dead," he said. "I know. I'm sorry. But your other friends are okay?" "I want to see them." "All right, but not for long."
"I know. My wife's a nurse, you know."
"That's good," she said. "Can you walk? I can get a wheelchair."
"I can walk."
Ava was in the next triage centre. Blood-soaked clothes from the top of the mountain-high building had been removed, and her hair washed. Getting her clean was important, the nurse told Sid, because blood was a strong psychological trigger. Now she sat on the gurney, wrapped in 2 blankets, staring at nothing. Her Nordic pale skin was so white that even the freckles had blanched away. Sid sat beside her. "It's over," he said.
"He's dead, Sid. Dead."
"I know."
"Where did it come from?"
"I don't know."
But we got the machine.
Umbright is dead too.
Yeah. And Boz. And Rugby. Tears started to roll down her cheeks.
I've got to get out. No more police. I can't do this any more.
That makes sense. He sat beside her and put his arm round her shoulders. There was nothing more to say. Ava leant in against him, thankful for the contact, the understanding. They stayed together for a long time before Sid said, "I'm going to check on Ralph." Sarah Linsell was already in the surgical theatre with Ralph, standing beside the bed, her armour jacket open down the front, holding her helmet. Sid looked at Ralph's hand, which was enveloped by a ball of translucent grey-green gel. Various wires and cables snaked out to a stack of equipment. "Good to see you, Sid," Ralph said in an exuberant voice that was louder and happier than it should be. "Hi, man. How's it going?" "Pretty good. But then they've bumped me full of tacks." "Sorry about your hand." "That's okay," Ralph grinned. "They can fix it." Sid raised an eyebrow.
We recovered all the fingers from the scene,
Sarah Linsell said. "He'll be transferred back up to the base hospital in a little while. A surgical regraft team is flying in from France. They'll operate as soon as they arrive. With luck, he shouldn't need any bionetic substitutions."
Good. So what did Umbright build?
"Classified."
What did he build? Sid asked in a quieter, more assertive voice.
"Some kind of modified D-bomb," Ralph said jauntily. "As far as the tech crew can make out, it would have ripped up the quantum fields inside the gateway. That way it would be difficult to open another gateway to Sirius for about a century, while the quantum field stabilized."
And that's where they were going to set it off, in the gateway.
"G turned," Sarah Linsell said. "Smart of him, given everyone else apart from Sherman is dead. The plan was for Aldred to get them to the gateway. After all, who was going to question the head of Northumberland Interstellar Security? He told them he'd drive on by himself, with the bomb in his boot.
So even if he made it through alive somehow, he'd be trapped on the other side for 100 years, Sid mused. That's if anyone ever bothered to open a gateway there again. It doesn't make a lot of sense.
"Nothing does," Ralph said.
So what about Aldred? Have the troopers found him?
"No," Sarah Linsell said angrily. "They haven't. We've searched that building thoroughly, bored in more agents, covered it in so much smart dust it's now one giant mesh. We can scan every section of it simultaneously. He's not in there. We're working on the assumption that he used the confusion over the spaceship arrival to slip through the perimeter. He must have had help, some team we didn't know about. There's an alert out for him. He won't get far."
Ha! Sid grunted. He's a North. He looks like every other North. I couldn't even tell when Clayton replaced Abner, and I've worked with him for years.
"I'll do whatever I have to," Linsell said.
Aye, that's what I told myself when I was given this case, Sid said. Much good it did me. I didn't even believe in the alien, but it's real, all right. Hiding out in the mountain-high building ever since January. Aldred must have known. He was the one covering for it, arranging for the body to be disposed. The Norths must have some kind of deal with it. She shrugged.
"So it would seem."
We'll need to check if Mountain High imported anything from St Libra, Sid said. Crap on it. We were on the right track back in January, following up on crates that came through the gateway from St Libra. Why didn't we catch this?
"Who cares?" Ralph said. "You've got yourself a huge first. You caught an alien murderer, Sid. Nobody's ever done that before in all human history. You're famous."
Aye, but I didn't catch it. Clayton did. And are you going to tell me about that spaceship? I didn't know anything like that existed.
"Neither did we," Sarah Linsell said crisply. "I believe General Shake is going to be asking Jupiter some very pointed questions."
And we still don't know what this whole thing was about, Sid said.
"We know the goal now," Ralph said. "Shutting down the St Libra gateway."
Aye, but why? The only possible beneficiary from that would be Zebediah North.
"Maybe he had more support among his brothers than they were letting on," Sarah Linsell said.
Aye, maybe, Sid said. The talks must have been wearing off, because he was now too tired to care. I'm going to go home now. Can you sort out a car for me and Ava?
Of course.
I'll see you tomorrow, Sid told Ralph. After your surgery, like. I'll come and make sure it went okay.
Thanks, Sid. And I am sorry about Ian.
Sure. Sid managed a grimace of a smile and ducked out of the theatre. Chloe Healy was standing in the narrow corridor outside. Even though it was gone 11 o'clock, she was as immaculately dressed as always. She was carrying a long protective plastic bag, the type Sid's laundry service delivered his suits in. "Aye, bollocks to this," he groaned. "Go away, pet." Part of him wanted to know how she'd got past the secure cordon, but then that was a part of what she was.
"O'Rourke sent me," she said.
"Tell him to piss off."
"He said you'd say that."
"Did he tell you how to answer?"
"No, I have my own reply."
"I'm not even going to hear it. Ian's dead, you know."
"I do know. Every news site on the planet is alive with the story, licensed and unlicensed. Sid, they've got visuals of a spaceship hovering above Last Mile. They're talking about a plot to set off a fusion bomb."
"It was a D-bomb. Look, Pet, really, just leave me alone."
"My reply is this. When have I ever been disloyal to whoever I'm representing?"
Sid's shoulders slumped. He really didn't need this, not on top of everything else. "I thought you'd got an agency job."
"I have. Northern Metro Services. That's why I'm assigned to you."
"No thanks, Pep. Go home. That's what I'm doing."
"This isn't going to go away. It's too big. The biggest story of the decade. The Norths tried to nuke Newcastle."
"No, they didn't."
"Then you need to tell people that. You're the one they'll listen to and believe. Sid, there are 500 reporters pressing up against the cordon HDA have thrown around this place. This is just going to grow and grow. It's your chance, Sid. Your opportunity."
"To do what?" he snapped.
"To make a name for yourself. To become the next chief constable."
"Pet, you have got to be kidding."
"No, I'm not. And neither are a lot of other people. That's why I'm here. We have faith in you. This is exactly what you need to position yourself in the public perception. Haven't you earned this? Haven't you served your time? Been treated like shit long enough?"
"Yeah, mainly by O'Rourke. And you."
"Time to cash in."
"Really?" It was nonsense, and he knew it was. Yet some persistent little thought worried away at his conviction. He'd burned his bridges with Northumberland Interstellar, and Ian had died following their case to its conclusion. No one else was stopping off to say, "Good job, thank you." Some little part kept reflecting on that. Like the one that kept him on the case, kept chasing down the facts from places he had no right to be. "I don't see how."
"First, even O'Rourke didn't know you were still part of this. Was it off log?"
"Yeah. We had a whisper about gang involvement. I decided to follow up."
"Excellent. That means Milligan cannot take any credit, because he didn't even know what was happening. It was your initiative, your success. You saved the city from a D-bomb detonating."
"I don't know."
"You're here tonight. You were injured on the front line. You're a hero, Sid. Milligan is a lard-ass office squatter. You're a regular policeman who gets out on the streets to protect the citizenry and puts his own life on the line to do it. We need you. Who would make a better chief constable? Who would have more support? Who would make the people feel safer?"
"I don't have the political contacts to pull this off."
"You have a foundation, and tonight can build high on that, very high indeed. I can help you with that. Hate me and despise me all you want, but it's what I do, and I'm damn good at it. I understand the media. I know who to talk to, what angle to spin. You have to control the news, Sid, or it will sweep you along out of control. Rule the transnet. Dictate the information cycle. Don't let the sites use you."
"How?"
"We can start with a press conference. I've seen you do them before, you're good. And we have the ultimate knowledge monopoly here tonight. The mayor doesn't know anything, neither does Market Street. HDA isn't saying a damn thing. You can be the city's representative right here and now. You can make sense of all this for people. Make them feel safe again. People are worried out there, Sid. They know about the spaceship, and they don't know what to think. There are 100 rumours, and they're breeding worse ones every second. That's all anyone's listening to because there are no facts. Help correct that.
He nodded his head slowly as the options began to crystallize in his mind. There were opportunities to be had here. It would be a very foolish man who thought otherwise, a man who didn't understand how the world worked. I'll need some guidance on how to say all that. Chloe Healy smiled shrewdly. She held up the long protective bag that clearly held all the kingdoms of the world.
First, we make you look good. I'm not having you stand up in front of everyone in a clinic gown that shows off your underpants at the back.
Sid took the bag from her. No need to ask what it contained. She would have chosen the perfect attire for the occasion. Aye. I'd best get changed then, Pet.
This audiobook has been broken into multiple parts to make the download faster. You have reached the end of a part, but not the end of the complete audiobook. So please check your library for the next part of this audiobook.
Audible hopes you've enjoyed this program. This is Audible.
Great North Road, by Peter F. Hamilton. Read by Toby Longworth. Friday, 3rd May, 2143. General Khurram Sheikh, the Supreme Commander Human Defense Alliance, walked into the Transstellar Situation Center underneath Alice Springs, accompanied by Majors Vermikia and Fendez. Officers at the Sol section saluted quickly as he came over to them and sat at the chair at the head of the consoles. None of them could recall him looking so angry before.
Are we ready?
He asked.
Yes, sir,
Captain Toy replied.
Cape Town is standing by.
Very well. Proceed with the war gateway opening, Captain. Captain Toy turned back to her zone console and let the slim screen curve round her face.
Power it up, she told the Cape Town base commander.
General Sheikh watched the big wall pane that was displaying all the information being gathered by the 5 HDA satellites closest to Jupiter. It wasn't nearly as much as he would have liked. Providing a full range of high-resolution optical sensors wasn't a priority to the design geeks and budget lords of the deep space satellite warning network that orbited Sol. The technological sentinels were intended to watch for any perturbation of quantum fields, that inevitable precursor for Xanth activity. The images which the Sol Station team had pulled out of the quintet showed the North constellation as little more extensive than a blurred patch, like a dull silver nebula. It was difficult to make out the individual elements, apart from the main habitat amalgamation. Even so, he was surprised by the size of the constellation.
How many components in the constellation now? He asked.
Over 100, sir, Toy replied, plus some large chunks of asteroidal rock. We've identified both metallic and carbonaceous chondritic types, as well as a sizable iceberg. Presumably they provide a full range of metals and minerals to process into raw. They've been busy.
Indeed.
The general watched the data gliding down the side of the pane, showing him the Cape Town war gateway powering up. The transspatial connection was reaching out to compress the 40 light-minute distance from Earth to Jupiter down to an effective 0. It was almost insulting to ask the fabulous machine to perform a connection over such a short length. It was designed to extend out to the very stars themselves, to help humans fight off the most terrifying foe in the universe. Now he wanted to use it to have an angry conversation with a stubborn recluse. Several sections of the data turned red. Captain Toy's back stiffened. She began a fast conversation with the Cape Town technicians controlling the gateway. The data flipped back to amber, then went red again.
Captain? The general asked in a low voice.
She turned around to face him, a line of perspiration on her brow.
Sir, we can't open the gateway close to Jupiter. Something is blocking the connection at the other end.
Do we know what?
The gateway technicians think it might be something equivalent to our Earthshield quantum warp station, sir.
General Sheikh gave Fendez a cool look. How in Allah's name did Constantine get hold of that technology?
Industrial espionage, I would suggest, the major replied.
I disagree, Vermikia said. Either Jupiter developed it on their own, like the reactionless space drive, or they've harvested it from an advanced sentient race. On St Libra. Vermikia shrugged. That would be the logical conclusion. Captain, Sheikh said, how close to Jupiter can the gateway open?
We think about 7 million kilometers, sir.
Very well. I suppose that will have to... He stopped in shock as his EI sent him a Grade 1 alert. 2 of the Sol section wall panes were changing, bringing up emergency situation charts. Earth's high-orbit sensor satellite armada was registering a change in space-time, 50,000 kilometers above the Pacific Ocean.
Not a rift, Captain Toy barked. Repeat, not a Xanth rift.
What is it? Sheikh demanded.
Sir, it's a trans-spatial connection. It's holding remarkably stable. There's barely an emergence jitter. And it's approximately 1 meter in diameter.
What? I think the mountain just came to Mohammed, Vermikia said quietly.
Sir, Captain Toy turned to the General, looking astonished. It's emitting a comlink, interfacing with our strategic communication satellite squadron. Incoming call, using Jupiter diplomatic encryption.
Use my key, Sheikh told his EI. Route the call to this station. Everyone at the Sol station watched Constantine North's youthful face materialize on the screen in front of General Sheikh.
General.
Mr. North?
You wanted to talk to me?
I certainly did. You seem to have developed some remarkable technology out there.
Thank you. As have you. I'm a great admirer of Earthshield.
I was referring to the spaceship drive.
Of course.
Your agent took something from Newcastle.
My son took an alien into custody. An alien that may well have been the one who killed my brother and my nephews.
This isn't the time to get personal, Constantine. That is the first sentient alien we have ever encountered. We need to establish a dialogue, not wreak vengeance. We cannot afford another interstellar enemy.
I am sorry that you judge me in that fashion, General. The dead are dead. Nothing can bring them back. I am concerned solely with protecting the living, all of the living, wherever and whoever they may be.
As am I. The reason the Human Defense Alliance exists is to safeguard our species.
General, please understand, I have no quarrel with you. I simply believe I am better placed to manage this incursion. It is us Norths that have attracted its attention. We are what it wants.
You have no right to monopolize this. We have to know what we're dealing with.
I have no intention of monopolizing whatever information this contact produces.
Good. Can I send a team to Jupiter to verify the encounter?
Regretfully, no.
Why not?
The HDA does not enjoy my full trust.
I find that insulting. My people are prepared to make the ultimate sacrifice to protect humans wherever they are, including Jupiter, if you were ever in need.
Please, General. You knew the alien was real. You knew 20 years ago. Yet you deliberately kept that information to yourselves. I've seen the recordings of poor Angela Tramelo's rather brutal interrogation. I saw what you pulled from her memory. Yet you filed it in the deepest cache you have and conveniently forgot about it. Do not presume to lecture me on responsibility.
Images from a disturbed girl's mind do not constitute proof of anything. There could have been a zone drama she fixated on, a nightmare, a psychosis. We didn't know. Coming out and officially claiming the monster existed would have caused panic and fear. Our protection is not just physical. Civilization requires order to continue functioning. That, too, must be maintained.
Indeed. You are responsible to your political paymasters and their eternal quest for the status quo. I am not. I will find out exactly what this creature is and where it comes from. I will also discover its intent. When that information is available, I will make it freely available to everyone, with or without your consent and approval. I believe we are approaching a time of profound change, both materially and philosophically. I hope you can adapt, General. I truly do. for I see you are an honourable man at heart, and such people are few and far between in these times.
Constantine!
I'll contact you when we have some information. You have my word on that.
The link ended. Up on the big panes, the sensor satellites were reporting the transspatial connection had closed.
Now what?
Captain Toy asked. We wait, the General said, and possibly pray. Constantine took the transit pod over to Toroid 3 by himself. The rotating wheel was at the end of the habitat amalgamation next to the original hostel wheel, separated by a latticework spindle 300 meters long. Constantine didn't want to place the rest of the inhabitants in danger when the encounter finally occurred. The spindle even had explosive separation bolts, just in case. Toroid 3 had been built over 8 years ago out of a super-strength carbon-titanium compound developed at Jupiter. That shell remained fixed, but its internal systems were in a permanent state of rebuild, ensuring the most advanced technology was always available in anticipation of this moment. Constantine made his way to the reception chamber's supervision center, a simple circular room with a single simple black leather office chair in the center. He didn't need the paraphernalia of consoles and screens and zones embraced by the rest of the human race, not with his resequenced brain's multitude of connections and visualization routines. He sat down in the old chair he'd brought all the way from Earth 55 years ago, and waited. On the other side of the metamolecule wall, the main reception facility was a hemispherical chamber 10 meters in diameter. The surface of both the floor and walls was currently configured to be soft, like a layer of sponge. Its only solid artifacts were a cot bed, a basin, and a toilet. A ring near the ceiling apex glowed with a blue-white spectrum, matching Sirius under more normal conditions. Satellites swirling around the constellation fed their senses into Constantine's brain, showing him the lightwave ship's arrival. It docked at Toroid 3's spindle port. Constantine opened a link to Clayton.
How are you doing?
This is definitely the way to travel, Clayton replied.
Good job I don't get vertigo. You could actually see the sun shrinking behind us. And your guest?
It was a courtesy question, as more than half his augmented receptors were linked with the scanners that encaged the alien.
It's been a good boy. Are you seeing that internal structure? Yes. Most interesting.
Can I come down with it?
You know the answer. This is where I get to come out and play.
Father.
Yes.
Be careful.
I don't believe this situation will be settled by violence. But yes, I will be careful. We'll have the medics and Space Marines standing by anyway. Aye, Space Marines. Hopefully the time of such nonsense is coming to an end. I said much the same to General Sheikh. How did he take it?
Constantine smiled wryly.
I don't think he was best pleased. No kidding. Are you ready? Yes. Send it down, please. And good job, by the way.
Thanks. A minute later, the center of the reception chamber ceiling distended. A translucent blue bulb surged down until its base touched the floor. The alien was inside, standing perfectly still as it was gripped by the smart fluid. It remained standing as the blue substance poured back up into the ceiling like an inverted raindrop splash. Constantine waited for a few moments, but it still didn't move. There was no hint that it was anything other than a statue of leathery rock. He zoomed his vision in, examining the creature's eyes. That was the giveaway. The human orbs flicked round, searching the chamber.
My name is Constantine North.
His voice filled the reception chamber.
And I must say, from a quantum dynamics point of view, you have a remarkable composition.
In case the creature wasn't auditory capable, the words also flowed along the curving wall in 50-centimeter high purple lettering. Constantine generously displayed what he was perceiving, projecting a hologram image into the air next to his visitor, a humanoid form with shadows of internal structure.
Your molecules have an odd quantum signature. They're not quite in phase with space-time, but they mimic our physiological layout, as if they're embryonic, ready to become one of us, or maybe the opposite. The alien turned its head. Constantine studied the shift of the molecule's quantum state, which allowed the solid skin to become fluidic. It was an extraordinarily complex fluctuation pattern, one that would presumably allow the solid blade fingers to flex, to shred a human heart. I don't know what additional abilities you have, but we will do our utmost to contain you. Should you manage to break your bonds, well, there are weapons of last resort that will be used against you. I did not have you brought here out of hostility. I simply wish to converse with you. If you are not capable of breaking out of this reception chamber, then you will remain here until you choose to initiate communication. That is really all I have to say. He sat back in the chair, swinging slightly from side to side, waiting. The alien's quantum signature abruptly altered again. Molecules flipped to a normal state, interfacing perfectly with space-time, becoming real. The visual manifestation of the change was impressive. Its tough hide gained colour and texture in less than a second, materializing into a smart blue-grey business suit, worn with a white and grey striped shirt and a natty purple tie. The face shivered into human skin, with dark brown hair cut in an expensive, neat style. An adult North took a slow breath, and gazed round at the chamber with a mildly disdainful expression. "Ah," Constantine said in delight. "Nephew Aldred, I presume." Wide arcs of snow sluiced away from both sides of MTJ-1's plough blade as Angela kept the power on to the axle hub motors. Wipers swept the windscreen vigorously, clearing the constant impact splatter of the crystalline slush. She concentrated hard on the open ribbon of flat snow ahead, making sure there were no boulders in her path. The patchy radar image on the windscreen wasn't a lot of help. Huge conglomerations of ice were clinging to the radar's housing. That focus helped her to ignore the stink in the MTJ's cab. Omar was in the passenger seat, jaw clamped tight against nausea and distress, trying to show an interest in the river that unrolled ahead of them. It was 3 days since they started driving along the tributary, and the rest of the convoy personnel were only just starting to shake off the illness. Elston and Garrick were on the passenger seats behind her, both of them wrapped in blankets and toughing out the discomfort as their bodies slowly recovered from the toxin. It hadn't taken Cam Montoto long to isolate and identify the poison. Microscopic narsberry spores had been injected into the composition gel. Even Angela had been worried when that was announced. Narsberry was notoriously toxic. The spores were microscopic and airborne. Poorly washed food resulted in dozens of hospitalizations each year, and this dosage level was a lot stronger than anything a dusty lettuce could impart. Even her kidneys might not fully recover. Whoever it was, they'd come perilously close to murdering everyone in the convoy. So now, Angela was gunning the MTJ hard, chasing down the tributary as fast as she dared. As if that would take her away from danger, from the would-be serial killer and the monster in the trees. But Leaf had been right. The river was a road through this difficult land, flat and level, in some places a couple of 100 meters wide. She'd learned to be more cautious in the wide areas. The river was shallower there, which meant there were boulders buried in the ice and snow the big vehicle was cruising over. There'd been a few strikes when she was taking point and hadn't read the radar quite right. Not really watching out, not seeing the abnormal lumps until too late. Then came the frightening screech as the bottom of the blade shaved the rock, and the MTJ gave a lurch before settling back down again. But the MTJ could take it. She relished powering on with the brute of a machine. It was like taking revenge on the planet and everything it had thrown at her. She was leading them away from danger, from the past. Red icons slid up into her iris smart cell grid, and she gritted her teeth. Son of a bitch! Still scouting the peachy-coloured snow for hidden snags, she started reducing power to the motors. Braking! She told the other drivers on their ring link.
Elston grunted out of his doze.
What happened? Oh. Sorry, she said, but we knew he wasn't going to last.
The red icons were from Luther's body mesh. The severe sickness brought on by the Nasbury spores had been too much for his organs, already weakened and strained by the accident. In one way, Angela had been impressed by how long he'd held on for, but it had cost him dearly in suffering. Not any more. The red icons were turning white, neutral. The same as Mohammed's had turned 10 hours previously.
We need to refuel anyway, Elston said.
Angela brought the MTJ to a halt and turned the wheel. The convoy vehicles slowly arranged themselves in a circle, sensors and remote guns pointing out across St Libra's icy wilderness. It wouldn't be night for another couple of hours, but they switched the headlights on anyway, sending the beams out to scour the low cliff of crystalline tree trunks which marked the riverbanks. Their radars swept about, scanning the surrounding environment as best they could. Nothing could sneak up on them now, and Antronel's orders were that no one stepped beyond the circle. Angela took several minutes to get dressed for the outside. There was no wind, but the temperature had dropped alarmingly over the last couple of days. People were exhausted. Those who had avoided the poisoning had been doing all the driving, and most of the refueling. Mistakes came easy. Leaf had taken his gloves off to deal with the tricky coupling at the last refueling. His skin had touched the hose's metal nozzle. The cold numbed it instantly, so he didn't realize. Then, when he did try to snatch his hand away, he tore off a long strip of flesh.
Take care out there,
Elston said weakly.
You know me.
The lightness was forced. She'd seen how he still shook under the blanket, and she'd been keeping track of how much all the invalids in her MTJ had been eating. It wasn't nearly enough. She stepped out onto the frozen river and made her way back along the MTJ to the inner circle. The glow of red taillights added to Red Sirius's salmon glimmer, casting the world into a dapple of vermilion. There were 9 of them standing in the dark light, the lucky ones, depending on your point of view. Those who'd escaped the poisoning, Lorelei, Lulu, Leora, Antronel, Charisma, and Leaf, and those who had recovered enough to help drive and take care of the sick, herself, Madeline, and Josh.
This is a major logistics point for us, Angela said to them. I've been reviewing our fuel situation, and I want the dump truck too. We can offload all its remaining bioil into the tanker and the bladders in truck 1. One less set of fuel cells will extend our range considerably.
Angela glanced over to Charisma, but the woman's face was hidden behind bands of cloth and her goggles. She didn't make any protest.
Okay then,
Antronel said. He'd clearly been bracing himself for an argument.
Josh, you and I will carry Luther to the sledge and put him with the others.
Why bother? Josh asked.
Excuse me? What's the point?
Why exactly are we burning bioil we can't afford, lugging a whole bunch of corpses round the countryside? We should leave them here. Pick them up when all those Daedalus flights show up and save us. After all, it's not like the jungle is full of wild animals. They're not going to be eaten. Angela had to admit she admired the logic, even though the notion was intrinsically wrong somehow. For the record, Leaf said, if the monster gets me, you can leave me behind too. I don't want to be responsible for holding the survivors back.
They are our comrades, Antronel said in a rasping voice. We should show them the respect they deserve for their sacrifice. They sacrificed shit, Charisma said. They were murdered, and if they slow us down, we'll be next.
Now Angela understood. It was another challenge to the legitimacy of the convoy, another corrosive, gnawing away at the leadership, introducing doubts, encouraging the undecided to question the goal. Elston would have faced them down. Antronel was different, a good second-in-command, but lacking his own authority.
What's it doing to them? Angela asked quietly. To Mark Chitty and the others. After all, they were carried away for a reason. Anybody want to guess what it is? No? Well, for the record, I don't want to be left behind for it to vivisect or use in its version of a satanic ritual, dead or alive. And while we're still running that record, our fuel isn't that critical. Not yet. Their weight on a sledge won't make any difference. Which was bullshit. She knew it would be touch and go if they made it to Salvar on what was left now.
Her own private hope was that they could get close enough so the camp's skeleton crew could drive a tanker out to them, or even better, a Berlin helicopter. "We're not speculating about the fate of corpses," Angela said, seizing the moment. "Start the refueling. I want to get it finished by nightfall. The aurora borealis is bright, so we should be able to make some progress this evening." The group broke up, trudging away grudgingly to their assigned tasks. Angela couldn't help gazing at the trees along the nearest bank. The glittering ice that encased them and the vines made the trunks look like frozen tusks. Sky and earth, the jaws that would slam together and crush them. But that was just her overactive imagination.
"Thank you," Antronell said. "I just want to get the fuck out of here," Angela told him.
She watched Madeline slog over to the tanker, which she was now travelling in with Attio. It wasn't where she wanted Madeline to be. The girl should be in the MTJ with her, where she would be safer. But that wasn't something she could swing right now. In a few days, when people had recovered and duties were shared out again, maybe.
"I get that," Antronell said.
"We should reach the Dulce in another day or so. After that, it's a smooth ride up to Savar."
"Sure," she said, and went off to sort out the food packages.
Aldred had vanished in a quantum twist as fast as he'd appeared. Constantine studied the alchemic entity that had mimicked his nephew, utilizing every sensor they'd crammed around the reception chamber. Its atomic structure had somehow reverted to abnormal phasing. Whatever the origin of its abnormality, Jupiter obviously didn't possess a sensor to detect it. Not that he'd expected success in the first minute, but neither had he been ready for defeat on a technological level.
"I'd like to know what kind of avatar I'm talking to,"
Constantine said.
"Assuming you are an avatar. Or do you just remote control Aldred?"
The thing in the reception chamber cocked its head to one side. A quest pulsed out, establishing a link to the chamber, with Aldred's identity code.
"I am Aldred, as seen through my mirror. Your command of language and syntax is excellent. Would you care to define your existence in a little more detail for me? This is a copy of Aldred. It incorporates his biological structure and neural pathways, as well as his memories. However, it is not him. It is the bridge between me and your species. Could you tell me who me is, please? That is rather important. I am the life of St Libra. Again, could you expand that? I evolved billions of years ago, on a different planet, somewhere else in the galaxy. I am the pinnacle of my planet's life, the end point. I became one. I now reside on St Libra. Its star is young. I will have a long time living in its warmth. May I know where you live? We never saw any signs of sentient life. If we had done, we wouldn't have settled there."
The Aldred avatar in the reception chamber tilted its head back a couple of degrees, as if listening to some strange noise.
"Constantine, I think we both know that isn't strictly true. It was obvious from the very beginning I was not native to St Libra. You're talking about the jungle, the plants? We did assume St Libra had been bioformed, yes. You speak only of the physical, the individual. I am beyond that." "How exactly?" "The plants, my plants, are my biological component. I reside within them."
Constantine found his own mouth was frozen in a gentle smile of wonder.
"The plants have a group consciousness. We never found any kind of cells that appeared neuron equivalent. There are none. As I said, the plants are my biological component. I have many facets, but the biological is what I grew out of. They are my roots into this quantum reality. So the life on your origin planet evolved into a single consciousness?" "Yes. As you aspire to take your machines to their apex, so they may become your gods and slaves, the singularity you crave. So my ancestors were content to let life flow to its destiny. As you can imagine, it is a longer but ultimately surer course. I believe that in their animal form those ancestors weren't as short-lived as you. They never had your understandable impatience. A Gaia singularity event, Constantine said in awe. An appropriate, if somewhat crude, dictum. Yes, I believe we have defined me in your terms. Congratulations.
Constantine grimaced, suddenly weary and despondent as the implications became clear.
And we've been busy poisoning your environment ever since the day we arrived. Polluting you.
The Aldred avatar walked over to the chamber wall and ran the tip of a blade finger gently down the surface. It was almost a caress.
You do it to every world you inhabit. Why single me out for your remorse? Because you're different, and you know that. You know how we would have reacted if we'd been aware of your existence. Why didn't you tell us? Why send this avatar 90 years after we opened the gateway? So fast you are, so quick in this tiny little animal body. Can you conceive of nothing outside your own viewpoint? I do not perceive as you do. I do not think at this speed any more. I do not react in an instant. I did reach out when I sensed that the plants were being polluted and dying, that new cells had come to St Libra that did not accommodate me. I gathered myself and found the strongest alien thoughts, which are yours, North. So many similar minds were interpreted by me as one. I looked into the mirror to find you, to make me you in your own shape. It is not something I have done often before. The first avatar I brought forth was not entirely successful. It was confused by its existence, not fully understanding what it was. My thoughts and its original human thoughts were in terrible conflict. So it lashed out in a very human way because that was the form it had. The massacre at Bartram's mansion, Constantine whispered, aghast. Yes, the monster. Changing shape, changing state, is intuitive to me. An ancient ability I imbue the mirror construct with. It chose what to be. That is a part of you, North. What you see before you is a monster born of your own subconscious. Zebediah. The avatar was Zebediah. Yes. Who else is going to preach that humans are an abomination? That they should be banished from St Libra? Those are my views, given inarticulacy by your mind. So what happened to Berkeley? Berkeley was the first to be killed. After all, there can't be two Berkeleys in one universe now, can there?
Constantine knew the answer, but he had to say it anyway. It was proof to himself that he was still human, despite his myriad improvements and alterations.
The body in the Tyne. That was Aldred, wasn't it?
The Aldred avatar stepped away from the chamber wall.
Of course. Once again, there could not be two. This time, this avatar is considerably more adept at living a human life. I learned from my mistakes with the last one. Our two conflicting thoughts are less antagonistic now. Once I'd considered the alterations, Aldred was mirrored while he was on St Libra. Unfortunately, he'd gone back through the gateway before I had fully emerged. But Aldred has a lot of what is termed statecraft in matters of security. It was easy for me to follow him through the gateway and lure him to his old girlfriend's apartment, and his underworld contacts were invaluable in disposing of the body. Why? Why not simply contact us and talk? Explain what was going on, what you are. That was my original intent. I, the avatars, were created to understand you, to assess what was happening to the greater me. They would have gone out into your civilization, examined your nature, and allowed me to understand enough to come to a decision. I'd actually started doing that with Aldred, started to build the foundation of a bridge. Then everything changed. What changed? Constantine asked sharply. A weapon. You brought a weapon to St Libra. I sensed it even though our temporal references are so dissimilar. The avatar brought its thick arms up, as if offering a human prayer. Its blades flexed. Even here, I feel it. It is inimical to me. If you used it, I would be broken. Oh, I would still exist. But I would no longer be whole. What weapon? A shocked Constantine asked. A plague, a virus, a pestilence. It is there on St Libra, an ember burning into my awareness. I have done what I can, as I did once before when another alien claimed my world for its own. I have wished the sun cold so the jungles are frozen, hibernating in safety through the new winter. I have made my world uninhabitable for you, driven so many of you away. This avatar was about to destroy your gateway so there could be no repetition of your violations. That way the weapon itself would remain, and ultimately die in the cold. Constantine stood up. On his instruction, the metamolecules of the reception chamber wall flowed apart, creating an archway. "Dad, what are you doing?" Clayton demanded. Constantine ignored him and walked across the soft floor to the unmoving monster. "There must be trust between us," he told it. The Aldred avatar bent its neck forward, presenting its mask face towards him. Constantine saw it didn't have eyes anymore, just blank folds of the stony skin where they should be. Constantine North, the dreaming visionary. So Aldred's father called you. Let me help. It has to be the HDA which developed the weapon, whatever it is. I will get them to withdraw it immediately. They can't. Why not? It is beyond them now. I don't understand. My other avatar, the first one. It is with the weapon now. The HDA sent the weapon to Camp Wukang with Colonel Elston. Now they are lost, somewhere between Wukang and Savar. The first avatar has slowly been getting closer to the abomination. It is afraid, as it has always been afraid, since the moment of its creation. There are many humans guarding it, and they have weapons. For all our strength and ability, these mirror constructs are not totally invulnerable. So it is eliminating the soldier humans one at a time, until the time when none will be left to protect the abomination. Once that happens, the weapon will be gone. All that will remain after that is the gateway. Now I understand the situation. Now I am clear on what must be done. That too will be destroyed. How? I will mirror another of you. 1,000 of you. 1,000,000 if that is what it takes. Don't do that, Constantine said. I will close the gateway for you as an act of contrition. I have that ability. You forget. In every respect other than creation, I am Aldred North, and I know Augustine very well. He would not agree. I didn't say I'd ask permission. I said I had the ability to close it for you. A method which doesn't involve D-bombs or armies of mirror entities. A method which doesn't involve killing anyone. Why? Because enough people have died. Enough of your jungles and plants have been laid waste. Because we are both alive. And that is such a precious thing. We are different, which is even more important. And for me, there is one thing above all which I need from you. What is that? You are not worried by the Xanth. You have the power to damp down a star's fire. You must have some way to defend yourself from the Xanth, to deflect it from swarming at Sirius. I need to know how you do that. I simply do. The Xanth is odd, even to me. But it is not infinitely powerful. I wish it away, and it is so. There must be a mechanism, some quantum field manipulation that you employ. I don't think in those terms. But you used to. And this avatar is a bridge. The transfer of knowledge is simply a question of language, of mathematics. That is a universal constant. Your help would be invaluable. For all our faults, humankind doesn't deserve to fall before the Xanth. No, you don't. No life does. Then I will contact the HDA. General Sheikh will listen to me. They made that weapon. They made it with the intent of destroying all native life on St Libra. They made it just in case. Can you imagine that? Preparing for the obliteration of an entire planet's evolution as a tactical exercise. Can you then imagine the suspicion they will regard me with? A smaller, less aggressive version of the Xanth, yet with the power to extinguish a star. There will always be fear, and because of that your politicians and military will always seek ways to destroy me. You'll understand when I tell you I don't trust them. I told the General the very same thing myself a couple of hours ago. Then I will continue to exterminate the convoy personnel myself. And finally, the weapon. Please, don't do that. Please stop killing people and let me try and find a solution. Once the gateway is closed, there will be no more threat to you from Earth or any human. You say you are connected to the other avatar, to Zebediah. Let me talk to it. Let me communicate through it directly with my agent in the Wukang convoy. That will not happen. Why not? I can resolve this if you let me. It won't happen because the first avatar will not listen to me, even though it is me. It hears your words even as I hear them. Then why? Constantine asked. Its original creation process has too many flaws. It has become independent. Ironically, it now is more you than me. Saturday, 4th May, 2143. The crude map harvested from the E-rays reconnaissance data and ancient survey images, then reduced to feature outlines, filled half of MTJ-1's windscreen. The inertial guidance was placing them south of the River Dolce. In real life, Angela was still driving along the land, looking for the bigger river they were supposed to merge with. She'd come to hate their navigation system. Stupid, flawed thing that it was. All that morning, tendrils of mist had been creeping out of the jungle on either side of the land, a lighter coral pink than the carmine snow over which it meandered with organic sinuousness. As the day progressed, the jungle's exhalation closed in on the convoy vehicles until by mid-afternoon it covered the whole frozen river. The plough blade in front sent up long swirls of the clammy stuff, twining with the cataracts of snow it shaved off the surface to make a level track. She could see the vehicle's wake eddying away on both sides, as if some ocean leviathan was cruising the river. "Clouds building again," Paris said from the passenger seat next to her. He'd swapped with Elston the previous day after they abandoned Truck 2, allowing the commander to go back to Biolab 1. Angela had been dismayed by Parrish's macho, tough-it-out antics, but Dr. Conniff had cleared the swap, saying his broken ribs were healing nicely, and he'd never eaten a composition gel meal. He'd spent his days in Biolab 2, using his one good arm to help tend the sick, rather than resting and recuperating. She took a quick glance up at the top of the windscreen, where the condensation smear never shifted. The cherry-tinted rings had vanished behind some high russet clouds gusting in from the south. Faint green and indigo aurora borealis fronds waved about just below the rumpled clouds. "Not dark enough to be snow," she said, her expert weather law verdict. Parrish grinned, which he had to struggle not to respond to. He was happier than he had any right to be, but she was glad to have him for company again. The only other person she missed having in the MTJ now was Madeline.
They'd made good headway down the land since the last refueling stop. She'd taken a rest from point duty that morning, then swapped with MTJ-2 after lunch. Her only problems this afternoon were the rocks lurking beneath the snow and oily fog, which the radar didn't always expose in time. But then, according to Darwin, if it didn't stick up above the fog, the rock wasn't big enough to damage the MTJ. Not that she wanted to put that to the test. As the fog had engulfed the smooth snow surface of the river, so the slopes on either side had started to build up. Now, in the middle of the afternoon, the convoy was travelling along the bottom of a wide, deep valley, smothered with dense jungle. Without the land as their highway, they would have been crunching forward metre by desperate metre, as they had for the first few days. Best estimate put the turn onto the Dulce as the halfway point of their new route, and she knew they'd already used over half of their fuel. Abandoning the remaining truck would be a good trade-off, reducing consumption in exchange for squeezing the drivers into the other vehicles. There was room now that they'd lost Luther and Mohammed. And there was also the ever-shrinking supply of food reducing the weight the vehicles had to carry. She wanted to suggest to Elston they fire another com rocket and alert Sarvar they would need help. Up ahead, the steepish U of the valley wall seemed to be framed by a dark maroon cliff, as if the river turned sharply. Angela frowned. If it curved, then why was that wall directly ahead? And the cliff was vertical rock with scatterings of snow, mainly in shadow from Sirius and the rings shining behind it, which is why it was so dark. Having a world that was all graduated shades of pink and red made visual interpretation difficult, and the flow of fog seemed to cut off abruptly, as if blocked by the distant cliff face, which made no sense. And the radar showed nothing. Nothing. Her perspective shifted, abruptly exposing the reality of what lay ahead. Shit! Angela slammed her foot down hard on the brake. Her hand twisted the wheel throttle sharply. Red warning graphics zipped up the windscreen as she shunted the axle hub motors into reverse. Her other hand slammed the plough blade lever forward, lowering the point of the V deeper into the snow. Then she was yelling, "Brake, brake, brake!" for the ring link with the other drivers. The MTJ juddered. A thick wave of snow from the blades curved spectacularly over the bonnet, smacking into the windscreen before thudding down on the roof. Traction warnings flared bright amber as the spinning wheels slipped and skidded. The whole MTJ started to slew round, shuddering madly. Parrish gripped frantically at the dashboard with his one working hand, swearing at the top of his voice. Behind her, Garrick and Omar were clinging to seats and door handles. Angela's own harness tightened in preparation for a crash, pulling her back in the seat. It was all she could do to hang on to the steering wheel. Her hand hovered over the emergency tire pressure button. She could blow the valves and send the air rushing out to give them an even greater footprint, and most likely shred them from the torque. The MTJ came to a slam halt, rear tires lifting from the snow before bouncing back down, Snowblade wedged deep in the gouge it had carved from the river ice. "What the fuck?" Parrish cried. Angela just sat there, heart pumping furiously as she waited for any slipping sensation to manifest. The wipers slid back and forth monotonously, freeing the mass of snow from the windscreen. When it was clear, she pointed silently ahead with a shaking finger, still too shocked to speak. Parrish peered forward. "I will be crapped on from heaven's heights," he moaned softly. Everybody came out of the vehicles to look, edging cautiously past MTJ-1 like schoolkids daring each other on. They'd found the junction between the rivers. The Dulce, with its vast tributary system extending all the way back to the Eclipse Mountains in the east, which was also joined far upstream by the more northerly Zell, was a truly stupendous flow of water. It had carved a massive canyon through the land, with raw rock walls nearly 2 kilometres high and an easy kilometre apart at the bottom. That was what Angela had seen and didn't comprehend. The land valley emptied into the Dulce Canyon in a waterfall that was 300 metres wide, and fell for over a kilometre to the much larger river below. MTJ-1 had finally come to a stop an entire 12 metres from the edge. The convoy personnel stood there silently on the hard ice in front of the vehicle, watching the fog drift silently downwards for several hundred metres before dissipating in the cliff's tenacious updrafts. The land's waters must have frozen slowly, continuing to run down the rock for weeks in smaller and smaller quantities, until the river was finally stilled. The entire cascade was iced up. To the overawed group clustered on top, it looked as if the waterfall had instantly succumbed to winter. Vance exhaled a long breath, and silently thanked the good Lord for sparing them. He looked along the canyon to the east, where Savar lay. He looked west. There was no variation. The canyon was a mighty scar riven across the land, granting no relief.
And how, just how in your stupid God's name, do we get down there? Charisma asked.
Vance had to take a moment to compose himself. His temper was wearing thin under her constant attacks on his faith. At the lowest point. We'll send the MTJs scouting both ways along the canyon and see what they find. To his surprise, Charisma didn't argue. He started issuing orders. The convoy carefully backed up, parking a considered 200 metres from the top of the waterfall. They refueled the MTJs first. "I'd like to take my original team with me," Leaf said to Elston. "They're all in reasonably good shape now. I know Charisma is a pain, but she is competent. If there's a possible route down, she'll be able to evaluate the equipment we've got to see if it's feasible." It made sense, even though Vance wasn't entirely comfortable with it. The original team meant Charisma, Davinia, and Arius, all in MTJ-2 together, the strongest opponents to the convoy. But even with a full tank, and a couple of reserve bladders on the back, the MTJ didn't have enough fuel to get them back to Wukang. So he said, "Yes, good idea." That left MTJ-1, which he assigned Antronel, Cam, Darwin, and Josh Justic. Both vehicles were given a shortwave radio, which Ulrug had printed before they left Wukang. It was a primitive system, but at least had a chance of allowing them to stay in touch through the electrically supercharged atmosphere, and hopefully call in a route down if they found one. "Travel for 1 day," Vance told them, "then come back, no matter what. Fuel is becoming critical now. If there is no way down within that distance, we'll have to turn back." He watched Charisma as he said it, but with her bundled up in all her layers, there was no way of telling how she reacted to that. Just looking at the canyon, she probably thought she'd won. There was no point in triumphalism. The MTJs left the waterfall camp at 5 o'clock, pushing through the fog that still slithered out of the snow-clad jungle. They'd have another hour of Sirius's pink light to travel by. If the Aurora Borealis returned with its usual strength at night, they might even be able to carry on. No one thought they would, not travelling by Aurora and Ringlight along the top of a 2-kilometre-high cliff. Almost as soon as the MTJs drove away, thick flakes of snow started to drift down out of the clotted sky, contrary to Angela's prediction. There was hardly any wind, so the flakes alighted gently on the vehicles and sledges, bringing silence with them and draining the remains of Sirius's stunted light out of the sky. Headlight beams that were already submerged in the lazy fog couldn't penetrate far through the flakes. Within minutes of its starting, the snow had obscured the jungle on either side of the convoy. Ravi Hendrik hated the foul, delicate stuff falling around him. He preferred his air clean and thin, up where you could see for miles, and a planet's horizon visibly curved, that place where light was bright and white, sending gold shimmers along oceans and clouds alike. It had been so long since he flew anything now, and he missed it, missed the freedom, missed the purpose flying brought to his life. He was also badly scared by their predicament, which he didn't even mind admitting. It would be a foolish man who didn't acknowledge their situation. If it hadn't been for the years of training and service he'd put in, he would have been strongly tempted to tell Colonel Elston where to shove his convoy. In that respect, he almost admired Charisma Wadehigh for her outspoken rebellion as much as he despised her for it. When you were in military service, you followed orders. Without that, without discipline, there was only chaos. It wasn't as if Elston was deliberately trying to screw up. Nobody could fight the kind of crap which St Libra had been dumping on them ever since they turned up.
But in Ravi's private opinion, the convoy had been the mother of all bad decisions. And he really didn't like the way they were extended. Half their fuel gone, hopelessly inaccurate maps, and a terrain that could throw any obstacle at them without warning.
I hope they don't find a way down, he said.
What's that? Bastian North asked.
If we can't get down onto the Dulce, we'll have to go back. Even Elston will have to admit that.
True. Ravi and Bastian had partnered up to refuel the vehicles. For all he was one of the weird North clones, Ravi considered Bastian an all-right kind of guy. Yes, he was rich corporate management, but out here he got stuck in and helped out. So the two of them had hauled the thick, dark hose from the truck sledge over to Tropic 2. As always, it never unwound smoothly, so together they had to go back to the big drum it was wound round and physically turn the thing, clearing frost from the bearings. Not easy when you were wearing as many layers as they were. The exertion made Ravi sweat. Then they'd have a long time standing round waiting for the tank to fill, and he'd chill down, and some of that sweat would start to freeze and chafe. The fuel icon in Ravi's grid flashed green, telling him the tank was full. He told his EI to switch off the pump on the sledge. Bastian twisted the hose coupling, and they locked the Tropic's cap.
Just Tropic 3 now, Bastian said. Then we can get in and have something hot.
If there's anything left,
Ravi grumbled. They both took hold of the hose and dragged it across the snow to Tropic 3. Ravi could only just make out the headlights. Snow and fog was such a weird combination. Only on St Libra, he thought. It would only be a matter of time before the lightning came, no doubt. His grid showed him the location of the other refueling team, Forster Wardell and Leora Fawkes, over at Biolab 2. Jay and Radden were distributing food rations. And it really was rations now. They were cutting back to one main meal a day. Lieutenant Botin and Attia were on patrol, providing cover if the creature attacked. Not exactly a huge confidence booster, but better than nothing. Ravi waved to Win Melia and Omar Mahambo, who were sitting out the refueling in Tropic 3. They grinned out through the misty windows and gave him a thumbs up. A gloating Omar raised a mug straight out of the microwave. Ravi's 3 layers of gloves prevented him from showing Omar a rigid finger. Up on the Tropic's roof, the remote machine gun swiveled smoothly back and forth as snow built up on the barrel. Ravi wondered just how much use its sensors would be in such a thick fall. The density was unnerving him. It was perfect cover for the creature. He checked one more time that his holster was open, and the Falkling carbine wasn't frosted in, as could happen all too easily in this climate. Bastian popped the Tropic's fuel tank cap, and they jammed the hose connector on. Ravi's EI linked to the Tropic's net. The tank was barely a quarter full. His EI instructed the sledge's pump to switch on. The icon turned green. Not that he could hear it whirring, the atmosphere was so clogged. Even his own streamers of breath were invisible in the mist winding around him.
I don't get this,
Bastian said.
what's up?
Ravi's hand immediately went to the Falkling carbine. Damn, I'm on edge.
It's not filling.
Huh?
Look, the tank isn't registering any bio-oil coming in.
The pump's working,
Ravi responded dumbly. He gripped the hose as tight as he could. Even through the layers of fabric, he should be able to feel the vibration of the fuel pumping along.
Nothing.
Hell, the hose must be blocked,
Bastian grumbled. Ravi's EI switched the pump off.
It'll be the valves on the sledge, he said. The bladders are all linked, but it was a rush job.
Isn't everything?
Bastian said.
Let's check it out.
The two of them tramped back along the convoy vehicles. They were parked in a rough circle again, but not as close as he would have liked. And there were gaps with the MTJs missing. The sledge behind Truck 2 certainly looked as if it had been assembled in a hurry. Its simple platform had a framework of thin composite beams fastened together to form cubes. 2 rows of 3, and stacked 3 high. The beams were threaded with pipes, as if an octopus had snagged its tentacles around them. They all led round to the pump manifold where the 2 hose drums were attached to either side. When Ravi got there, the whole kludged-up apparatus was dusted with several centimetres of snow. His EI quested the sledge's tiny net,
and pulled the schematic into his Iris smart cell grid. A diagnostic produced a matrix of green icons. All the pumps and motors were working. Then he noticed one of the bladders on the top was completely full, the level that was supposedly emptying into Tropic 3. That was wrong. The bladders were supposed to drain equally from the top down, maintaining the sledge's balance.
Hang on, Ravi told Bastian. I'll check that.
He started to climb up the spindly framework, aware of how his weight could pull the whole thing over. The sledges had never looked particularly stable to him. He got to the top and pulled a small torch off his belt's Velcro. The bladder's cap was tight. He had to throw his weight into the twist. Then it suddenly turned, and he flipped it open. Ravi hunched over the top of the framework and shone the bright beam into the bladder.
Oh, crap! Bastian! It's empty!
The net icons in his grid vanished. Because he was military, because he was alert for danger, because he was nervous of the snow and fog, because he was frightened of the monster stalking them, Ravi reacted instinctively. He pushed his weight forward and pulled his legs up. The top of the sledge was a lot safer than the ground, and something was happening.
Bastian! He called. Watch out!
But Bastian wasn't there. Instead, peering cautiously over the top of the bladder framework, Ravi was looking down directly at the monster. Intuition and training kicked in automatically. He rolled fast, taking himself away from the enemy's view and range. The sight of those lethal blade fingers extending up towards him was terrifying. Then he felt the sledge framework starting to shake. The damn thing was clambering up the side after him. Instinct again. He rolled fast, which took him over the other side, falling into the snow. It was harder than he'd been hoping, but the thick blanket was enough to soften his fall. Then he was up and running as fast as he could. He tugged the Falkland carbine out of its holster and fired a burst up into the sky. Somehow, the monster had killed the convoy net, just like before back at the camp. Nobody knew where he was or what was happening. The shots would warn them.
Find a body mesh, he yelled at his EI. Link to it.
3 detected, the EI replied in its annoyingly unperturbed voice. Identity icons appeared in his grid. Which one would you like?
Strongest signal,
Ravi told it. That way the contact would last the longest. He raced on, knowing the convoy vehicles were behind him, that he was alone out on the river in the pitiful twilight and cloying mist and sound-numbing snow. And somewhere out there was a kilometre-high plummet to oblivion. Trying to work out his bearings, the sledge had been on the side of the vehicle circle nearest the west bank. Theoretically, that should mean he was heading for the trees. "What's happened?" Radden asked. "We heard shots."
"Mine," Ravi said. "The monster's here. It got Bastian. I'm outside the vehicles. Don't know where it is."
"All right, stay put. We'll find you." Ravi looked round wildly. He didn't want to stay put. He wanted to flee. But he knew that was stupid. So he stopped running and crouched down, facing the way he'd just come. What he thought was the way he'd just come. There were no visual clues. Fog and snow had closed his freezing universe down to a few meters. He levelled the carbine along the route he thought he'd taken.
"I don't know where I am,"
he said, not caring how pitiful that sounded. "Ravi, this is Colonel Elston. Radden is relaying the link. You must stay calm. We can triangulate on you."
"Yes, sir."
Ravi moved the nozzle from side to side, mimicking the remote guns on the vehicles. Then he slowly reached up and pulled his goggles down. Icy air stung his exposed skin, and he blinked away the water that came to his eyes. His iris smart cells switched to infrared. The miasma of snow turned green and blue. He strained, watching, waiting. There, right on the limit of resolution, a glimmer of pink, a higher temperature.
"Are any of you near me?"
he whispered, with his mouth closed. "Just passing outside the vehicles now," Radden replied.
"It's here. I'm about to fire."
He squeezed the trigger with his gloved finger. His whole vision detonated into searing orange flashes. There was the oddest sound amid the roar of the carbine, a loud, piercing whine. Ricochet. A couple of rounds had been deflected off a solid surface. Ravi stood up and squinted into the swirl of snow. He'd hit something. It lunged at him. Scarlet sunlight flaring out of the dreary aquamarine murk, the shape of a man. Lethal blades slashing fast. Ravi sidestepped smartly, product of one too many bar fights that had got him into so much trouble back in those glorious days of R&R in Vegas. He countered, using the barrel of the carbine as a club, which went thudding into the monster's side. As soon as it hit, he fired again, sending 3 rounds slamming into the malleable stone hide. They had no effect, and the monster parried in turn, twirling its own arm like a dueling rapier as the bullet impacts thumped at it. The blades cut deep into the barrel, and the carbine misfired, the explosion wrenching it out of Ravi's grip, snapping fingers as if his bones were formed of ice. The monster's arm recoiled too, as Ravi went stumbling backwards, howling at the pain. There was no strategy now, no careful considered blow and counterblow. Ravi regained his balance and ran. The monster was death, immortal, unreal. "Where are you? What happened?" Elston's demands were disconnected, a vague mosquito buzz in his ears, irrelevant to his fight for survival. Ravi plunged forwards, sending the snow and fog eddying away. Stumbling on treacherous crumbling snow, scrabbling upright, running again, falling. Onward and onward he went, building distance from the monster, from the convoy, from help. The carbine was gone, destroyed by those diabolical blades. He drew his Western pistol from its shoulder holster, using his left hand. The safety he had to push off with the heel of his right thumb. The rest of his right hand was useless, throbbing with hot pain. Blue light flickered faintly through the heavy snowfall. The aurora borealis had returned, and the mist seemed to be thinning, though not the snowfall. Ravi could feel the land rising below his boots as he pushed them through the fluffy snow. He was on the riverbank, climbing up towards the trees. Ethereal blue light shivered again. The jungle shone in front of him, sturdy black trunks encased in their enchanting crystalline shrouds, bound together by an impenetrable lace-like vine webbing that sagged beneath a million icicles. Somehow the aurora had swooped down to infest the knotted branches beneath the canopy, shining out through the speckled air, and projecting long shadows across the silky ground of the slope. The phosphorescence intensified and withered without rhythm, as if spectres were gadding through the trees. And finally, there was sound. The dull crump of bulky snow streams falling onto the ground. That was real. Ravi paused in his madcap flight as the aurora dimmed once more. Something ahead of him had moved. Something had shifted mounds of snow. His adrenaline-accelerated paranoia visualized 1,000 of the creatures shrugging their way up out of ancient graves to swarm upon him. Instinctively, he knew the forest was danger. An unseen force, allied to the monster, had erupted from it to strike poor Mark Chitty. Now it was turning its unseen eye upon him. Locked in a crouch, panicked, not knowing where the greater danger lay, ahead or behind, he activated his infrared function again. His Western waved about, covering as much of the area as he could. Heightened senses warned him. He caught a flicker of motion from the corner of his eye and jumped out of the crouch, diving down the slope. As he landed on his belly, the end of a bullwhip branch came slamming down out of the iridescent ether. It struck him square on the back, hammering him deep into the snow. The blow was everything Ravi imagined a traffic smash would be. Incapacitating. Pain peaking towards overload. Disorientating. Stretching time out to make that single moment resonate on and on. Sheer disbelief was his only other companion, amid the torment. The tree. The tree had hit him. It was alive, just as Mark warned them. Ravi moved his head a fraction, seeing the branch lift elegantly, twitching as light as a cat's tail flick as it began to gather itself back into a tidy horizontal coil. He'd heard his armor vest creak and crack as the branch hit him. That had saved him. But the armor was fractured now. He'd never survive another strike. And the trees were legion. Keep going. Just as he'd done all those years ago above New Florida. The odds were impossible, then as now. That didn't matter. You did your best. You didn't give in. Always you gave your all, just as the military did throughout history.
Ravi Hendrik heaved himself up out of the imprint his body had made. His yowl of anguish and determination was loud enough to wrench the fog and snow apart by itself. They'd have heard that back in Abelia. He couldn't even stand erect. His back was too badly damaged. The body mesh showed a dozen small puncture wounds where the fractured armor had jabbed into him. He hobbled off down the slope again, a fearful Neanderthal, retreating. His head was craned back so he could watch for... Another bullwhip branch came lashing out of the jungle. Ravi vaulted as best as his crippled body could manage, and the branch tip sent up an angry plume of snow centimetres behind his ankles. He slithered on, rolling and bouncing down and down until he banged into something solid enough to stop him. Glanced up to see what the obstruction was. The monster looked down at him, haloed in a sapphire glow from the aurora borealis. He'd bumped into its legs. A desperate twist wasn't quick enough. Those 5 dreadful blades came stabbing down. Ravi screamed in agony as one slid straight through his right upper arm, grazing the bone, pinning him to the crusty snow. His left arm came up and round, as if fired by an electric shock. It put his pistol muzzle 5 centimetres from the monster's inflexible face. He tugged the trigger. For once, the bullet seemed to have some effect. Punching the head back, he shot again. Again. A bright orange spark erupted from the thing's brow as the bullet pinged away into the night, and it swayed back. Ravi fired once more. The blade withdrew, allowing the monster greater movement so it could avoid the relentless point-blank shots. Madness and fury shunted Ravi up to his feet, following it, shooting, always shooting. The dark head weaved from side to side, trying to elude the impacts. Then, as Ravi knew would eventually happen, the trigger clicked uselessly. The Western's chamber was empty. He and the monster paused for a second, staring at each other. Ravi could have sworn the thing was as startled as him by the crushing fall of silence. He did the only thing he could now, and threw the Western at it before turning to run for his life. As he did, the 5 blades came whistling towards him in a furious arc. 2 razor tips caught his shoulder, ripping through his parka, slicing the flesh outside the rim of the armor. Ravi barely registered the new pulse of pain. So much of his body hurt now. He ran on. His grid was still dead, all links down. Fire burned into his spine. He ignored it. Blood drizzled down his arm from the blade wounds. He kept one foot swinging in front of the other. Nothing else mattered, kicking the loose top snow aside. Running he didn't know where, just not up the slope to the trees. It was behind him, close. He could hear the snow being thrust apart as those inhuman feet pounded after him. A deeper darkness grew ahead of him, and the mist churned around his legs, sliding forwards as if propelled by some natural urge. The snow was unrelenting, though sudden gusts began to buffet it up around him. Ravi knew then. Another 10 paces brought him to it. He was sliding precariously on naked ice as he came to the precipice. Fog glided over the edge, sweeping down into the black canyon to accompany the flurries of snow spinning giddily in the ragged updrafts. He risked a glance over his shoulder. The monster was 4 meters behind, its arms coming up for the last, fatal embrace. "Fuck you!" Ravi shouted with the full defiance that only a wild Valkyrie's flyer could possibly muster. He turned, stiffened, and jumped. The search party found some splatters of blood. In itself a miracle, given how fast and thick the snow was falling. Elston had dispatched 2 squads, Boatin, Attio, and Leora in one, Omar, Radden, and Jay in the second. He allowed them to go outside the ring of vehicles, but not out of link range, pitiful though it was. Back in the vehicles, Dean, Meyer, and Ken tried desperately to clear the rip that had killed their net. Links were body mesh to body mesh only, so everyone got to see through Boatin's eyes as he shone a torch on the blood spots at the bottom of the riverbank. Flakes of snow landed softly on them, slowly obscuring the last evidence of Ravi Hendrik's existence. Boatin's team was 123 meters from the vehicles, putting their link strength down to 10%. "Can you see anything?" Elston asked. "No, sir," the lieutenant replied. "There's a lot of marks in the snow here, and 3 spent 9mm casings. This is where we heard the last shots from. There was obviously some kind of struggle.
Lieutenant, Leora called. Attention switched to the Western pistol she was looking at, lying in the snow with its barrel already covered in fresh flakes. She picked it up. Chamber's empty. He fired every round.
Is there any indication where they are now? Elston asked.
Tracks leading south along the river, sir, Boatin said. 2 sets. They were heading for the canyon.
Do not pursue, Elston said. I am not having you venture outside link range. Fire a flare.
Boatin pointed the stumpy flare gun into the air and fired. There was a glimmer of pink-white magnesium somewhere up amid the heavy falling snow, but it was barely brighter than the electron-blue flickers of the aurora borealis that swam among the trees.
He's not going to see that, Attio said.
He's not alive to see anything, Leora muttered. Let's not kid ourselves here.
Stay on station another 5 minutes, Elston ordered. Fire flare every minute. If Hendrik doesn't show up after that, fall back to the vehicles. Yes, sir.
It took another 15 minutes before Dean and his team managed to reboot the meshes and processors, bringing the convoy's net back online. Pings fired out, coded for Ravi's body mesh. It never responded. Elston was startled to see Bastion's icon slip up into his restored grid. Radon led Omar and Jay over to the truck's sledge as soon as the green emblem appeared for all of them to see. Omar got down on all fours and peered past the runners.
Hey, buddy. Didn't expect to see you again.
Has it gone? Bastion North asked.
Please God, it was terrible.
He told them how he and Ravi had been having trouble with the sledge pumps, how they'd gone over to investigate, how he'd heard some sort of commotion on the sledge. He'd glimpsed the monster emerging out of the veil of fog and snow just as the net crashed, and dived for cover under the sledge. He'd stayed there, hearing gunshots, then silence, too frightened to move. Then finally, when the cold was biting hard into his flesh, the convoy net had come back online. The Legionnaires escorted him back to Tropic 1, where he stripped off his parka and armor and started to warm up. His face was badly bruised, some grazes leaking blood.
Smacked into the side of the sledge as I went for cover, he told them.
By then, Boatin and his squad had come back. Everyone knew that Ravi was dead, like all the rest before him. Morale reached its nadir that night. Talk was the same in each vehicle. Every time the convoy stopped, the monster struck. They were only safe when they were moving, and now they couldn't. With the canyon presenting an insurmountable barrier, they had to wait to see what the MTJs found. So they sat in their vehicles, unable to sleep, barely able to see the headlights on either side, knowing their net was vulnerable to the alien, listening to the servo whine of the remote gun, knowing its targeting sensors couldn't penetrate the icy murk anyway. Waiting for dawn, waiting for the MTJs to return, waiting for the hated snow to lift, waiting for some intimation of hope. Sunday, 5th May, 2143. The snow eased off some time after midnight, allowing sensors to stare further across the frozen river. There was no sign of Ravi's body, but then no one was expecting that. Pale pink dawn brought tendrils of fog creeping out of the jungle again, slithering down to the river and over the frozen waterfall. As everyone was having their meagre breakfast allocation, the shortwave radio crackled into life. It was Antronel, his voice drifting in and out amid the hissing static of far-off storms.
There's a way down. We're about 15 clicks west from you. The canyon wall dips down, and there's a rock fall at the bottom. We can make it down there. Cam and Darwin are already halfway down, marking a route.
Stay there, Vance radioed back. We'll come to you. They couldn't raise MTJ-2.
This radio is not like a link, Ulrich told Vance. The atmosphere does weird things to shortwave.
If we can reach one MTJ, we should be able to reach the other, Vance complained. Ulrich's face showed how much he disagreed, but he didn't contradict his colonel outright. They were supposed to check in every 2 hours as well, Vance said.
We had the first scheduled call from MTJ-2 yesterday afternoon, sir. They confirmed everything was okay. Then the weather closed in, so we assumed that blocked them.
Vance wasn't convinced. If it had been the other way round, and they'd lost contact with Antranel, he would have simply waited for the MTJ to come lumbering back at the appointed time a day later. But Leaf and Charisma, that was different. He told his EI to open a secure link to Lieutenant Boughton. I want you and Atiel to take Tropic 1 and follow MTJ's route east. See if you can find any trace of them.
Sir, they set off last night. The snow would have completely covered their tracks.
I know. I just need to confirm that they stuck to the plan, and they didn't encounter the alien. Drive for a couple of hours, then come back.
Yes, sir.
It started snowing again before the Tropic left. Thick, gentle flakes drifting slowly out of the dark vermilion sky. People saw the snow and watched the Tropic roll steadily away along the top of the canyon and grumbled among themselves. The morning's news about finding a way down to the canyon floor was offset by the latest development. Searching for the missing MTJ meant yet more delay, and they were parked where they knew the monster lurked. Angela watched the Tropic vanish across the rumpled snowscape as she stood behind Biolab 2's sledge. It seemed to be her drudge work destiny to distribute meal packets from the dwindling stocks they were towing along. Off to her right, Ulrug and Chris Fiadiero and Radden were clambering all over the bladder framework on the truck's sledge. There was some kind of fuel problem, which was where the monster had caught Ravi and Bastian last night. Judging by the swearing that carried on the still air, it was a major hitch. She piled 12 meal packets into the bag Omar was holding open. They were due for Biolab 1, their allocation until the convoy was down on the canyon floor.
See you in a bit, he said,
and headed off to the mobile Biolab. Angela picked up her own equally heavy bag and started walking over to the tanker. Her EI told her Ravi was questing her on a secure link. She stood perfectly still, a chill that was never part of the atmosphere creeping along her arms and shoulders. Open the link, she told her EI.
Angela.
Who the fuck are you?
Angela. It's me. Ravi. I swear.
Where are you? What the hell's going on? We thought the monster got you. Her EI couldn't get a lock on where the link was originating from. Whoever had established it knew a lot about how to subvert the net management routines.
It tried. I got away. I can't move, Angela. I'm stuck over the edge of the canyon. It thought I'd fallen over, but there's a ledge 10 meters down on the waterfall. For pity's sake, get me out.
All right. I'll call Elston. We'll get you back.
No. No one else. You come alone. Please.
She checked round to see if anyone was watching her. Snow fell softly onto the vehicles, adding to the 20-centimeter layer that had accumulated last night. Warm vapour spewed silently out of the fuel cell vents, and the remote guns maintained their mechanical vigil. No fucking way, she said. I don't know who you are. That thing took out the net again last night. We're compromised. You could be it. I'm calling Elston.
No. I can't trust anyone else. Angela, you're the only one who survived it before. Nobody else has. I know I can trust you. And we both know someone is sabotaging the convoy. They're helping the alien, for fuck's sake. Damn it, I'm scared. And I'm cold. So cold nothing even hurts anymore. I don't think I can last much longer.
No.
Angela, the trees are alive. That's what Mark Chitty meant. It's the bullwhips. They went for me last night. The goddamn branches lashed out and smacked me about like I was a hockey puck. It knows that. The monster knows. The jungle is helping it. The jungle is killing us, Angela.
It was crazy. His delusion was doing the talking. She knew it was. And yet, the MTJ on the ravine. Something striking Mark. A dozen little mishaps. All explained, if you believed. Angela had seen the monster. Had struck at it with her own hands. Felt it was real, solid beneath her skin. something the rest of the human race had sneeringly insisted was wrong for 20 years. She had been punished for that, for not giving in and doubting herself.
The bullwhips, she whispered.
If they were part of the creature's evolution, part of its hatred, connected to it, then the whole world was against them. She tipped her head back, looking for the enfeebled red star buried behind the darkling clouds. Sirius, too? She could believe it. She could believe anything of that devil. In her mind was the image of it waving its arms wildly, urging something on to attack Mark.
Yes, Ravi said. One of them caught me on the back. Angela, help me, but steer clear of the trees.
All right. Give me 10 minutes. I've got to work out how to do this. She dropped her bag of food off at the tanker, chatting briefly to Forster and Rourke, who shared the driving. Then went back to Tropic 2, taking a long curving walk around the circle of vehicles. There was a big gap where MTJ-2 and the newly departed Tropic 1 had been parked next to each other, and the snowfall was growing heavier, reducing the remote gun sensor coverage. She told her EI to access the solid memory cache she kept in her pocket. Scanning down the list of Zarlene's dark software, she found a program that would do the job she needed, and sent it into the convoy's net. The remote gun on Tropic 2 kept on sliding from side to side, but now its sensors saw nothing. Angela walked up beside the battered, snow-caked Land Rover and dropped the cache behind the fat rear wheel. Above the wheel arch were a couple of heavy printed bags that were strapped to the side of the Tropic. She opened one and pulled out a mini winch, the so-called wall walker, a powered spool of super-strength tape. According to the inventory she had made back in Wukang, the bag also had some self-anchoring pitons. She found them eventually and stuffed them in her big trouser pockets. Disembodied voices from the team trying to sort out the fuel sledge drifted through the snow. She took one last look round. No one was visible. "Turn off my body mesh link to the net," she told her EI, "and activate the cache." The cache's link started using her identity code, so the monitor routine saw her as being in the Tropic. Confident the heavy snow would conceal her from any casual human glance, she hurried out through the middle of the broad gap in sensor coverage. Beyond the vehicles, where snow ruled the air, the landscape of the snow-covered river was disconcertingly similar no matter where she looked. Her body mesh kept a link open to the inertial guidance module she'd bought in the Burke Unwin store in some life long ago. It was her compass now, as the flakes swam round her, and the sinister jungle mist oozed past her legs. Angela had gone only about 100 meters along the river when she realized someone was following her. She wasn't surprised. The whole Ravi being safe thing was a big stretch. 2 options. This was either the monster or the saboteur. Either way, she was ready to settle this. In a swift motion, she pulled the carbine out of its chest holster and flicked off the safety catch. Footsteps crunched on the loose snow, coming closer. Angela tensed, ordering her EI to link to the carbine's target sensors. This time she had the codes. Elston had assigned them to her himself. Green and purple graphics slid into her iris smart cell grid, smooth as neon fish. A dark figure emerged from the curtain of snow. "Son of a bitch," Angela grunted. It had been a trap. The thing was humanoid, with an all-over featureless, shiny skin, like crude oil, that the snow slithered off, which wasn't quite how she remembered it. The hands were ordinary, too, without any sign of the terrible blades. "What are you?" she yelled defiantly as she brought the carbine round. It was the strangest thing. The figure held up a hand, finger extended in a universal gesture asking for a moment. The slick skin shivered, flowing in narrow currents, draining away from the head and congealing into the same parka and waterproof trousers as everyone wore on the convoy. Then a gloved hand reached up and unwound the long blue knitted scarf, exposing the face. Angela let out a startled cry. "Hello, Angela," Madeline said. "Whatever are you doing out here?" Angela pointed the carbine at the sky, as if she was performing a military salute. After the anxiety of creeping away from the convoy, The anticipation of treachery. It was almost too much for her to be confronting this girl. She felt the moisture build behind her eyes, a symptom of her profound longing. And she just couldn't keep the farce going any longer. Not here. Not now.
"Hello, Rebecca," she blurted. "That's... if you know your name is Rebecca." "Of course I know my own name, Mother."
Angela was out jogging that fateful morning back in 2119. She liked to go out early, before the sun got too high and the clammy humidity from Oakland's bayous crawled across the flatlands to starve her lungs of oxygen. Before baby Rebecca woke, and the first of the day's inevitable mini-crises began. It was a time when she felt like she was far from her troubles. A false time, then, but one she needed. She ran along the laser-straight, stony dirt tracks the compactors had cut out. Over the last couple of years, the hulking Massachusetts agromech machines had laid out a massive grid, linking the farm's vast fields for the tractors and drillers and harvesters. For those 2 years they'd enjoyed good harvests, the sweltering sun and abundant water allowing them to plant 4 crops a year. Saul had already filed the viability assessment with the governor's office, and they were waiting to be able to claim another 8,000 acres that lay to the north. The land there was wetter than the acres they already farmed. There would have to be some elaborate drainage dikes. Saul, of course, had already planned them out. Pumps, levels, ditches. Work was the poor dear's way of escaping from their worry over Rebecca. She didn't begrudge him that. Their life was tough enough now. One of the big green and blue tractors rumbled towards her down the track, and she skipped up onto the stick-grass verge, not wanting to give the auto a moving obstruction to cope with. She was proud of the job all the Massachusetts agromech machines had done, but some of the software was definitely due an update, as Noah was constantly reminding her. The machine passed her, huge tires splashing through the puddles in the ruts, and she smelled bio-oil in the warm fumes shimmering out of the vents. The fuel cells weren't burning cleanly. They'd have to pull the tractor in for maintenance before the end of the month. Angela ran along field 17, which was just stubble now the combines had finished harvesting the Sintel bread maize. It was due to be deep ploughed, then they'd plant it with knee-high barley. The checkerboard of their other fields stretched out beyond the mile-wide expanse of stubble. That was one thing she couldn't get used to. The gentle rolling lands of Oakland weren't landscape. She longed for mountains, some cliffs, a few valleys, something other than the interminable Everglades and sluggish rivers and the oh-so-flat ground baking beneath its vast, brilliant sapphire sky. She came to the corner of field 17 and turned left. The track here was overgrown, leading to one of the storm pump stations at the end of the dikes. Half a kilometre away, and parallel to the track, was Route 565, the freeway which cut clean through the county all the way back to Yantwich, the state capital, 80 clicks away. She could see the farmhouse now, 300 metres away from the barns and quick cabin stack, where they'd been living for the last 2 years. The house was half-completed rooms, half-black scaffolding sticking up into the sky, with automata clinging to it. They were still waiting for the tanker of flooring raw the contractor had promised 10 days ago. Not that Angela had the energy to chase him like she should be doing. Not these days. Tending Rebecca absorbed every moment. Sweat was trickling down her face, soaking the light grey vest as she turned onto the final stretch leading back to the yard. When she'd started exercising again, it had been hell for the first few weeks. Every muscle had been stiff. She got headaches. Her body kept demanding the mass of food she'd consumed first during pregnancy, then when breastfeeding. But she'd pushed herself, ignoring her aches. Now she was almost back to the kind of shape she'd been in before falling pregnant. Flat stomach. Flabby thighs just a horrific memory. Puffy face deflated, so that great bone structure returned to prominence. She and Saul had even been having some sex again, on nights when they weren't holding some worried vigil over Rebecca's cot. Nights when she didn't just burst into helpless tears of pity and rage at the fate which the universe had dealt her. Blue strobes caught her eye. An ambulance was racing along the freeway. Her heart jumped, and she stared intently at the quick cabin stack. Her net lenses were back in the bedroom, Jogging was a refuge from the pain of Rebecca. She only left the house for 45 minutes. Even Saul could cope for 45 minutes, surely. Angela picked up the pace, flying along the track. Sure enough, the ambulance turned off the freeway at their drive and started bumping down the long ribbon of crushed stone to the yard. She almost beat it to the quick cabin stack. The paramedics were already going through the door when she rounded the corner of the grain-drying shed and pounded through the puddles. Half of the ground-floor lounge was given over to medical equipment, effectively turning it into a pediatric care ward. There was only one cot bed, made of stern metal with big retractable wheels. One of the paramedics was bent over it. Angela couldn't help the fast intake of breath at the sight. Saul was hovering beside the paramedic, looking all grief-stricken and pathetic. "What happened?" Angela shouted. And Saul was walking towards her, his arms held up in placation. "It's all right. She was having trouble breathing. The monitor fiber said her oxygen intake was falling. I called them before it gets critical." She pushed her husband aside without bothering to reply or censure, as she'd been doing far too often of late. She knew that was wrong, that this wasn't his fault, but he was all she had to vent her anger on. "It's okay, baby," she cooed at the little shape lying on the cot bed's mattress. Far too little for an 8-month-old, wearing a one-piece grow with pretty cartoon flowers. Rebecca had tubes and data fibers snaking in through the grow's collar, and sleeve cuffs and ankle bands. A grey-silver dialysis module sat on the mattress beside the infant, relieving her beleaguered kidneys. Frail, sickly Rebecca's wrinkled face was screwed up as she wriggled in discomfort. A thin gurgling emerged from her mouth. She was too weak to cry properly. The oxygen line in her nose hissed lightly. Just the sight of her daughter struggling for breath was enough to make the tears well up in Angela's eyes. "She's still getting enough oxygen," David, the paramedic, said. Angela knew the whole county's emergency services staff by their first name now. "We don't need to intubate," he assured her. "All right. Okay," Angela said, dabbing at her tears, desperate for the good words. "What do we do?" "Her lungs' oxygen processing capacity has been in decline for a while," Alked said, the other paramedic who had been studying the monitors. "We'll take her in, and they can find out why." Angela squeezed her eyes shut. Take her in. Back to Palmville County General, the pediatric wing that she knew better than her own half-built house. Its too dark blue paint, the breezy lumen pictures of anthropomorphized animals on the walls, the bed linen with its bees and dinosaurs, the parents' lounge, hell's own waiting room with its dead-eyed, weepy occupants where she didn't belong. "Let's go," Angela said. She held her jaw rigid, trying to get a grip on her tumultuous emotions. Another problem. Another vulnerability for that tiny body to deal with. She'd thought Rebecca's lungs were out of danger, that the steroids were working now. The respirator had been disconnected 2 weeks ago. There had been no indicator. The pregnancy had gone well. Tests, and there were dozens, always showing mother and daughter were doing fine. New Florida might be a new American world, but it didn't lack for medical facilities, and Oakland was a fully-fledged state now, with senators back in Washington. Palmville County General had an effective professional pediatric department. The Howard family's medical insurance, taken out with an Earth-registered company, was top-rated and fully paid up. It was only after the birth that they got an inkling of the dread that would befall their beautiful daughter. Rebecca's jaundice, perfectly normal for babies, developed into full-blown liver failure that required a gene-mod pig organ transplant. That was the first of a deluge of medical calamities the child underwent. Each one was skillfully treated by the hospital and its devoted team. But every time one was sorted out, another disorder would appear. Their accumulation had led the doctors to suspect a systemic failure they hadn't managed to diagnose. Most worrying to her distraught parents was her lack of growth. At 9 months she was 5.5 kilograms, and barely 53 centimeters high. But with her hypoplastic left heart syndrome, polycystic kidney disease, protein deficiency resulting in poor muscle development, weak immune system, and various allergies, below-the-curve growth was inevitable, the chief pediatrician warned them. Fortunately, her neurological development was unaffected. Saul had sworn she smiled once, only 10 days ago. David and Alced wheeled the cot bed out of the door, with the paraphernalia of critical medical support equipment resting on the shelves below the mattress. It was designed to fit in the ambulance's treatment bay. Once it was locked into place, David started plugging the systems into the vehicle's power and data sockets. Angela picked up her bag that was kept permanently packed and ready beside the front door. Saul took his. Then they were both in the back of the ambulance, with David tending the young patient, and Alced in the front, supervising the auto. At least they didn't have to use the sirens, though Alced did keep the speed at a steady 120 kilometers per hour down the freeway. It was early, so there wasn't much traffic yet. The familiar signs and farm roads slipped past the blackened windows. Angela stared at them blankly, refusing to let her utter misery rise up, lest it drown every last rational thought in black despair. She hated the helplessness, the pathetic gratitude every time the hospital pediatricians countered a new crisis. Hated asking herself what was next, because that meant she was expecting some new problem to manifest when she should be willing her darling sweet child to get better. But her greatest hatred was directed right at the heart of an uncaring universe that could inflict so much suffering on a life so precious and innocent. They drove past the off-ramp for Stamford, and Angela automatically reached for the bag. She was a mess, wearing a fitness vest and shorts, hair all tied up in bands, sweat-soaked socks in muddy trainers. There was a fleece jacket in the bag, some sports pants, net lens glasses and audio interface, even some cash, along with toiletries and a tatty old wash bag. She blinked at that bag in surprise as she rummaged through looking for socks. It was probably her oldest possession, the one she'd brought with her from New Monaco, with a smuggler's bar of soap. That life was gone. If she recalled it at all now, it was like the memory of a zone drama. It was hard to believe she was that billionaire princess. She'd got over it. That had been her triumph, where she suspected so many of her kind would have failed. Started to build a real life, not a fabulous life, but an adequate one that had potential. After all, she had centuries to develop her stakeholding on a new planet into an empire that one day even her father might have approved. And sweet, soppy Saul was a pleasant enough companion. It had been perfect. Truly. 2 years of newlywed bliss while the farm flourished. They had friends, and most nights were spent hurrying to get naked in bed. "What the hell is that?" Alced asked. Angela looked past him through the ambulance's windscreen. Outside, the sun seemed unnaturally bright. Then she realized that something else was searing through Oakland's cloudy sky. Trees along the side of the freeway developed a second shadow that started sliding round quickly. Something brighter than a solar flare streaked down out of the heavens away to the south, dropping below the horizon. She looked at Saul, whose jaw had dropped open. Then her EI was clamoring for attention. The HDA was officially declaring a Xanth swarm alert in the new Florida system. Evacuation procedure files were being downloaded to every citizen. She was too shocked to say anything. "We have to go back," Saul said. The farm. It's everything we have. We've got to get... Sorry, man, I ain't going anywhere, Alced said. I'm taking this bus to collect my family. We've got to get out of here, off this whole planet. We're not going back, Angela said, ignoring Alced and staring directly at Saul. This is a Xanth swarm. Do you understand? In a day there will be nothing left. Nothing. It's over. There is no farm. Not anymore. Daylight changed again, with a bright glare sweeping through the eastern sky like slow-motion lightning. "What do we do?" David cried in a frantic voice. "We have to get my house." "No fucking way, man," Alced snarled. "We're picking up my people. My girl is pregnant. I'll drop you off close. You're on the other side of town." "Stop it, both of you," Angela said. "We've got days before it gets critical. The Thunderthorns will be flying soon. They'll knock the Xanth rifts out of existence. They are there to give us all the time we need to get to the gateway." "I'm getting my family," Alced said stubbornly. "You're going to drive us to the hospital," Angela said. "Both of you park your cars there. You get into them and drive to your families. That way we all get what we want." "No," Alced repeated stubbornly.
You can ride with us if you want. There's room, but I ain't taking no detours. Screw you, man, David yelled. I'll drop you off. I said I would. Angela didn't have time for this shit, and Saul wouldn't be any use. He'd carry on with trying to be reasonable. They were past that now. She knew exactly how people reacted when their lives fell apart in a single moment. Down at the bottom of the washbag were some tox sacks, for when it all got too hard at the hospital, when she couldn't stand to watch her baby swamped by tubes, when 5 doctors were bent over her, working frantically. She picked them out and swung her arm round, bumping 3 sacks simultaneously against Alkhead's exposed neck. "Hey!" Alkhead yelped. He was clawing frantically at his neck while Saul and David stared at her wide-eyed. "What the fuck, man? What? Oh, whoa." He started fast blinking. "That is... way?" His head started to flop about as if his neck muscles had lost all their strength. "Angela," Saul said. She gave him her cold look. "Yes? You want to go to his house? You want to get thrown out when his family realize there isn't enough room for all of us? And we have to keep Rebka's support units going? That what you want?" Saul coloured bright red. "No." Alkhead slumped forward over the steering wheel. "Help me get him out of there," Angela said. Together, David and Saul pulled the semi-conscious, tox-delirious man out of the driver's seat. Angela climbed in and switched the ambulance to manual. "David, I'm dropping the 2 of you off at the hospital." "Okay," the paramedic said nervously. Angela grinned savagely at his meek tone, and switched the siren on as she twisted the throttle, accelerating up to 150. Alkhead's sunglasses were lying on the dashboard. She put them on even though the clouds were building and she could see the grey sheet of rain advancing towards Palmville. It was a good choice. A few minutes later, the first nuclear explosions detonated 500 kilometres above them, as the Wild Valkyries squadron began their impossible task of intercepting the Xanth chunks descending on the planet. The clouds diffused the violent light bursts, but even their grey underbellies glowed with monochrome brilliance from the explosions. The ambulance hit the outskirts of Palmville with its neat rows of white bungalows sitting in their lakes of lush green lawns. Cars were pouring out of the prim estate roads, charging onto the feeder road to the freeway. People didn't care about speed limits anymore. Traffic lights were being ignored as the fusion bombs continued to explode above the atmosphere. 3 junctions were badly snarled. Angela had to drive up onto the sidewalks to get round. The air was jammed with the sound of furious horns. Heading into town was easier than it was going to be getting out. The rain arrived at the hospital at the same time as the ambulance. Angela drove straight to the staff car park and braked. "Out, David!" For a moment he looked like he wanted to argue, but now Saul wasn't showing any sympathy. The rear door popped open, and Saul shoved Alkhead's dreaming body out onto the wet asphalt. "Good luck!" Saul yelled at David as a heavier belt of rain swept across the cars. He was given a venomous glare in return. Angela didn't wait. She slapped her hand down on the door close button and twisted the throttle again. They were racing out of the car park, back onto the main arterial road leading back to the freeway. "How's she doing?" Angela demanded. "Angela, you attacked Alkhead. He was being an asshole, and we don't have the time. Now how is she?" Saul took a breath and went over to their daughter. "Okay, I guess. Her lungs are still getting enough oxygen into her blood." "Good. We're going straight to Yantwich and the Gateway. It's only 60 clicks. Now listen. If she starts getting critical, you'll have to deal with it, okay? I'm a farmer. We needed the paramedics. We needed David and Alkhead. We've been looking after her for 8 months. Us, just as much as them. You've learned the basics. They gave us those emergency courses. Now fucking concentrate. This is the mother of all emergencies. You have to keep her alive until we reach Miami and a hospital. Yes, okay. Shit, Angela, you toxed Alkhead out of his head. I did what I had to. This world is ending, Saul. The Xanth is swarming, and there's no happy ending. But the 3 of us, our family, we're going to survive it. I get it. I do now. I really get it. Drive. Get us onto the freeway. Go on, get us to Miami. I'll look after her until then, I promise." "Okay, then." With everyone driving on manual, the road was thick with slow-moving, bad-tempered traffic. "Screw this," Angela announced, and swung the wheel.
The ambulance bumped over the central barrier and started off the wrong way along the other side, lights and siren blazing. The few cars heading towards her dodged to the side. Several other cars on the outbound side pushed over the centre and started tailgating her. 3 times she grazed cars coming the other way. Then they were past the suburbs, and more people were using both sides of the road to get to the freeway. There wasn't a cop car in sight. They slowed to a crawl. Angela looked round, seeing the slim thread of the raised freeway a couple of kilometres ahead. They were rolling forward at walking pace with the rain bouncing off the asphalt, smearing everyone's lights. The siren and strobes made no difference. No one was budging, no one giving up their place in the giant, crunched-up queue. Something dropped out of the base of the clouds. A lump of debris, xanth or thunderthorn. It was impossible to tell. Flame and black smoke followed it down. It hit the ground over where she knew the Connolly farm was. That decided it for her. She turned the wheel sharply again, and they went bouncing over the verge and down into the drainage ditch. "Angela!" Saul moaned. "This is a rural area. Ambulances are designed to get across virgin country here. A ditch isn't any problem." She began to accelerate, with the wheelbase straddling the stream trickling along the bottom of the grassy ditch. Memories from long ago bubbled up to help her. 1,000-kilometre rally she and Shasta had taken part in on Nagpur. Driving big luxury 4x4s through the Slapan Plains and into the Donrital Mountains, where the majestic Antradiles soared on the thermals. It had been tough, but she had mastered the fundamentals of off-road driving. After 5 minutes they were at the freeway, and she aimed the ambulance at the slope where the dike curved round, engaging torque management, sending the vehicle grinding up the spike grass to lumber out onto the slip road's verge. Cars scattered at the unexpected appearance of the bigger vehicle, and she jammed them into a gap, ignoring the honking horns and screamed insults. At least no one had shot at them yet. On the freeway, the pace picked up, though people were still driving too close. The light storm above the planet, up where the valiant thunderthorns were flying, was increasing. They were still 30 clicks out from Yantwich when the first real shoal of debris punctured the base of the grim cloud. Whatever it was, the mass had started to split apart in the atmosphere as impact shocks pummeled away at its cohesion. 30 or 40 fireballs thundered down, drawing long, filthy contrails behind them, their seething heads rippling out shockwaves. The concussions in the lower, denser atmosphere were fracturing the material at an increasing rate, splitting them into new flocks of lethal incandescence. They smashed onto the fields on the south of the freeway, kicking up huge plumes of soil and water. Angela saw a combine harvester flung 30 metres into the air, tumbling in a slow whirl. Then the shock waves and sonic booms swept across the road. At first, Angela thought something had crashed into the side of the ambulance. It was shoved violently across the road, forcing her to swerve frantically to avoid the low crash barrier at the side. In front of her, she saw 2 smaller cars flip over on their sides. Several did strike the barrier, one corkscrewing round, the others bouncing back with big dints in the side. A van smacked into the offside rear corner of the ambulance, sending it shuddering and skidding sideways until she fought it back level. Nobody stopped to help those that had stalled or crashed. A couple of kilometres further along, when the injured had staggered out of their crumpled-up cars to shelter on the side of the road, they waved urgently at the ambulance. Angela kept on going. The clouds were breaking up, taking the reins away from Yantwich. She could see downtown's meagre cluster of skyscrapers on the horizon now. But the clearing sky was plagued with fluctuating light from the fusion bombs and a deeper, more persistent scarlet radiance from rifts that were expanding despite the best efforts of the Thunderthorn pilots. New Florida's own sun was slowly losing its dominance as the rifts grew to engulf space around the planet. Okeechobee had vanished altogether. More battle debris came hurtling down in flame. Angela's EI reported it couldn't find any net to link to. And the traffic was relentless. Each on-ramp was jammed solid. Cars at the front were simply shunting their way into the traffic zooming along the freeway. More and more she was seeing cars in the other carriageway heading in the same direction as her. "Angela!" Saul called. "Her oxygen rate is falling." Angela swore as a big pickup truck cut her up. A blazing comet arched over the freeway, spitting out a barrage of gravel-sized shards that hit the asphalt like glowing bullets.
She heard two thud into the ambulance's bodywork. The car on her left veered sharply. "Deal with it!" she shouted back at him. Signs for the gateway were starting to appear along the side of the freeway. She let out a little gasp of relief when she saw they only had 10 kilometers to go. The disintegrating comet landed on a timber merchant a kilometer off the freeway, sitting in its own Everglade clearing. She saw it in the rear-view mirror. The whole site was obliterated in a second, vanishing beneath a wave of flame and soil. 8 kilometers from the gate, a big convoy of armoured personnel carriers and giant terrain jeeps were racing down the carriageway, taking them away from Yantwich. Red strobes and dazzling headlights heralded their passage. The cars using that carriageway had to get out of the way fast, pushing their way back onto the right side of the freeway. When she passed the lead terrain jeep, she saw the HDA emblem on the side and felt like cheering. The convoy just kept coming. There were hundreds of vehicles, carrying thousands of troops. A little further on, HDA vehicles were parked up on the verge. Marines with long automatic rifles were poised on both sides of the freeway, watching the traffic. All the drivers started to calm down, slowing and keeping a reasonable distance. The horns fell silent. Civilization and order had returned. It took another 9 minutes to cover the last 5 kilometers to the gateway. The sky was darkening now. A malazed red shimmer from the rifts was obscuring the sun. Angela knew it would never recover. The only white light they saw now came from the nukes, whose blasts were increasing in frequency. Smoke and fine particle debris clotted the lower atmosphere. Material kept raining down from above, most of it bursting apart as it arrived, sketching billowing black smoke trails, spreading smaller splinters wide, smoke lines multiplying. The HDA had taken complete control of the approach to the gateway, channeling vehicles fleeing from the city into the stream that poured off the end of the freeway. Checkpoints and barriers had gone. There was a single dividing line of red steel bollards down the middle. The ambulance slowed to a crawl in the queue that stretched along the last kilometre. And still, HDA troops and vehicles came through from Earth, rushing to help where they could. 5 minutes of the ambulance crawling forward at walking pace, and they passed through the gateway to Florida, where the stars sparkled in a sky that was still 2 hours before dawn. The Gateway District in Weston, due west of Fort Lauderdale, occupied the whole Shenandoah district south of the 595, with big arterial roads feeding in from the 595's interchange with the 75. Here it was state troopers on traffic duty. They were a lot more excitable than the HDA Marines on the other side, waving their guns around like high school kids at a game as they ordered everyone onto the 595. Angela's EI told her it was acquiring the Transnet, and she pulled out available routes. The ambulance's auto warned her there were strict traffic protocols in force, and all vehicles were being advised to switch to auto for correct management. The Greater Miami Traffic Macromesh was clearing the freeways of all local traffic, which, given the time of morning, was relatively easy. Priority was for HDA convoys coming in from their local bases and heading to the 3 gateways, and to get the refugees clear. The primary objective already activated by the governor was to keep the traffic flowing, preventing any kind of jam around the gateway. The other 2 new Florida gateways in Greater Miami at Kendall and Boca Raton were undergoing identical traffic controls. Freeway off-ramps were being closed, forcing the refugees north, where designated reception and onward transit centers on abandoned military bases were being opened ready to process however many of New Florida's 20 million inhabitants managed to get out. Compassion aside, the one thing the district mayors and state governor wanted to avoid at all costs was the refugees to swamp the existing Greater Miami area. The EI found the best local pediatric center, the Dan Marino Center, attached to the Cleveland Clinic Hospital. It sat on the side of the 75, just 4 kilometers south of the gateway. The Metamesh and state troopers and highway patrol cars had sealed off the access roads to the southbound 75. She requested clearance, declaring a medical emergency. The Metamesh AI refused permission for the route. A file came back saying medical facilities were being made available at the reception and onward transit centers. All refugees were required to use them. "Hell!" Angela exclaimed. The freeway restrictions already covered the whole of the 95 up to Palm Bay. By the time she got there, the prohibition would likely be extended. Westbound, the 75 was open to refugees. She could get across the National Preserve to Naples, where there was a reasonable hospital. But that would take hours. And the Dan Marino was minutes away. Minutes. "How is she?" Angela asked. "The resuscitator is on," Saul said in a frightened voice. "I think I did it right. Her blood is still showing as oxygenated. All right. We're going to a hospital. Hang on." She was all for smashing past the squad cars parked across the road, except the troopers had guns, and the way everyone was wired they'd shoot without much provocation. Instead, she told the auto to take the 75 west. "What are you doing?" Saul shouted. "We should go north. There's a center an hour away at speed." "And that's going to have a specialist unit which can treat Repka for sure," she spat. "Shut up and let me deal with this. I have to make a call." It wasn't an access code she'd ever expected to use again. The mystery was why it was still even in her address cache. She really should have wiped it sometime in the last 8 years. Really, she should. Her EI made the call.
"Angela?" Housden asked. "My God, it's been forever. How are you? Where are you?"
Angela hardened her face, fighting the lump in her throat. He'd taken the call. Actually taken it. She'd been bracing herself for his EI to tell her to go to hell. Not all New Monaco residents were filth, after all.
"I'm in Miami. I'm sorry. I wouldn't call unless I had to. Housden, I need help."
Miami? Shit, Angela, be careful. A Xanth swarm has been declared on New Florida. I only found out about it a couple of hours ago. That whole planet is going to come knocking down your door.
"Housden," she said, "I'm one of the refugees."
All she could think was, 2 hours ago. How did he know then? She hadn't even started jogging 2 hours ago. So much of New Monaco life she had forgotten. "Oh," he said. "Right. Of course. I should have guessed. A new world. That's damn bad luck."
"Housden, I need to get to the Dan Marino Center at the Cleveland Clinic Hospital, but the National Guard are blocking the off-ramps. Do you know anyone in the governor's office?"
"No, but the family machine can swing it. You know that. What do you need?" Angela studied the map her EI was throwing across her net lens glasses.
"I need to get off the 75 at the Glades Parkway."
"It's done. Or it will be by the time you get there. Send me your vehicle license code."
"Thank you, Housden. I mean that. You were my last hope."
"Hey, it's nothing. Ah, the file's here. Angela, that's an ambulance. Are you injured?"
"No, Housden. It's my daughter. I've got to get her to the doctors."
"You had kids? Oh, Angela, that's great. I have 2 myself now. We should get them together sometime." He didn't understand. She raged in silent mortification. "He knows my name, but he doesn't know how life is lived in the real world."
"She's sick, Housden. Really sick."
"If she's your daughter, she'll pull through. There was never anyone tougher, Angela. That's what I always adored about you.
Goodbye, Housden. You were the greatest."
"Goodbye, Angela. Good luck." Angela drove steadily in the pre-dawn light. This section of the 75 was called Alligator Alley, a broad 6-lane freeway with a big drainage waterway running along the northern side, forming a border to the vast Everglades Wildlife Park. "Who was that?" Saul asked quietly. Angela supposed she'd been talking out loud rather than the usual throat whisper. He'd have heard her half of the conversation, picked up the emotional tone.
"Old friend," she said with a dry mouth. "I used up my last favor."
"Seriously? You know people who can order state governors around?"
"It's not like that. Not at their level. Everything is reciprocal."
"But
just leave it. Repka needed him, okay? Nothing else matters."
There were 5 highway patrol cars parked to block the Glades Parkway off-ramp, and 2 big personnel carriers from the National Guard backing them up. Angela slowed the ambulance to a halt by the first patrol car. An officer in armoured uniform was on the side of the road waiting for them. She lowered the window. "Mr. Voyle?" he asked.
"That's me."
And she could imagine Saul's face behind her, his hurt and confusion. "I've got orders to escort you to the Dan Marino Center," the officer said, in a voice which told anyone listening that he couldn't quite believe what was happening.
"Thank you."
You must have a very important patient in there. The order came direct from the governor's office.
My daughter. That seemed to satisfy him, though it was clear he wanted to know why she was in the driver's seat.
Okay. Follow me.
4 days later, on the day HDA Command shut down their new Florida operation and pulled their last people back through the gateways, Angela and Saul were sitting in the office of Dr. Elyard, Dan Marino's head of genetics. The doctor came in wearing a white clinic coat, looking vaguely harried, the sign of all department heads. He was a short man who was putting on a lot of weight. A receding hairline exposed a wide brow that was pricked with sweat, despite the aircon. He sat behind his blue retro Cal Smith desk and gave them a tight smile.
We had Rebecca's genetic assay back yesterday from the Beijing Genomics Institute. Sorry it's taken a while for us to review it. Half of my junior staff are away volunteering at the refugee centers. However, I've been over the results myself. I must say I have never seen anything like it.
In what way? Saul asked.
The doctor took off his frameless net-lens glasses and started polishing them. The team treating Rebecca at Palmville County General were correct. There is an underlying systemic problem. We determined it when we sequenced both of your genomes as well. Angela felt the blood leave her cheeks. After they'd sorted out Rebecca's respiratory issue with a temporary oxygenator shunt, taking the strain off her little lungs, the Dan Marino team had gone after the problem of her multiple disorders with considerable vigor. Even Angela's Gold Star insurance didn't cover all of the tests. She had to pay the excess out of a secondary portfolio in which she'd invested the money from her new Monaco jewelry. "What's wrong?" she asked, coldly.
Mrs. Howard, the doctor said, excuse my bluntness, but we've never seen a genome like yours before.
You're a 1 in 10, aren't you?
Yes.
What? Saul grunted.
A 1 in 10 refers to a specific artificial sequence, the doctor said. It reduces normal aging factors in a human body after puberty.
How did that happen? Saul asked dumbly.
It's a germline process, the doctor explained. We also noticed some considerable improvements made to your organ functions and the immune system. You have quite a genetic profile, Mrs. Howard.
What's that got to do with Rebecca? Angela asked. Hasn't she inherited all of them?
That's the problem, I'm afraid. You must have been a very early generation.
I am.
You see, the sequences you were given can be added correctly and without any developmental problems to your DNA during germline modification. However, despite their viability, your additional sequences are extraordinarily complex. They don't get passed on intact, like the gene for red hair or height or bone density. All the components that decide what makes up a person. The artificial 1 in 10 sequences, especially pioneering ones like yours, can be subject to replication instability during a natural over-fertilization process. I take it Rebecca was conceived naturally and didn't receive germline correction.
She was natural, Angela whispered.
And therein lies the real problem. I'm surprised your original genetics consultant didn't warn you about this.
You mean Rebecca is contaminated with screwed-up DNA? Angela said.
That's a very harsh interpretation. Certainly a lot of her current complaints can be traced to unusual DNA components. If you'd had her assayed just after conception, then some genetic treatment could have corrected the problem by rebuilding the sequences. It's expensive, obviously, but you know that. And that initial treatment would have provided an opportunity to equip her with more modern sequences, less prone to mistakes.
My genes are the problem, Angela asked.
In this case, I'm afraid so. Yes.
Okay, Saul said in a shaky voice. What do we do? How do we treat this? How do we cure the damaged genes?
Mr. Howard,
Dr. Elyard said. His posture was all sympathy, ready to explain the really bad news, the news parents were always in denial about.
You have excellent insurance. That means we can make Rebecca very comfortable here at Dan Marino. Some of the systems provided by Palmville that help sustain her are somewhat crude. There's nothing wrong with them, obviously, but we can replace them with less obtrusive versions. Really, it will make her time a lot easier, a less stressful experience for both yourselves and her.
Palliative care, Angela barked. That's what you're offering us. Fucking palliative.
Elyard spread his hands wide, offering complete understanding. I do know how difficult this is to accept. No. I get that you see this every day, but this is my daughter. I'm not accepting palliative anything. I want to know what can be done to cure her. Mrs. Howard, I'm sorry. We simply don't have that ability. Fine. Who does? You must understand, what you're asking for is extremely rare, and actually prohibited in most states, including Florida. It is also extremely expensive. Your insurance will certainly not be able to begin covering it.
So there is a treatment. What is it?
Effectively, to correct so much genetic distortion, you would be looking at a variant of the so-called rejuvenation process. From what little I know, it's still at the experimental stage. People who have allegedly undergone it are reluctant to have the process publicly verified. Financial necessity means they're all billionaires. But it can be done, Saul asked. We're talking about resequencing the DNA of every cell in her body. It would take years, and the cost is astronomical, even for someone so small.
Fine, Angela said. I need a list of places that can perform the treatment.
Mrs. Howard, I suspect you would know that better than I. Even introducing your sequences to a zygote would not be permissible under current Florida law. You really ought to consult the team that created you.
He smiled blankly. If I go to them, how much is it going to cost?
I really don't know. It's not my field.
Bullshit. It's exactly your field. Take a wild guess. After all, I'm hardly going to sue if you're wrong, now am I?
I really cannot recommend this course.
Disapproval noted. How much?
Apparently, for a full-grown adult, the cost of complete cellular resequencing is just short of $1 billion. So for someone Repka's size, I would estimate, and this is only a very rough approximation, that you'd be looking at a figure in excess of $70 million.
Shit, Angela grunted.
She'd been praying for $2 million, which she could just about manage if she liquidated everything in her portfolios. But she'd been bracing herself for 5 or 7, in which case she'd go pleading and begging to Housden. Shasta, too, if she had to. Dignity was the least of her worries. But 70 plus. There was no way she could get that much together, not in a few months.
I'd like to talk to my husband, please, she said. Dr. Elyard seemed quite relieved to let them have his office in peace.
Saul stared at his wife for a long time before saying, You're a 1 in 10.
Yes, Saul, she said. I'm a 1 in 10.
The worst thing was she knew he'd have to drag out this whole conversation, demand to hear her confirm each fact. He couldn't just put it together in his head and accept it like a grown-up. So, how old are you?
Well, not 21, that's for sure. More like your age. Don't worry, I'm not that much older than you.
Then your mother never did own Massachusetts Agromech. It was always you, wasn't it?
Oh, for... Saul, focus! I'm not the issue here. Rebecca is. Our daughter is very ill. Concentrate on that.
I can't, Saul said miserably. Tears were starting to fill his eyes. It's over.
You heard the doctor, Angela said harshly. She can be cured.
70 million? He laughed bitterly. Even if Mom and Dad sold everything they had, they couldn't raise more than 10. I know. I used to be part of the firm.
We have to get it ourselves, she said.
Already she was thinking how to grab that kind of money, and who from. There were all types of financial scams she was familiar with from her time helping her father. Now she had a specific purpose. It was like a whole part of her mind had suddenly switched back on again. The sharp, calculating part, belonging to Angela Devoyle, the new Monaco princess who'd been missing for 8 years. Missing right up to the moment when the highway patrol officer asked if that was her name. Angela Devoyle was smart and dangerously ruthless, and would set about obtaining what she wanted without a moment's hesitation. Oh, how I've missed being me. How stupid I've been wallowing in misery and self-pity, when what I should have been doing was taking charge and finding solutions. How? Saul asked. Angela despised the cloying desperation in his voice.
Now listen to me. It is our daughter who needs this. And you need to know there is nothing I will not do to get her that money. Nothing.
All I need to know now is if you're going to help me, because I can do this by myself if I have to, but it will be easier with your help. Of course I'll help. Good. I'm telling you here and now that you're not going to like what's got to be done. If you don't want anything to do with me after this, then that's fine, because she'll be getting treatment by then, and nothing else will matter. I said I'd help. Of course I will. She's my daughter, too. Yeah, right. But already she could see the shock and uncertainty in his eyes as he started to worry what she was talking about. How did you get that kind of genetic treatment originally? He asked. I thought it was half transnet conspiracy theory. My father was very rich. I'm not. Not anymore. She smiled without any trace of humor. And the people who are responsible for that, responsible for me not having treatment for Rebecca's zygote, they're the sons of a ballless bastard who are going to be paying to make this right. And so they had. The money from Abelia's civic administration account had transferred successfully to Giulio Transtella. From there it wound its convoluted way to an anonymous account safe on True Jerusalem, where Saul's Orthodox sister had taken Rebecca, and where nobody but the most devout Jews were permitted. It was there she'd been scheduled to undergo the gene therapy that would repair her screwed-up DNA and turn her into a normal girl who would have a life to enjoy. Angela had seen that transfer happen with her own eyes, had risked her life, had spent 20 years in jail so the scam would never be uncovered. So when she saw that young version of herself dishing out meals in the mess tent at Abelia Airport, she'd been hit by a shock so profound it actually sent her into fugue. There could be no mistake. Her own features were all there, mixed in with Saul's kind eyes and darker hair. Her daughter. Alive. Healthy. Happy. And on St fucking Libra in the expedition as a waitress. Such a thing was not a coincidence. Oh no. Angela looked at that lovely face, still framed by the scarf as the snow fell around them. How? She pleaded. How can you be here? Rebecca gave her an impish smile. Somebody had to keep an eye on you, Mother. Constantine thought I was the best one to do it. Constantine? Constantine North? Yeah. Now don't get mad. He knows everything. He knows you and Dad pulled a scam in Abelia. How? She said faintly. Because he realized something was seriously wrong about the official version of the massacre. He had to know what really happened to his brother that night, and to do that, he had to find out about you. His people did a proper harvest, not the stupid bodge job the police did when you were arrested. He knows you didn't kill anyone that night. He knew I'm innocent. North knew that. Mother, you stole 108 million euro francs from them. For you. To make you better. So you could have a life. Rebecca's eyes started to water. I know. There's no way you'll ever understand how much that meant to me when they told me. Hearing you existed was incredible, but then learning what you'd done, the sacrifice. Please, Angela said. Can I hug you? I haven't hugged you for 21 years. Letting go was so hard. Rebecca opened her arms wide, and Angela almost fell into the embrace. I never knew, Angela said. I never knew if the treatment worked. Never knew if you were alive. Nothing. I just hoped, that's all. Hoped for 20 years. You were my daughter. If anyone was strong enough to survive, it would be you. I love you, Mother. Angela put the girl at arm's length again, not letting go of her shoulders as she studied that hauntingly familiar face. Look at you now. So pretty. Yeah? Well, I had a good role model. The treatment worked. You're okay now. Your father thought you died. I knew he was wrong. Yes, Mother. The treatment worked. The geneticists at Jupiter did a good job. And I'll be able to have children without complications. Wait. What? Jupiter? Yes. As soon as he found out about me, Constantine had me brought to the habitat. Why?
He wanted to be sure my treatment was a success. And Jupiter has the best technology anywhere. One of Constantine's projects is examining how our brains can be enlarged and enhanced. He's hoping it'll give us the smarts to defeat the Xanth. That's why their genetics division is up there along with the physics department. Angela gave a brief snort of contempt. Whatever. You're alive, and you're here with me. I'm sure the rest of it is going to piss me off no end when I get the details, but this moment was worth everything. Rebecca produced a mirror grin. You mind telling me why you're out here? Oh, shit. Angela turned to look along the frozen river. The falling snow was still too thick to see more than a few meters. Ravi's alive. What? Where? The waterfall. Come on. They set off, still holding hands. How did you know I was out here? Angela asked. I've got a smart molecule tracer on you. I should have guessed. And I suppose that thing you're wearing is from Jupiter as well? Yeah, it's a metamolecule cloak. It can modify its appearance and function. You saw the armor variant. I wasn't sure if the monster was still creeping round out here. Does it keep you warm? Oh, yes. Lucky you. So what do you need it for? I've been trying to figure out why you were here since I saw you. You really knew? As soon as you saw me? Of course I know. You're my daughter. You've got some of Saul in you too, thank God. That's what made it so easy to recognize you back at Abelia. That was a hell of a shock you gave me, let me say. Saul. My dad, Saul. Yes, he's not a... Well, let's just say he's a bit softer than me. You'll like him. He's quite a charmer. I suppose Constantine found out he's still on St Libra. Yes, I want to meet him. You will. I already have. It didn't go as well as I'd hoped. He's paid the same time price as me. Possibly even worse. Whatever Constantine did to snatch you off true Jerusalem, he covered by faking your death. But there's nothing would make Saul happier than to see you. I know that much. 20 years, Mother. I don't know what to say. It was worth it. After I found out, I kept asking Constantine to break you out of Holloway. He said no. It would draw too much attention. Fucking Norths. They're not so bad. Not the ones I know. Yeah? What else does he expect you to do on the expedition? Capture the monster. You are not going to go anywhere near that son of a bitch. You have no idea how bad it is. I have a very good idea. And I'll be safe. You saw the armor. I've got some weapons with me as well. Really? I hope they pack enough firepower to wipe out every tree on the planet. What are you talking about? Ravi told me the trees hit him. The bullwhips. That thing controls them somehow. I will be crapped on from heaven. Yeah, so don't go getting all youthfully overconfident on me. We're a long way from safe. Angela's inertial guidance module warned her they were closing on the waterfall. Confirming the proximity of the canyon, the snow was churning as the updrafts flowed over the edge. She told her EI to ping Ravi again. He hadn't responded to her last few attempts to contact him. If you've got any Jupiter sensor technology, now would be the time to use it, Angela said. We're kind of vulnerable on the lip like this. Yeah, Mother, got that. Angela admired the tone. It was pitch-perfect her own. They edged forward carefully until they found the top of the waterfall, where the ice curved down sharply and the wind began its mournful whistling. She got down on all fours and peered over, trying to keep the feeling of vertigo suppressed, and not really succeeding. All she could see was the frozen water dropping away and the snowflakes fluttering away to a roseate infinity. Her EI told her Ravi was answering her call. "Why do you keep dropping out?" she asked.
Bit difficult staying awake. Sorry.
Okay. Switch on your body mesh. I need to get a fix on you. Her EI reported a full lock. He was about 40 meters away. Angela and Rebecca shuffled along the rumpled ice until they were directly above him. His body mesh emission was coming from 7.5 meters directly down the ice face. Angela lay flat on the ice and stared over the edge.
The massive frozen watercourse plunged away below her. It wasn't smooth like the river which fed it. There were folds and snarls in the ice, like a churning whitewater rapid captured in mid-flow. Straining against the pink gloom and skipping snow, Angela could make out a silvery blob on one of the flatter seracs. It was a miracle he hadn't slipped off. "Gotcha," she said. "Is that a thermal bag?"
"Yes," Ravi said. "Only reason I'm still alive."
"Okay. I've got a mini-winch with me. You'll have to clip it onto your belt. Can you do that?"
"Yes. I'll try. Thank you, Angela."
She used the self-anchoring pitons to secure the little spool on the rock-hard ice. The tape unwound, and Angela guided it down. Watching the clip twirl around, swaying about in the wind, was like a bizarre version of fishing. Every time she moved her arm, trying to put the clip near Ravi, it would bob away. And Ravi didn't seem to be able to move his arm much. She had the alarming thought that she'd have to climb down and help him.
"Got it,"
Ravi said. The mini-winch whirred smoothly, pulling Ravi up the undulating wall of sharp snags. He hit a few of the prominences as he came, making Angela wince. Then he was level with the top, and she and Rebecca grabbed hold, pulling him onto the river. "For fuck's sake, Ravi!" Angela exclaimed. The thin, silvery survival bag was down round his waist so he could fix the tape to his belt. In the pink Sirius light, his parka was almost black, it was soaked with so much blood. The sleeves were torn, showing blue skin-seal foam that had been sprayed on wounds. He was shaking badly, though she suspected it wasn't entirely from the cold. Bruised eyes flickered open, and he gave Angela a gracious grin.
"Thank you."
"Get him back into the bag," Rebecca said. "We'll have to drag him back to the dock."
"Angela?"
Ravi asked weakly.
"Who's that?"
"It's all right. It's only me," Angela said. She hurriedly pulled the bag back up to Ravi's collar and tugged his parka hood into place. "You need to vanish before we reach the convoy," she said softly to Rebecca. "I don't want us to have to explain why you're out here." "Okay. But for crap's sake, keep alert for the creature." They took hold of Ravi under his shoulders and started dragging him along. He moaned at the pain, then quickly lost consciousness again. "So why did you come out here alone?" Rebecca asked. "Ravi asked me to. He said he didn't trust anyone else. I was the only one who survived the monster once before." "Ah, that's something I definitely want to hear about." "You will. Later." When they were 50 meters from the circle of vehicles, Angela gave Rebecca another too brief hug. Then Rebecca's clothes morphed into armor again. Angela watched the girl walk off into the heavy snowfall, feeling incredulous and elated in a way she had no right to be, given where they were and what they still faced. But her daughter was alive and knew her. The sensation of relief was phenomenal. She started dragging Ravi again. He'd shut down his body mesh, so she couldn't access his suite of medical monitor smart cells, but she didn't really need a grid display to know he was in a bad way. When her guidance module put her 30 meters from the convoy vehicles, she linked to the net. Her EI switched off her cache identity, then called Elston. A last instruction wiped the restrictor program in the remote gun on Tropic 2. "What are you doing? How did you get outside the vehicles?" Elston demanded. "I'm bringing Ravi in," Angela replied, smiling at the anger she knew would be gripping him. "He's badly hurt. Warn the dock." "Ravi?" "Yes. He's alive. Just. Now, are you going to help, or just sit there and shout a lot?" Vance Elston had personally led Sergeant Radden and Leora Fawkes out past the vehicles. Sure enough, they'd found Angela dragging Ravi Hendrick along in a survival bag. Even Dr. Conniff had given the injured pilot a worried look when she and Juanita pulled the thermal survival bag off him. "Fluid," was all she said for the first 5 minutes, as they went about appraising the extent of his wounds. Juanita applied a collar of intravenous shunts around Ravi's neck, pumping plasma and artificial blood directly into his depleted circulatory system. Then he sprayed a solvent on the skin seal patches. As the artificial scabs peeled off, blood began to pump out of the wounds on his upper arm. Juanita clamped them and started to repair the muscle and veins. "The spine has received some significant damage,"
Conniff announced. "The armour saved him from the worst. But what the hell did this to him?" "That was the trees," Angela said. She was pressed up against the wall of the biolab's cabin, watching intently as the two medics set about tending Ravi. "What do you mean, trees?" Elston asked, sharply. "He told me before he lost consciousness. The trees attacked him last night, specifically the bullwhips. The monster controls them somehow." "Ridiculous," Vance insisted automatically. As he said it, he knew the dread of doubt, that such a thing might very well be possible in such a vast, strange universe that the Lord had created for his children to live in. Angela just laughed and pointed to where Dr. Conniff was extracting a long fragment of the armour vest from the livid flesh of Ravi's back. "So, apart from being hit by a bullwhip branch, what else do you know can do that?" Vance glanced at Conniff for help, but she simply raised an eyebrow and returned to the blood oozing from the wound. "You said you found him on a ledge of ice on the waterfall. He could have landed on his back." Angela simply shook her head, a smug smile on her face. She'd won, and she plainly knew it. Even he was giving the possibility serious consideration. Something had struck the MTJ, knocking it off the ravine. Something had knocked Mark flying. And the others, the ones they'd lost, had they been consumed by the forest? If the creature was truly the planet's guardian, anything was possible. "I'll walk you back to the tropic," he said. "Sure." She stepped into the door chamber, wrapping the damp scarf back around her head. Outside, the snow had stopped. Wisps of high cloud drifted slowly northwards, entwined with the ribbons of the aurora borealis. Red Sirius shone from the zenith of the sky, a pink dazzle speck with radiative stipples, so that to the human eye it appeared to be a sink point, consuming the light from the atmosphere. "Okay," Vance said. "So how did you get out there without me knowing?" "Just a net glitch." "You know that means I can't trust you now." "Did you ever?" "It broke our net again last night." "Wasn't me. I've just risked my neck bringing Ravi back." "Yeah, about that. Why? Why you, and why go alone?" "He didn't trust anyone else. I'm the one who survived it before, so I'm the one he turned to for help. Ask him if you don't believe me." "How did he call you?" "A secure link. I tried to locate its origin, but Ravi knows his black patches." He stared at her with mounting exasperation. "Didn't you consider the risk? Going out there by yourself?" "There were only 3 options. It was Ravi, it was the saboteur, or it was the monster itself." Her hand came up to pat the carbine in its chest holster. "Either way, I was ready." "I should take that away from you." "Really? I think Ravi made a smart call. Who else in this convoy can you really trust? Seriously. Charisma? Don't." Vance held up a warning finger. "You know you should have called me." "Whatever. Are you going to keep on denying the monster can control the trees too? That piece of news has already flared down our little net." "We will take adequate precautions from all possible threats." "Stop talking corporate bullshit. You have to warn people very clearly that the jungle is extremely dangerous, especially to anyone outside a vehicle. You also have to launch a comm rocket." Vance looked past the tropic they were approaching, seeing the ice-cased trees standing tall at the top of the bank. His perspective played traitor for a moment, showing him an army of native elementals poised ready to charge down on his besieged command. "I know how to handle this." "I hope so. If you don't, we're all dead." They reached Tropic 2, and Vance opened the front passenger door. Corporal Evitts was sitting in the driver's seat, wearing one of the hats Angela knitted, broken arm strapped to his chest. His expression was apprehensive. "She's not to leave unaccompanied again," Vance ordered. "You are her escort on all duties." "Yes, sir," Evitts barked. "Angela." She paused, half in the tropic. "Thank you for getting Ravi back. It's the first time anyone has survived. That's good for morale, no matter what else came out of this." She nodded. "Second, He's the second to survive.
Yeah, sorry. The second.
As soon as she was in the seat, he closed the door. Even now, Angela was a complete enigma to him. Every instinct he had was to assign a secret agenda as the reason for going out there by herself to find Ravi. He stared at the edge of the jungle, admitting to himself that perhaps he was just too scared to believe. If it was true, and the trees themselves were being roused to overwhelm the convoy. His EI told him the convoy net had just acquired Tropic 1. He saw its location slip up into his grid and frowned. The Tropic was driving along the land towards them, barely 600 meters away, which was all wrong. It should still have been driving along the lip of the canyon.
What happened?
He asked Lieutenant Boatin over a secure link.
We followed the canyon as ordered. About a kilometer after we lost line of sight on the camp, we saw a route cut through the jungle. The buzzsaws on an MTJ make a very distinctive trail. We drove down it, and it just looped back to the land.
They've gone back to Wukang, Vance realized.
Charisma saw her chance and left us.
The MTJ doesn't have enough fuel to get that far, sir, Boatin said. It only took a moment for Vance to figure it out. He turned to stare at the remaining truck and its sledge of bladders. Ulrug, Chris, and Radden were clambering over the truck's framework, examining the bladders it was carrying. His EI extended the link to include Ulrug.
What was wrong with the fuel bladders? He asked.
2 of the bladders were empty when they were showing full, Ulrug said, looking round from the framework. There was a glitch in their sensors. We're checking the rest of the bladders to make sure they're registering correctly.
Would the missing fuel be enough to take an MTJ back to Wukang?
Vance asked.
Yes, sir, probably. But the MTJs weren't carrying any bladders.
No,
Vance said.
But the truck and sledge we left behind was.
They didn't transfer all the truck's fuel over when we abandoned it, Boatin said.
No, Charisma left a couple of bladders full. The truck is on her route back. They'll strap the bladders to the MTJ and drive straight for the camp. We cleared a track through the jungle to reach the river, so it'll be a relatively clear run back for them.
Vance had to take a moment for his rage to peak. He was incredulous that any HDA personnel would mutiny.
Not only that, by taking away an MTJ with its buzzsaws and snowplow blade, they'd actively put the rest of the convoy in harm's way.
Their actions verged on anti-human treason. Vance walked over to the truck. Ulrug was standing apprehensively beside it.
Is there any more fuel missing?
Vance asked.
No, sir. It looks like just the 2 bladders on the sledge.
All right.
Vance told his EI to quest a ring link that included everyone remaining in the convoy.
I regret to announce that MTJ-1 has mutinied and made a run for Wukang. We still have MTJ-2, which will be sufficient to get us through the small amount of jungle we need to traverse between the Zell tributary, which is our target, and Sarvar. Consequently, we are moving out in 15 minutes. All drivers begin your vehicle checks.
Vance closed the link and stamped off to Biolab 1, too furious to say anything more. He didn't even ask the Lord for wisdom and guidance, which was remiss of him, but the Lord would understand the frailty of human reaction in the face of such outrageous provocation. Monday, 6th May, 2143. The blizzard had lasted for 3 days. On the morning of the 4th day, Saul Howard fed a couple of fresh logs into the stove in the center of the bungalow's lounge. He'd been up several times in the night to add more logs, making sure the fire didn't die out. As a result, the room was still warm enough that he didn't really need the blanket he'd wrapped round his shoulders. But one look at the snow piled up against the glass of the big glass patio door made him want to shiver. And he didn't like to think how much was sitting on the roof. The bungalow's net was telling him the PV panels weren't generating any power at all. They were living off the regen cell store. Of course, there was precious little light during the day, red or otherwise, to generate any electricity. He walked over to the sliding door, feeling the cold radiating from the glass. The occasional pastel shimmer through the driving snow told him the aurora borealis must still be active above the dense blanket of dark cloud.
It won't last much longer, Emily said.
Saul turned to see her standing in the doorway.
No, he said. There can't be much snow left, for one thing. He was convinced they were getting the worst of it, living next to the sea.
I'll put the kettle on. We'll have some porridge for breakfast. That'll help.
Sure. He glanced at the stove, seeing the new log starting to catch with plenty of hissing. Spar pine wasn't the best wood to burn, not that they had any choice.
How much wood have we got left? Emily asked.
Mind reader, he accused. Another week's worth, at least. I filled the spare bedroom. The blizzard will definitely be over by then.
Then we'll have to go scavenging again. There's not much food left in the village.
I know.
I wish Brinker would start producing this clone meat she's supposed to be brewing.
Saul winced. That rumour was now set in stone among the residents of Camilo village. Emily started pouring water into the kettle. Saul sat on the settee, watching the snow flash past outside. He felt useless, unable to do anything, waiting passively. Terrified he was going to let his wife and children down, and unable to show his fear. Just like the previous time his life had fallen into crisis, 20 years ago. That had been the last time he'd spoken to Angela, too. The last time he'd ever looked into her eyes. Even then, he didn't recognize the gorgeous, beloved girl he'd married just 3 years previously. The last time. Until she'd frightened the crap out of him by turning up back at the start of February. But even then she'd been a stranger. 20 years on, and she was the same person who'd replaced his wife during the New Florida Xanth swarm. The one who had dispatched him to St Libra to help with her crazy plan. The one he'd said yes to, because he had nothing else to offer his tiny, tragic Rebecca. Saul sat in a corner seat of Maslin's cafe that morning, as he did every morning at the same time since he received the message, while wretchedly chirpy old-fashioned music played through the speakers. The seat gave him a position close to the emergency fire door, and provided him a view of the front door so he could watch who came in. Angela insisted on things like that. Craft, she called it. Straight out of a cheap zoned spy drama. What she expected him to do if Bartram's security troops ever came crashing in had never been clarified. But he did it anyway, because that was all he had left, the hated plan that she'd come up with. His whole life had become something he was watching from a safe, dark corner inside his own head, looking out at the world through the big windows that were his eyes, making his body act out the part he'd been assigned, speaking the lines from the script she'd given him. It was mid-morning, and Maslin himself was still bringing trays out from the kitchen at the back of the cafe. The most delicious pastries and cakes were arranged artistically on the shelves in the glass counter, each one an individual mini-masterpiece. Saul stared at them, wanting to go and buy some more of the glazed fruit tarts. One more wouldn't hurt him. He'd put on a lot of weight since he'd moved to Abelia. He did nothing but his work at Abelia Telenet during the day, accepting overtime in the unsocial hours that no one else wanted. There was nothing else for him to do. Certainly he never felt like exercising. The doleful part of his mind, which seemed to be guiding him these days, couldn't see the point. Every time he went back to his tiny flat in the converted harbour warehouse, he'd sit and access some book. Biographies of historical figures were a favourite, or at least mildly interesting. He was working his way through American presidents and Russian rulers. He stirred his espresso, debating whether to get another tart, when they came in. Angela, looking wonderful in a short emerald-green summer dress, thick blonde hair barely contained in a long braid with leather straps. She still looked like a teenager, exactly the same as she had that day he'd first seen her in the Massachusetts Agromech offices. If anything, she appeared even younger now. It wasn't achieved solely by her 1 in 10 genetics. She possessed an uninhibited enthusiasm. Her mouth curved permanently in a wondrous smile at the freshness of the universe she beheld. It wasn't fair that she could appear so vibrantly youthful, when the best he could muster these days was sullen morbidity. There was another girl with her, another of the girlfriends, another whore. This one was probably 20 for real,
had darker skin and thick hair, wearing a thin white cotton top and a matching skirt with a lot of midriff exposed between them. They were laughing together, talking in excitable whispers. Clearly the best of friends, and had been for years. Angela ordered a lemon tea, while the other asked Maslam for a smoothie. Then they teased each other about the pastries before sitting down together at a window. Saul did his best not to stare. Not that it would make any difference. All of the male clientele in the cafe were snatching looks when they thought the girls couldn't see. Nobody was going to notice one more sad loser dressed in a company overall. Not in this universe. After the laughter and happiness had tormented him for too long, the second girl got up and gave Angela a hug and a kiss. "See you back at the car in an hour," she said, and went out with a swirl of her white skirt and a gust of flowery perfume. Angela sat for a couple of minutes more, finishing her tea, then got up and left. Saul waited, then followed her out. The streets in the old town were narrow and short, with abrupt junctions and even smaller side alleys between big industrial buildings. He walked down the length of a disused warehouse with big boards announcing a developer was going to transform it into loft living apartments. Angela was waiting for him in the third loading bay, a dank cave of concrete and sagging composite panels where not even Sirius's blue-white glare shone much light. They looked at each other for a long moment. Saul saw her youthful vitality facade had already been abandoned, exposing the cold, ruthless woman which the shell of deceiving flesh encased. She gave him a curious gaze. "How are you coping?" she asked. She even sounded concerned. "I'm here. I got everything ready just like you said." Angela came over and put her arms round him, not showing any disappointment that he didn't respond. "I never doubted that you'd manage what was necessary. But that's not what I asked." "How the hell do you think I feel? You're my wife. I love you, and you're doing this." "This what?" "Bartram. The girlfriends. Whatever you had to do back in London to convince them you were the right sort of girl." "Oh, Saul, darling, you've got to stop punishing yourself like this. It's only sex." "Only sex," he said, worried he was going to start crying in front of her, the way he did most nights when he was all alone in his pitiful flat. "Do you have any idea how much that hurts?" "I'm the one having to fuck a 109-year-old man, so yes. I think I understand how terrible this is for you." "I'm sorry. It's just... this is so hard for me." Her grip softened, and she studied his face intently. "I know. But think what we'd get out of it. Our daughter alive and healthy. I would sacrifice anything for that. Anything. I didn't know I could love, not like this. Not until we made her. She's us, Saul. She's our baby. You gave that to me." He managed a lame smile and nodded. "I can do this too. For her." "You're a good man, Saul Howard. I'm proud to be your wife." "My sister called. They're on True Jerusalem. Rebecca is in the best hospital on the planet. Everything is ready to go as soon as they get the money." "Good. I saw Barclay 2 North in the mansion the other day. He noticed me. That part's going to be easy." "Right," he said with a dry throat. "Did you find some cufflinks?" "Sure." He took out the little box with the banana cufflinks he'd bought at the Burke Unwin store. "Oh, wow." Angela puffed her cheeks out in dismay. "Yep, they're gaudy enough. Exactly what a man would choose." "The sensors are loaded in and ready." "Okay. I'll buy some legitimately, and we'll work the swap at the cafe as arranged." "Why don't you just take them now?"
"I can't explain them away if Mark Antony finds them, and he's a meddlesome little fucker. Let's just stick to the plan, shall we? I might even take Olivia J. along when I buy them. Give me some cover."
"Sure. You know the mansion best."
"I do." "So, have you got the sack?"
"Angela, we're exposed so much already. Weapons, too. Really? Think about it."
"Weapons won't make any difference if they catch me.
But what I bought in Tokyo might just be all that stands between me getting caught and me making a getaway. So, please."
She held a hand out, palm upwards, giving him an expectant look that he couldn't duck. He handed over the sack of activants, and she bumped it against her neck.
"There," she said briskly. "All done."
"Just please be careful. Please, Angela."
"I will be. Don't worry about me. I was thinking, when you've handed over the cufflinks, your job is really over. No point in both of us being out on a limb here. Why don't you go back to Earth and wait for me to finish? I'd like that, knowing you were safe."
"If nothing's going to go wrong, we'll both be safe. And I'm not leaving here without you. I might detest this, but I'm not going to abandon you. It's not me, Angela. That's not what I am." She reached up and stroked his cheek.
"After this is over, we'll be together, you and I. A fresh start on a new world. And this time we'll get it right."
"This time," he whispered. Angela kissed him softly. Then she was walking back out of the loading bay, moving quickly. Not quick enough. For an instant, he'd seen that same fear and uncertainty that had been there the morning he proposed. It meant the same to him now as it had then. Love is never something you decide for yourself. "I'll wait for you," he promised the empty air. Tuesday, 7th May, 2143. When the convoy finally reached MTJ-1 on Monday afternoon, and Vance saw the way down Antronell had used the shortwave radio to call in, he thought it was an evil joke. The canyon wall was lower thanks to a valley steeper than the one they'd just left behind. MTJ-1 was parked close to the edge where a much smaller waterfall had fallen for about 700 meters to the frozen Dolce River below. To one side of the lumpy ice streamers threading down the vertical cliff was a long talus of boulders and rock splinters that was barely angled away from the rock face itself. Vance wasn't alone in his opinion of the way down to the canyon floor. People came out of their vehicles to stare disbelievingly at the incline. Cam and Darwin were on their way back up, two small dark figures struggling through the treacherous loose snow. But they had no choice, so a scheme was worked out, one that would utilize the winches which every vehicle was equipped with. The cable would be tethered to a large secure boulder at the top, allowing the vehicle to reverse slowly over the edge before letting the winch take the strain. The rest of Monday was spent assessing the route Cam and Darwin had negotiated down, testing boulders along the way for suitability as stable anchors. Dawn on Tuesday morning saw them start, in the pallid pink light and a tiny snowfall. Vance insisted a tropic was first. They couldn't afford to lose the last MTJ, and he certainly wasn't going to risk the tanker or remaining truck. Antronell volunteered to drive the tropic. He slowly reversed over the side of the canyon, tipping up until he was about 70 degrees, and the only thing holding the tropic was the winch cable. Certainly the wheels were useless now. They provided stability, nothing more. Everyone watched from a safe distance, the memory of the truck tow cable prominent in their minds. The winch unwound for 50 meters, which kept everything safely inside tolerance limits. Ulrug and Darwin went down and anchored the tropic to the nearby boulders. Then the winch was reattached, and the tropic descended another 50 meters. It took over 2 hours, but the tropic reached the bottom of the precipitous slope without incident. A loud round of cheering broke out. Everyone knew that if they could get onto the river, they might just make it to Sava after all. Tropic 2 was driven to the top of the talus, and its winch connected. Vance would only let the vehicles go down one at a time. The potential for disaster if there were several on the talus and one broke free was too much to contemplate. It was late afternoon by the time every convoy vehicle was down on the wide ice floe of the canyon floor. Only then did Vance give the go-ahead to bring the sledges down. The snowfall had begun to grow heavier as the day moved on, and his worry as the clouds sank lower and the light faded was that they be separated from the sledges overnight. Winches were removed from their vehicles and used to form a relay down the slope. That made progress a lot quicker than it had been with the vehicles. Vance was encouraged by the way things were going.
Then Dr. Conniff called him to say Ravi Hendrik had recovered consciousness. In Biolab 2's door compartment, Vance shook off the glaze of snow adhering to his parka and waterproof trousers. Then the inner door opened, and warm air hit him, instantly turning the remaining white ice particles damp and dark. Droplets began to run down, trickling over his boots. Ravi Hendrik still looked awful, but he was awake and drinking broth from a big mug that Juanita was holding for him. Vance made himself smile as he pulled off his printed balaclava, sending more droplets scattering round. "You're looking better," he lied. "Colonel," Ravi said, "just glad to be alive. I accessed your visual cache while the doctor was treating you. You're one lucky man. That was the mother of all fights." "Then you saw it? Saw the monster?" "Yes, I saw it." "And the trees? The bullwhip? That's what Mark Chitty was trying to tell us." "I know," Vance said. "We can't go back into the trees now." Ravi's laugh was half hysterical. "So how do we get through the jungle to Sarvar?" "They'll have to send a chopper for us, at the very least. I've ordered another comm rocket launch. Ken and Chris are unloading one from a sledge right now." "Good. That's good." Ravi eased himself back onto the thin mattress. "Ravi, I need to know. Did you ask Angela to come and fetch you?" "Yes." "I see. Why? Why her?" "She's the one who survived the monster before. She's the one I could trust. The only one." "You could have asked me." "Somebody is sabotaging the convoy. They just told me Charisma deserted with MTJ-1. But I don't even know if it was her. Maybe there's someone else. Things were going bad before we even thought about a convoy." Vance did his best not to shout at the wounded, overtoxed pilot. He was surprised at himself now he knew how much it troubled him that someone in his own command didn't trust him. Lord curse Charisma and her invidious treachery. "I think we can safely say it was Charisma," he told Ravi. "The alien is still out there," the pilot replied. "It won't let us leave this world alive." "If it thinks that, it's going to be seriously disappointed. Now you get some rest." "Berlin can't reach us from Sava, not without refueling. The Daedalus won't fly over the mountains." Ravi's voice was rising. Several lights on the monitors were turning amber as his stress levels heightened. "We'll never get out. We're trapped here. And it's going to come for us one by one until there's nobody left. Nobody! There's no way out." "It won't come to that," Vance assured him, glancing at Conniff for help. "I shot it. I shot it point blank in the face. It didn't even notice." "Yes, it did. I've reviewed your recording. It was trying to get out of the way." Ravi laughed, a nasty, high-pitched snarling sound. "Get out of the way? That's it? That's all? Those were hollow .9mm rounds, and it didn't like them?" "Doctor!" Vance called. Conniff was already standing, studying the monitor displays. Her EI must have issued an instruction to the equipment because Ravi let out a long sigh and smiled lazily. "All right, yeah. That's the answer to everything." His head lolled to one side, and he was asleep. "Is he going to be all right?" Vance asked the doctor. "Providing treatment is maintained, there's no reason why not. I'm still concerned about his spine, but the damage to his back is healing nicely. There's some residual shock from blood loss and hypothermia, but that is reducing now we've supplemented his fluids. He was lucky Angela recovered him when she did. A few more hours out there would have been fatal." "Thank you," Vance said. He wondered if all the medical profession had such a gloomy outlook. Back in the door compartment, he wrapped himself up in his layers and his gloves before pulling the helmet down securely. The weather was worsening. Somewhere above the dark clouds, lightning was flaring, its flashes appearing like incandescent fishes in the surging underbelly. He could hear their deep basso rumbles rattling off the canyon walls. The snow was thickening, flakes growing to half the size of his palm, and the wind that beset the canyon was steadily increasing, driving the flakes against the convoy vehicles. Up on the talus, the last sledge was halfway down. Vance couldn't even see the top anymore. His EI called Ken. "How long until he can launch?" he asked. 15 minutes, Colonel. We've got the launcher set up. Running final checks now. Is it going to be okay in this weather? It should be, yes. But I'm still concerned we might not be able to maintain contact. Our meshes are so much junk, and that electrical storm brewing isn't helping. But it's the canyon walls which are the real problem. They're going to block the beam for sure. But Abelia will receive it, right? Yes, sir. They should be able to. Providing their dishes are still operational. Understood. Carry on. Ken had expressed his reservation about the comm rocket earlier, which was why Vance had composed a message for Vermikia and whoever was left at Abelia. It contained Ravi's visual cache and an urgent plea for recovery. The monster's disturbing communion with the bullwhips had come as a profound shock to Vance. Such power gave the thing an almost supernatural aspect. He wasn't telling anyone, but he shared Ravi's view that they'd never get through the jungle alive. Vermikia had to listen now, had to help them. Even he, consumed within his world of petty office politics, couldn't keep ignoring the amount of proof Vance had compiled. Vance walked the short distance across the circle of vehicles and climbed into Biolab 1's door compartment. There was more snow clinging to him this time than there had been in Biolab 2. He shook it all off vigorously and went into the main cabin. Antronell, Tamisha, and Rourke were inside, enjoying some coffee. Hot drinks were the one thing they didn't have to ration yet. The three of them had been outside for hours, working hard to help bring the vehicles down the talus. Their lips were cracked and bruised-looking, while they all had red raw patches of skin on their faces where the cold had crept round their balaclavas and scarves. Vance stripped off his outer layers, which were now slimed with slush, and sat at the little table which had folded out of the wall. Tamisha offered him a mug of coffee, which he accepted gratefully. "I've been going through the fuel levels," Antronell began. "It will be tight, assuming we stay on schedule from now on." "Yes," Vance agreed. "But I think we all know that schedule isn't going to survive. Not with the creatures out there. And now we know the jungle can be activated against us. We're not going to reach Savar. It's that simple." "I didn't expect that from you," Vance said lightly. "Anyway, I've requested recovery and evacuation in my comm rocket message. A message that may or may not get through. We have 3 more rockets left after this launch." "I'm sorry, sir, but I don't think you're really taking into account what we're up against. It's clear now that the jungle is in some way reactive to an alien sentient. There is a force here that we have underestimated to a monumental degree." "Are you saying I should have done something different?" Vance asked. That Antronell was calling him Sir in front of others from the xenobiology team was a bad sign. They'd known each other for too long for that kind of formality. He could understand people were scared, but this kind of defiance in an executive officer was unprecedented. "We all have the same information, sir," Tamisha said. "We came to the same conclusions. Based on them, we agreed that the convoy was the right course of action, at the time." "And now you're changing your mind. You maybe should have thought about that before we climbed down here to the canyon floor, because the sweet Lord knows we can't get back up again now." "We're not complaining about the convoy, nor its location," Antronell said. "What you need to take into account is our current situation." "You think I'm unaware of what's going on? Are you serious?" "Sir," Rourke said tentatively, "it's not about awareness. Everybody knows what's happening. It's the implications we're concerned about." "Vance, this is war," Antronell said. "I'm not sure you appreciate that. It's been subtle and progressive, which is why we haven't necessarily reacted as we should have done. Whatever it is that's out there is intent on exterminating us. The planet is reacting to our presence. The trees themselves are trying to kill us. Personally, I now believe the sunspot outbreak is part of the conflict. There are clearly unknown powers at work here, phenomenal powers, perhaps equal to those of the Xanth, and they are completely hostile to humans." "Yes, I'm not arguing any of this. Then we should deploy the weapon we were given for precisely this situation." "Antronell, I can't authorize that. The Zero metavirus is tailored to kill all life on St Libra, anything that shares the native genetic molecule.
That must surely include the guardian creature, given the kind of relationship it has demonstrated it has with the flora. We can't do it. You and I especially. We know the Lord would not permit such a crime. If we don't deploy the weapon, if we do nothing, St Libra will win. We're not going to make it to Sarvar, not with the creature and the jungle to contend with. We all accessed Ravi's visual recording. Bullets don't have the slightest effect on it. There is nothing else left to us. The metavirus will destroy this thing. It's our only chance for survival. And if we don't make it, who is going to warn the HDA and the trans-space worlds? The Zero metavirus was created because we cannot face two alien threats, not simultaneously, and certainly not on the scale we have witnessed here. We have to eliminate this threat before it destroys us.
Vance regarded his fellow officer and gospel warrior in utter dismay. It was incredible that someone who took the same vows, had the same views, could come to a decision that was completely opposite to his own. One thing Antronel clearly didn't recognize was the depth and conviction of Vance's own belief in the Lord. It was everything to him, his basis for existing. He knew there had to be a purpose behind life and the universe, and only God could provide that. For God had created the universe, and that had to be for a reason. Vance never expected to know what it was. He fully understood he was too insignificant for that. He was content just to be a part of such a glorious existence, to live in a way his Lord would consider worthy. "No," he said with finality. "And you are not to raise this issue again. We are not going to launch the Zero metavirus. I do not consider the hostility of one misguided guardian sufficient to justify genocide." "Genocide!" Antronel shouted. "They're plants! If that were so, we wouldn't be having this conversation. You're condemning us to death. Without the Zero metavirus, we'll never get to Sarvar. If it is meant to be, then the Lord will show us a way. Besides, I'm not at all confident the metavirus will work in this climate. The warheads can disperse it into the jet streams, yes, but there's nothing living for it to latch onto when it falls to the ground. This temperature will kill it as surely as fire. It might take longer, but the outcome will be the same. There will be no exponential growth, no contagion." "All right, but you're forgetting. There's one St Libra life form that's still very much alive and active," Antronel urged. "We might not get the planet's jungles, but we can take down the bastard that's murdering us. Come on, you have to let us try. We have a right to life too." Vance considered the idea. He turned to Tamisha. "Is it possible to build a localized dispenser? A gun or spray we can use against the creature?" "I don't see why not," she said thoughtfully. "I should be able to design something that'll fit into our hollow point rounds. We've got a couple of micro-precision printers here in the lab for spares production. They should be adequate." "Start working on it. I'll consider deactivating a warhead and extracting the metavirus for you to redeploy." "Yes, sir." "If," and he held up a cautionary finger to Antronel, "this system can be made to work, then I will be the one who carries the pistol." "It doesn't matter who fires the shot, just that it hits the target." "Good." Vance drained his coffee. "I have a comm rocket launch to attend. We're finished here now. The subject is closed." Wednesday, 8th May, 2143. Angela's EI said it was 8:42 in the morning. Red Sirius had risen nearly 2 hours ago. Apart from the purple clock figures on the edge of her Iris smart cell grid, she wouldn't have known that. A blizzard was sweeping along the canyon. Confined and compressed by the towering rock walls, the wind and snow was roaring against Tropic 2's bodywork, making them shake every inch of the way as they crawled forward. Tropic 1 was 10 meters ahead, its rear lights barely visible through the driving snow. According to the windscreen display, its bodywork barely reflected a radar pulse. Apart from the lightning bolts searing overhead every few seconds, the canyon was a confined world of darkness. Their headlight beams dissolved into the snow a few meters ahead. Forster, who was in the driving seat beside her, was steering them on net data alone. coordinating the position of the other vehicles and inertial navigation readouts. Somewhere up ahead, Elston was driving MTJ-1. Angela knew why he wanted to keep going, but frankly, trying to carry on in these conditions was ridiculous, bordering on foolhardy. "We should stop," Parrish said from the rear passenger seat. "We're going to hit the canyon wall at this rate."
"Then we bump and back off," Angela said. "That's got to be better than vanishing over a waterfall like I almost did."
"Can't afford the fuel for a stop," Ken said. He'd been assigned the final seat in their Tropic after the com rocket launched the previous evening, when Elston handed out their new travel assignments. Angela didn't comment on the fuel situation. She'd started to worry about the convoy getting anywhere close to the Zell tributary neighbouring Sarvar, let alone the camp itself. Right up until she accessed Ravi's visual log of his fight with the monster, she'd been contemplating taking a Tropic with Rebecca and heading back to Wukang like Charisma. But the bullwhips had now ruled that out. Then the com rocket had launched amid a blast of flame and smoke, vanishing into the clouds and snow within a second. Ken had lost contact with it after 30 seconds. The final burst of data the convoy's net received, before it vanished behind the canyon wall, had revealed how thick and dense and chaotic the cloud strata were above the canyon. Not heavy enough to damage the rocket, Ken claimed. It would be able to complete its ballistic arc above the atmosphere. But now they didn't know if the messages had been received at Abelia or not. All they could do was hope that if the signal had got through, then the images Ravi had captured were enough to kick HDA into launching a rescue mission, or at the very least, a supply drop. There were too many possibles in that chain of events for Angela. She'd spent most of the night lying awake in the seat next to Parrish, trying to come up with a plan that guaranteed her and Rebecca a way through this. Short of dumping everyone else in the canyon and leaving with their food and fuel, nothing she could do now was going to make much difference. So she was just left with having to go along with Elston's plan, to get as close as they could to Sarvar, and hope the camp skeleton crew could still fly a Berlin to pick them up. It wasn't much to hang her life on. That she could almost tolerate, but to have Rebecca in the same hopeless situation was almost too much to endure. She was desperate for some kind of action, something she could do which would make a difference. What that might be was proving disturbingly elusive. Her purple icon shone comfortingly in her grid. Rebecca's location icon, showing everyone that the sheepish yet surprisingly resilient Madeline Hawke was riding along in Tropic 3, with Garrick, Darwin, and poor old weepy Lulu McNamara. It was Angela's private beacon of hope. A bright amber light flared outside the Tropic. Angela knew immediately it wasn't lightning, for it wasn't fading away. Then the sound hit them, a blast that actually shunted the Tropic several meters across the snow. 3 of the side windows cracked, one shattering completely. Crystalline shards of tempered glass cascaded over Parrish. Icy air howled through the vehicle, sucking the heat out in seconds. Forster shoved his foot down hard on the brake, and they rocked to a stop. Angela didn't react for several seconds. She was too stunned to do anything. Her initial burst of fright was swiftly replaced by feverish worry. That had been an explosion, and the bright yellow light was still shining somewhere behind them, filtering through the blizzard. She studied her grid frantically. The icons for the truck had gone, as had the body mesh emissions for Joss Justic, who had been driving. Rebecca was still there, still okay. "What the fuck?" Parrish exclaimed. Another explosion ripped the snow apart behind them. "Crap on it! The bio-oil!" Ken shouted. "It's the truck! The monster's blown the truck!" Individual icons began to flash amber medical warnings in Angela's grid. Leora Fawkes, Win Melia, Chris Fiadiero, and Juan Fernando, all of them riding in Tropic 1, were showing a plethora of injuries, with lacerated skin, impact bruising, and several broken bones. Tropic 1's own sensors revealed the vehicle was now lying on its side, with badly damaged bodywork. Parrish opened the door and jumped out into the blizzard, pulling his Heckler carbine out of its holster with his good arm. "Wait!" Angela shouted, but he was gone, running towards the blazing wreckage of the truck. "Shit!" She grabbed her balaclava and parka and lurched out after him into the punishing wind and snow. There wasn't much left of the truck, its carcass reduced to crumpled panels and twisted-up chassis struts in the center of a steaming crater. But it was burning furiously as the bladder framework slowly sagged, hissing and bubbling as it collapsed in on itself. The heat stopped anyone getting within 20 meters of the mangled cab. One glance at the blackened, windowless lump of seething composite, and Angela knew there was no point trying to get close. Josh was dead. There was another blast behind the truck as a bladder on the sledge exploded. Everyone who'd run over to help immediately ducked as fragments came twirling out of the discharge, spitting sparks and flame as they sighed through the frigid air. Angela dropped to her knees as the fireball swelled up into the bleak snow, its swirl bloom slowly dwindling to a puff of filthy smoke that was sucked away. "Keep back! Keep back!" Elston was shouting. "Bolton, get a guard round the tanker, now!" Angela took a dazed glance over at where the tanker ought to be, seeing little through the fast wash of sub-zero snow. Tropic 1, which had been following the truck, had rolled over, dark bodywork glimmering in the flames. She crouched beside Biolab 2, using its bulk as a shield should anything else detonate on the truck. The big vehicle had obviously been shunted about, its wheels gouging sideways furrows through the snow. Then she realized its sledge had absorbed a lot of the blast. It was a battered ruin embedded in the snow, surrounded by a vast circle of debris. Torn boxes and flapping foil packages were being rolled and blown by the savage wind. "Son of a bitch!" she groaned. Struggling to shove her rapidly chilling arms into the parka, she told her EI to quest Elston. "Biolab 2's sledge has been busted wide open," she said. "Angela, we've got to get our injured people out of the tropic. Unless the sledge hits someone, I don't care." She finally got her goggles on and focused on the battered Tropic 1. Several people were gathered round, some in parkas, some not. A couple were on top, pulling a dazed Leora out through a broken window. "Elston, it's our food." "What?" "Biolab 2's sledge was carrying most of our food." She finally succeeded in zipping up the front of the parka and pulled the hood over her head. Her ears were completely numb. She missed the balaclava and scarf. Right in front of her, hundreds of food packets were being slowly propelled across the canyon's ice floor as the wind blew relentlessly. "Dear Lord." Elston switched to a ring link. "Anyone not involved with Tropic 1 recovery, start picking up the food packets. Legionnaires, take perimeter duty now. No one venture outside line of sight." Angela started picking up the food packets closest to her. It was the most pathetic thing she'd done in years. At best, she could hold maybe a dozen of the silvery oblongs. Then she had to hurry over to Tropic 2 with its open doors and dump them onto the seat. Her bag was inside, the one she normally used to distribute the packets around the convoy. She pulled it out and began stuffing packets inside. All around her, people were bending over, bobbing about to pick up tumbling packets like impoverished shellfishes in shallow water. Her EI ran columns of figures through her grid as she snatched and snatched at the wretched fluttering foil. She screamed curses at the ones that eluded her stiffening fingers. It was like watching a wound pump her own lifeblood away. Each packet, skittering off into the inimical snow-thickened darkness, was a day fewer that they'd be able to live. Her attitude seemed to have got through to the others. Everybody was straining against the wind, grasping after the animated packets, shoving them into their open parkas or tipping them into a vehicle. Their own vehicle, she noticed. The time of sharing was over, she knew. A lot of those packets they'd saved wouldn't be going back on any inventory Elston might order. Angela spent another 15 minutes outside, scuttling about after the food before Parrish told her to stop. The last of the individual packets was slipping beyond the simple perimeter the 6 remaining legionnaires had set up. It was just as well. Her hands, in only a single set of gloves, were now so cold she couldn't move her fingers any more. She leaned against the wind to walk back in silent misery to Tropic 2. Ken was already taping a panel over the shattered window. Forster was inside brushing snow off the dash and seats, while Parrish was still out on perimeter duty. Angela shut the door behind her and spilled her bag's contents onto the pile of packets already wedged between the front and rear seats. "We've got a good week's worth there, haven't we?" Ken said dubiously from the front passenger seat. "Probably," she said. She held her hands over the vent, watching the clinging strings of snow start to melt and drip as Forster switched it to blow hot air into the tropic. Her parka had a crust of ice nearly a centimetre thick, which was also dribbling down onto the packets, the floor, and the seat. She couldn't take it off because her hands wouldn't work. The gloves had so much ice attached they'd become her own personal mini-freezers. She was worried she might have to chip them off, and her fingers would go with them.
Son of a bitch, I'm cold.
Let me get your gloves off, Ken said. I've got a bit of feeling back in my fingers.
Thanks.
A minute later, the other back door opened, and a cloud of snow puffed in as Parrish lumbered up into the seat. Then the door slammed shut again, and the interior calmed, apart from the wheezing aircon vents.
Elston is ordering us to drive into a defensive circle, Forster said. Looks like we're stopping for a while.
We'll just have to stay here, Ken said. There's not enough fuel to get us even halfway to Savar now, and food's blowing away down the glacier, and the monster's throwing grenades at us. We don't know what happened to the truck, Parrish said.
Maybe Charisma isn't the saboteur, Forster said. Maybe they're still with us.
No, Angela said. That was the monster.
How do you know?
Because if it was the saboteur, they've just killed themselves as well. Charisma wanted to force us to turn back. Taking out the truck is a whole different ballgame. Forster started the Tropic and drove them round in a short curve, avoiding the overturned cadaver of Tropic 1, to take their position in the circle. The remaining 6 vehicles shone their headlights out across the rucked ice surface of the canyon floor, while the lightning burst sporadically amid the massive cloud bank overhead. Only 2 of the remote guns were functioning, sweeping vigilantly from side to side. Snow had clogged the actuators on the other 4, although they could still fire if they ever acquired a target. Vance sat in the driver's cab of Biolab 1, watching the wipers struggle to keep the curving windscreen clear. Their blue-white headlights, and the additional spots on the roof of the cab, penetrated no more than 10 meters into the maelstrom of snow hurtling along the canyon. The wind was now so fierce it was scouring the snow directly off the frozen river, carving elegant curving forms out of the harder drifts, only to pulverize them again in seconds, liberating them into thick cataracts that raced along parallel to the ground. Away with those fast horizontal streamers went any last hope of recovering their food. Every few seconds the biolab would shudder and growl as a band of denser snow was hammered into it. Vance was waiting for the monster. He almost expected it to walk out of the blizzard to stand in front of the biolab to gloat. Losing half their fuel had been bad, but then to have their food swept away almost as an incidental act of malice was a brutal twist of the knife. For the first time he was considering the prospect of the monster winning, that his command, the people he was responsible for, would not survive. It was a terrible knowledge, corroding his very soul. He knew he mustn't let it show, mustn't be anything less than bullishly confident. The 28 people left alive were his responsibility. They would look to him for that leadership. They'd expect him to find a way out, some way of delivering them from the cold, lingering death so far from home, which otherwise awaited them. He searched round the frenzy of snow again, but saw nothing. Perhaps even the Lord had limits. Certainly Vance could understand if he could no longer find them here. After all, nobody in the convoy knew where here was anymore. They were lost in so many ways. Such self-pity offended him. Anger helped him push the sorrow and insecurity to one side. Anger that was mostly directed inward. He was here for a reason. The end was close now. They were drawing towards a final confrontation. The monster was making sure of that. This was the moment Vance Elston was needed the most, the reason his Lord had delivered him to this time and place. The time he would find out if he was truly worthy. He made his way back into the main cabin, where Smara Jacka was inventorying the meagre collection of silvery packets she and Tamisha and Antronel had managed to scavenge out of the blizzard. "Leave that," he told her. His EI gave the biolab's net a code, and the door to the little decontam airlock opened. Antronel, Tamisha, Rourke, and Cam were inside, sitting together at the bench which ran the length of the lab. Tamisha had spent most of yesterday evening designing the dispersal mechanism which would fit into a hollow-point bullet. The lab's 3D precision printer had churned out the tiny components, which she'd spent hours painstakingly assembling into a small smart pellet that could withstand the pistol's chamber explosion, but would itself detonate a couple of milliseconds after impact. They knew hitting the monster's strangely solid skin would be useless. Instead, The mouth slit or eyes would have to provide a route inside its body to the cells. That meant a supremely accurate shot from a distance, or one from point-blank range like Ravi had managed. Once Tamisha had started producing the bullet dispenser, Vance had authorized access to the snug launch tubes built into the biolab's bulkhead. Antronel and Cam had removed one of the rockets and carefully detached the warhead. It had taken hours to extract the files of Zero metavirus from the jet stream release mechanism. There were a lot of very dangerous explosives involved, and it was the middle of the night. Nobody wanted to make a mistake. Now they had one of the files in a small Clean A chamber, along with the bullet dispensers. Rourke was transferring a tiny droplet of the green-tinted suspension liquid from the file into each smart pellet. "I pressure-tested 3 at random," Antronel said as Vance peered over Rourke's shoulder at the small manipulator arms moving about with micrometer precision inside the Clean A chamber. "They all checked out. There won't be any leakage." "Good job," Vance told Tamisha.
"Thank you, sir. The smart pellet will withstand any ordinary impact, in case you drop the pistol or anything, and they also need an arm code before they'll work."
"What about cold exposure?" Vance asked. "Do we know what temperature renders the metavirus inoperable?" "Most virus weapons cease to be effective below 10 degrees Celsius, and they start dying below 15, Antronel said. He held up a translucent, pistol-shaped rubbery sheath. "We printed a warmer for your pistol. The battery lasts 15 hours. It should keep the bullets warm enough outside." "Very well," Vance said. "How many have you filled?" he asked Rourke.
7 so far, sir."
"Give me 10. If I can't get a body puncture shot in it by then, I'll be dead anyway." Rourke gave him a tight nod.
"Understood."
"I've decided we're going to stay here," Vance announced. "It's basic math. If we don't move, the vehicle fuel cells use up a lot less bioil just supplying electricity and warmth than they will be powering the motors. We cannot reach Sarvar on the bioil remaining, so I see no point traveling any further."
"And the food?"
Antronel asked softly. "As of now, we're on survival rations. That ought to give us 10 to 15 days with what we have left. Once the blizzard clears properly, we'll launch another comm rocket and let them know we're under attack and low on supplies. The HDA will have to launch a rescue mission. The Berlins are perfectly capable of reaching us from Sarvar, even without a Daedalus tanker refueling them. It might take a few days, but they just have to establish fuel dumps along the route." Antronel nodded reluctantly.
"So it all depends on the comm rocket punching a signal through to Abelia."
"Abelia or Sarvar, yes," Vance said. "We'll program it to aim at both, of course. They've had Ravi's visual log for a day now. They'll know the Guardian is real and here with us. Rescue is frankly the minimum we should be expecting as soon as the blizzard is over. Vamika has already arranged for ski-equipped Daedalus to be put on standby to come through the gateway. Ravi's log should give him what he needs to get the General to open a war gateway above us, and drop a whole squadron of ski-equipped Daedaluses into the canyon, with enough reinforcements to finish this once and for all."
"They didn't care about us before," Tamisha said.
"Because we didn't have the evidence we do now," Vance replied. "We'll be out of here soon."
"If we're going to be staying, we should consider our defensive strategy," Antronel said. "You've got to spread out in 2 tropics, the MTJ, both biolabs and the tanker, which only has 2 people in it. For a static position, that leaves us exposed, especially as there are only 6 Legionnaires left, and only 2 remote guns working."
"Okay, what do you suggest?" Vance asked, content with the level of support his decision was being given.
"The biolabs are the most secure vehicles we have," Antronel said. "We know the monster can't get in. It tried before. Once we've finished this procedure, bring people in. We hardly have to maintain the lab's integrity after this. If it's too crowded, we can use the MTJ as well. Its heater is a lot better than anything the tropics have. We also need to see if the remote guns can be reactivated. From what Ulrug was saying, it's probably just ice screwing up the actuators." "We'd also get people to bring in what food they gathered," Cam said. "That way, we'll get a better idea of how much there is left."
"All right," Vance said. "I'll talk with the doctor to see how many we can accommodate in Biolab 2 without compromising her patients. Then we'll start to dig in for the duration." The electrical storm raging inside the blizzard began to fire lightning balls down into the canyon around midday. Angela saw the first one streak overhead to strike the canyon wall a couple of 100 meters away. The convoy's minuscule net glitched in response to the EM pulse. A nest of seething lightning braids erupted from the impact point, scrabbling away at the frozen river for several seconds. The serpentine gouge marks they left hissed and steamed before the blizzard quickly obscured them, and the net re-established itself.
"Great, that's all we need,"
Angela muttered from the front passenger seat of the Tropic. Kem was up on the roof, trying to fix the remote gun actuators, or at least scrape the ice off them, while Parrish stood guard outside. She didn't like him being out there with his one working arm. Everyone knew their firearms had no effect on the monster, but Elston's instructions about withdrawing into the biolabs and NTJ were probably the only good order he'd issued since the convoy began. And she was going to be in the same biolab as Rebecca, which was a huge plus point. Attio and Bastian and Garrick had been tasked with filling up the biolab fuel tanks from the tanker's sledge bladders. If she wiped the condensation from the Tropic's windows and squinted, she could sometimes catch a glimpse of their heavy, snow-shrouded figures lumbering round like mythical yetis. Omar and Botin were keeping guard over them. Rebecca, Lulu and Darwin had just abandoned Tropic 3, their stooped shapes battling the wind as they plodded over to Biolab 1. Leora was escorting them. Angela could track their identity icons on her grid, seeing them approaching the safety of the biolab. She began pulling on her own parka in preparation. They'd be going over there themselves soon. Their food packets were already in bags ready to carry. Everything else that she couldn't stuff into pockets, all the personal kit, would be abandoned in the Tropic while they waited for some kind of rescue. The balaclava went on next. Then she started jamming her fingers into her gloves. It had taken an age for her to dry them out on the vent, but she couldn't risk them freezing like they had last time when she went chasing food packets. With the inner layer on, she pushed her fingers into the thicker mid-layer, following with the waterproof outer layer. The bag strap was about the smallest thing she could pick up now, but at least her hands would stay dry and reasonably warm. Rebecca's icon showed her inside Biolab 1. Another lightning ball zoomed down from the thick, churning sky, erupting like a coronal sunrise on the other side of the parked vehicles. Angela wiped at the condensation and peered out again. Somebody was walking round the back of the tanker's sledge, with its framework of bladders. A dark, bulky figure, like everyone in a parka. But her net connection had glitched again, and the identity icons had vanished from the grid. "Show all last known positions," she told her EI. There was no one near the tanker's sledge. The refueling crew was over by Biolab 2. "It's back!" Angela yelled. Sitting in the driver's seat, his parka half on, Forster turned to gape at her. "What?" "The monster! It's going after the rest of the bio-oil!" Angela yanked at the door handle and jumped down onto the hard-packed snow covering the river. "Parrish!" she screamed. The blizzard buffeted her. High-velocity snow smacked into her face, half blinding her. She hunched down and began to run as best she could towards the sledge. Another lightning ball zipped across the top of the canyon, bursting against the northern cliff. A plasma rainbow inflated, flaring into lightning tendrils that slithered down the cliff like an incandescent waterfall to ground out among the jagged black rocks at the base. Angela tugged her outer gloves off and switched her dark weapons to semi-active status. Foreign cells that for the last 2 months had flourished along her ulna and grown their fronds out along her fingers stirred themselves. The tingling sensation they gave off was exactly as she remembered from 20 years ago. They worked. She hadn't been sure if the old Psi-Tech would retain its integrity over 2 decades, but the specialist on New Tokyo had been the very best. All she'd needed was the right activants to resurrect them. Poor old puppy boy Parrish had been ecstatic when they made it back to the hotel that night back in February, just after they'd arrived at Abelia. Angela had been impressed by his stamina. 4 clubs, bottle after bottle of beer, several sacks of tox, more beer, dancing hard to get all that alcohol and narcotic pumping fast round his bloodstream. Wine followed, then some shots. In the taxi he'd been pawing at her like the school jock taking the prom queen home. Nothing seemed to have any damping effect on his appallingly fit young body. They were locked together as they stumbled through the hotel room's door. His tongue was in her mouth and trying to get down into her lungs. Back in the second club, her EI had used some of Zarlene's dark software to monitor his body mesh, and reported he'd switched off the medical smart cell routines. So she replicated the passion and clamped her hands tight on the back of his neck to return the kiss. As she did it, she bumped a sack against his carotid, the sedative she'd extracted from the clinic just after her embarrassing collapse in the mess tent earlier in the week. That day she saw Rebecca for the first time. Parrish was having a grand time with his hand up her blouse. She broke away with a lustful smile. "Give me 1 minute," she told him huskily, and backed towards the ensuite. "And Parrish." "Yeah?" He blinked hazily. "You better be naked when I come back in here." She closed the door and started counting. At 9, there was the unmistakable thud made by an unconscious Legionnaire corporal hitting the carpet. When she peeped cautiously back into the bedroom, it was difficult not to feel a burst of sympathy. Her lovely puppy boy was sprawled on the floor, his trousers round his ankles. "Sorry, sweets." Angela apologized to his snoring form. She took a moment to straighten her own clothes and comb her hair back to something more respectable. Her EI called a taxi using a trace avoidance patch from Zarlene's cache. By the time she was striding through the hotel lobby, it was pulling up outside. The taxi's auto-management wanted a deposit. Angela accessed one of the small emergency fund accounts Saul had set up in Abelia 20 years ago. Pleased she could still remember the code. There was only a couple of €100 in it, but that was more than enough for the ride to Camilo Beach. She ordered the taxi to wait at the top of the little village, just off the Rue de Ranelagh, then walked down the sandy road, past the neat whitewashed bungalows that glowed a spectral grey under the bright ring light, smelling the fresh sea air. The community was typical Saul, a nice place, no doubt filled with decent folk bringing up their families as best they could. Then she arrived at his bungalow, with its tiny rear kitchen patio opening directly onto the beach. Poor old Saul. He'd been so flummoxed by her appearance. The files she'd harvested said he had a wife and children, so she prayed he wouldn't be so stupid as to confess her appearance to them. But knowing Saul, there was a good chance he'd do exactly that. She sat on the low wall surrounding the patio while her EI called their emergency address code. "Who is this?" Saul asked 30 seconds later. At least no light had come on in the house. He wasn't in full freak-out mode. Yet. "It's me, Saul. It's Angela." "But you're... It can't be." "They let me out to advise the expedition, darling. I'm officially on probation, which I've just broken in a spectacular way to come here to see you." "Here? Here where?" "I'm outside, standing on your patio. I didn't want to wake your family up." "Oh, crap. Wait." She had to smile fondly, visualizing his panicked face as he tried to slip off the bed without waking Emily. Angela had harvested an image of Mrs. Howard No. 2. She was a real looker. Young, too. That sweet charm of Saul's was still clearly fully charged. The big glass door slid aside, and he came stumbling out into the night, trying to shove his arms into a baggy old cricket sweater. The sight of him shocked her, causing her smile to diminish. Her husband had aged so. Back in Holloway, when she saw Elston again, she'd been quietly smug at his chubby face and frosting of grey on a receding hairline, the heavier build. Now the same illness of entropy had infected her soul, and there was no triumph in that, only sadness as she finally realized how she was destined to spend her life leaving others behind. Except Rebecca. "Oh, God, it's really you," Saul croaked. "You haven't aged. Not a day. You are a 1 in 10, aren't you? It's all true." Angela summoned up some degree of dignity and gave him a warm smile as she held out her arms in welcome. "Hello, babe." He stepped into the embrace, but there was so much missing. It was a hug from a long-lost brother, not a lover, not the father of her child. "I didn't think I'd ever see you again," he said in a muffled voice. She could feel him quivering, and knew he'd be crying. "It's all right," she said soothingly. "And before you say anything, I know." "You do?" He wiped a hand over his eyes. "How do you know?"
Your Abelia Civic Administration files are open. I harvested them as soon as I arrived. Emily looks lovely. Well done, you. And 3 children, isn't it? His face crumpled in dismay. He was on the verge of tears again. No, that's not... Angela, it's Rebecca. She didn't make it. My sister called me a year after they caught you. The doctors did their very best, but... I'm so sorry. What are you talking about? I couldn't even tell you. There'd been the trial. You were in prison. I followed it in all the Transnet news. It was awful. I don't know how I survived. So, Rebecca is very much alive. That's why I broke probation to visit you. She's here, on the expedition. I don't know how or why, but she's here. Your daughter is alive and staying at Abelia Airport HDA camp. I've seen her with my own eyes. I damn near had a heart attack. She's beautiful, Saul. She's got my crazy hair, poor thing, but she's got your smile to make up for it. Dearest Angela. No. She swatted away the tentative hand that was reaching out. That sympathy wasn't something she was going to put up with. Don't even start down that route. I know what I saw. All right, Angela. She gave him a look that was pure contemptuous hatred. He didn't believe her. His life had moved on, no doubt with a great deal of guilt, away from his lost daughter and suspected serial killer wife. Son of a bitch! She hadn't expected a triumphant welcome-back party, but this kind of greeting was pretty shabby. Don't worry. I'm going to get out of your life, Saul. For good this time. I just need something first. Of course. I've got some money. It's not much, but you're welcome to it. I don't need money, she spat. I've got to make sure Rebecca stays safe. That monster is real, Saul, and it's here on St Libra. Do you even believe that? I know you couldn't have done what they said you did. Not you. I know you better than you think I do. Thank fuck for that. You were smart enough not going back through the gateway. But then I remember my last message to you. I was being pretty forceful again, wasn't I? Yeah. Always the bitch. But I'm glad you were safe. That you found yourself alive again. You deserve that after everything we went through. Angela, he said gently. If it's not money, what do you want? I came for the activants, Saul. What? He blurted it out so loud his immediate reaction was to turn and give the bungalow a guilty glance. The activants. We had 4 batches made up in New Tokyo. And I know you. You'll have kept everything from those days. I made you get rid of everything else, everything you were, so you kept whatever relics you had, no matter how small or painful. You can't bump them. Angela, they're 20 years old. They're probably poisoned now, and the weapons are the same. The nuclei threads will still be there in my ulnas. No reason for them not to be. They just need a growth trigger again. Angela, please, don't do this. Saul, you're going to get them for me, and we both know that. So why don't we just cut out the shouting and the threats and move straight to the end game? Come on. Go inside and get them from whatever little secret stash of the past you have. Then I'll be gone. Angela. They haven't announced it, of course. But the reason this expedition is being put together is because there was another North murdered by the monster. It's real, Saul. And it took a trip to Earth back in January. The HDA is worried enough that they busted me out of jail to help them. Saul let out a broken sigh. Wait here. He was gone over 10 minutes. Wherever he'd hidden the memorabilia of his earlier life, it was in a deep and difficult-to-reach place, which was smart of him. But when he returned, he was carrying a small plastic box. Thank you, Saul, she said with genuine gratitude. The box had a cradle for 4 sacks. There were only 3 left. She picked one out and bumped it against her neck. Saul winced. Still alive? Angela said brightly. Please, Angela. Yeah, I know. When I get back from the jungle, I'll go and get me some therapy. That's what you want, isn't it? I'm pleased you're considering it. Angela, they locked you up for 20 years. Does it show? Which was a low blow,
especially against him. Just be careful out there, okay? Promise. She hugged him again. They even kissed, platonically. Then she was walking back up the sand-scattered road to the taxi. She didn't look back, just like the last time. The blizzard punching down the Dulce Canyon sent a compact wave of snow slapping against Angela as she tried to hurry towards the tanker's sledge. It almost sent her sprawling on her front. The heavy layers of clothes were conspiring with the wind to make every step an effort. She'd left her goggles behind in the tropic, forcing her to squint against the whirling ice flakes that filled the air. Not 20 meters away, the monster swung its arm. Blades hacked into the bladder framework, cutting clean through composite struts and puncturing the rubbery containers themselves. Bio-oil gushed out, a viscous black liquid splattering down onto the rumpled crust of snow to form a rapidly expanding puddle. Rivulets trickled away across the frozen river. "Fuck you!" Angela screamed at the monster as it slashed its 5-bladed hand through another set of bladders. She kicked her legs as hard as she could, desperate to cover the distance between them. The monster regarded her for a second, pausing with a disdain that was positively human, before turning and walking away, leaving the bio-oil gushing freely onto the ground behind it. Another ball lightning descended into the canyon, landing on the far side of the circled vehicles. It rebounded, oscillating wildly into a hemisphere before disintegrating into a globular cascade of glaring lightning strands. The entire convoy was illuminated with pure white solar splendor, as if Sirius had returned to its pre-redshift grandeur. Angela's net link vanished. She saw 2 figures lying on the snow beside Biolab 2, the fuel hose snaking between them. Big patches of crimson blood were growing sluggishly out around each of them. The Legionnaires, Lieutenant Botin and Omar Mihambo, were close by, moving as fast as they could in the hurricane wind, their weapons already drawn, thin ruby laser beams tracking round in search of a target. They must have seen the monster at the same time. Their carbines started to level in unison as the monster strode off beyond the sledge, creating its own micro-swirls within the rampaging snow. "No!" Angela yelled at the top of her lungs. She waved frantically, trying to stop them, but she was too far away. They never saw her. The carbines opened fire. Thin plumes of ice spiked up out of the ground just short of the sledge, stitching a fast line in pursuit of the monster. Explosive-tipped armor-piercing rounds that shattered the rock-hard snow and ice in small gouts of flame. 3 of them struck the spreading pool of bio as the corona of lightning flares began to fade. Flames whooshed up from the spilled fuel, blue fire burning bright, sliding inexorably towards the residual torrent still leaking from the bladders. The Legionnaires realized what they'd done and stopped firing. One of them stood perfectly still, watching the flames in horror. The other lunged forwards. Angela watched in dismay as the figure reached the elongated puddle of flame. It skidded to a halt and bent over, dropping the carbine so gauntlets could shove at the snow, trying to create a break in the bio like a child playing dams and streams on the beach. For a moment, it looked like he'd succeed. The flames started to splutter, then suddenly he was lifting his hands, which had become 2 balls of striking turquoise flame. A frightened Angela slowed to a halt and began to run in the other direction. She crashed into Parrish, who was heading in to help, sending both of them tumbling onto the unforgiving ground. The lightning died. Leaping blue flames illuminated the scene. They'd burned their way around the Legionnaire and were racing for the sledge. But the flaming figure rolled over, deliberately crashing down on top of the smooth, bright wavefront, extinguishing the blaze. It writhed about, kicking up ridges of saturated snow. The flames began to track wide. Then the other Legionnaire was racing up to the sledge, snatching a fire extinguisher off the framework. Foam jetted out, smothering the leading edge of the flame. Then he was directing the foam onto the blazing puddles and their splash-pattern rivulets. Angela's link to the convoy net resurrected. It was instantly full of incoherent shouting. The grid showed her it was Lieutenant Botin in the flames, with his arms still alight, and flaming bio-oil seeping down his legs. Bio-oil somehow transferred to his hood, and he was engulfed in a halo of blue flame, the burn accelerated by the howling blizzard. Parrish was rolling fast, onto his feet to struggle over to Botin. He grabbed a second extinguisher with his functioning arm
and played the foam over the lieutenant while Omar Mahembo battled the slurry of flaming bioil seething over the ground. Flame began to rise up Parrish's own boots, and he fired the extinguisher down. Angela shamefully shuffled backwards, fearful of the sledge and tanker exploding. The guilt at not helping Parrish was overwhelming, but not enough to push her to her feet. All she could do was squat there in the middle of the inimical blizzard, watching the 3 legionnaires risk their lives to protect the bioil that everyone else needed to survive another few days. Eventually it was over, and the flames snuffed out beneath the bubbling foam, itself already starting to freeze. Elston's voice was strong in the net, overridden by Boatin's agonized screams. That finally galvanized Angela into action. She put her head down and pushed through the horizontal snow to reach Parrish. Together with Omar, they tugged the lieutenant over to Biolab 2. Conniff and Sakur helped Angela, Parrish, and Omar heave Boatin onto the vacant gurney. Ravi was moved aside, while Leora, Wynne, Chris, and Juan Fernando, with their serious but non-life-threatening injuries, were unceremoniously dispatched into the laboratory section itself to clear some space. With the snow and ice melting in the cabin's warmth, the damage the flames had done to the lieutenant's hands and arms was becoming apparent. Angela stood as far back as she could, with water dripping off her parka as Sakur cut the crusted, blackened balaclava away from Boatin's head. 2 sacks of sedative were quickly bumped against the charred skin of his neck, silencing his whimpers. "We need to strip all his clothes off and apply the flesh membrane seal," Conniff said. "Omar, can you help us, please? Take the armor jacket and torso layers. The flames seem to have missed them. Use cutters. Don't worry about buttons and zips."
"Yes, Mum,"
Omar said in a hushed, reluctant tone. He pulled his own gloves and parka off and went to stand at the gurney. "I'll take the arms and hands," she said. "Sakur, legs and feet, please." Water and splats of yellow, blood-curdled foam continued to drip off the gurney. Strips of stained cloth followed them, crumpling into a soggy mush on the floor. Angela looked away. There was a smell starting to build up in the biolab's main cabin, which the aircon couldn't entirely deal with, even though the vent fans were running on high. The door chamber slid back, and Elston bustled in, unzipping his parka. "Is he okay?" He craned forward for a look at the lieutenant on the gurney, and blanched when he saw the ruined flesh of both limbs and face. The doctor was spraying the raw burns with antiseptic oil. She turned to face the colonel and shook her head, tight-lipped. It was a wonder Elston didn't slam his fist into the cabin wall. Angela hadn't seen him quite so angry before. Cross, yes, but this was a rage that was consuming him. "That thing!" he choked out. "Who did it get?" Angela asked quietly. Her grid was showing her identity icons and their status, so she already knew. But there was some kind of primitive belief going on deep in her brain that wanted the deaths confirmed by something other than a machine. Elston glared at her, then relented. "Attio and Garrick are confirmed dead. You saw them out there. Bastian is missing. It must have carried him off."
"What does it do with them?"
Omar demanded, his ruined face wrinkling up heavily in an expression of frightened dismay.
"Is it eating us? Is that it?"
"It won't be biocompatible at that level," Conniff said without looking up from her patient. "Even if it is carnivorous, our protein structures will be all wrong for it."
"Then what?"
Omar began wretchedly. "I don't fucking know!" Elston shouted back. Angela realized a mild shock was starting to set in. Her skin was beginning to flush. Somewhere underneath all her layers, her arms were shaking. She wanted to ask Elston what he was going to do about refueling now, about safeguarding the tanker and the remaining bioil in the sledge. But they were past that now. All they could do was wait in their vehicles for the fury of the blizzard to pass, like peasant primitives, and hope the monster didn't come for them in the meantime. It riled her that she had no other option. When she looked round the muggy cabin, she saw Ravi looking at her with an unnervingly calm expression. She shuffled her way round to him. "Thank you again," the craggy old pilot said. "Least I could do." She glanced back at the gurney. "So, what now? You're proper military. What's our best tactical plan?" "It's going to finish what it just started. I would."
Without fuel, we're totally screwed. That and the comm rockets. It'll keep going after them until it succeeds. And when it does, we're all dead. Our biggest disadvantage is that none of our weapons work against it. How do you stop something you can't kill or even injure?
You're wrong, Elston said without turning round. We do have a weapon that will be utterly lethal to that son of a bitch. With that, he began to pull his outer gauntlets back on in fast, angry motions. And I'm going to get it. And I will have no hesitation using it on that bastard. If HDA want a living specimen, they can come back here and collect one for themselves. Because that is now one dead monster walking. He stomped into the door chamber. Angela exhaled lightly. She looked down at Ravi and flexed her fingers, feeling the mild tingle of her dark weapons. So, if I had a weapon that would kill it, what would I do?
There's only one option left, the pilot said knowingly. You have to go on the offensive, like you did before.
Angela gave him a tight smile. Yeah. The trouble was, she hadn't exactly been on the offensive. After the shock of finding the bodies of the three Norths and Susky in the mansion's lounge, Angela hung on to the doorframe for grim life while her nerves steadied fractionally. There was a psycho loose in the mansion, and, like the light, none of the alarms was working. She peered out into the long central corridor. Without ring light, the only illumination was that provided by the overspill from the lounge lights. She looked up and down the corridor. 5 meters away, the door to Bartram's bedroom was opening silently. The sight of it was all Angela needed to clear her mind and focus. All that mattered now was survival. Cost irrelevant. She activated the dark weapons in her hands, and felt 8 sharp pricks of pain when the sharp little talons punctured her skin as they rose up from the side-tech fronds which had twined along her finger bones. Blood began to drip down, adding to the lake of gore around her feet. There was so much she'd never be able to keep her balance, she realized. She hurried out into the corridor, her feet slapping against the clean marble, gaining traction. Bartram's door swung right back. A humanoid monster was standing there. Time halted as she stared at the impossibility. It was her own height, though considerably more bulky, with a skin she would always recall as resembling leather turned to stone. Behind it, revealed in the faint wash of light from the lounge, she saw the bodies of Mary Angela, Coy, and Bartram. Butchered by the same blades that were now rising up in front of her, the hands of the monster. That motion broke the spell. She assumed a combat crouch, just as some long-forgotten instructor had taught her and Shasta decades ago, during one of their foolish fads. Studying the monster's movements, waiting for the telltale shift that would illustrate its attack. For some reason, it didn't attempt a lunge or swipe with those horrific blades that were poised ready to administer her death. Instead, its head tilted to one side, and it issued the wistful sigh of a thwarted lover, as if it was surprised and gladdened to see her. Angela jumped, turning sideways as she went, assuming a soaring leopard posture, ducking under the raised arm to unexpectedly jab both sets of fingers into its torso and trigger. The Psytech that had been implanted in New Tokyo and stimulated by the activants behind Maslin's cafe had spent the intervening weeks growing inside her, its quasi-life cells enveloping her ulnas in a sheath of synthetic cells that had been faithfully copied from electric eels. Semi-organic conductor threads had sprouted from them into her hands, up to the talon buds in each fingertip. 5,000 volts slammed into the monster with a blinding violet-white flash. It went flying backwards along the 7th floor's wide central corridor, landing in the long grisly slick of blood and skidding further until it smacked into the wall. Angela didn't even see the final impact. She was already sprinting for the stairs. The world had gone mad, imploded on her. But that didn't matter. The transfer had gone through. Rebecca would get the genetic treatment. Nothing else mattered. A hysterical laugh bubbled out of her rigid throat. Not even alien killer monsters. All she had to do was keep alive, stay ahead of the authorities. Nobody was going to believe her when it came to tonight's events. She couldn't explain them fully unless she told them why she was really here, and that could never happen. Nothing could risk Rebecca's treatment. Nothing at all. Her own life was expendable at this point. She took the stairs 3 at a time. Couldn't hear anything moving behind her. Not yet. Maybe the charge had killed it. Somehow she knew it hadn't. There was a bag in her room, one she casually kept packed, one which had items to help any emergency dash to safety. She reached the 6th floor and had a millisecond debate with herself, if she could afford the time to retrieve it. The monster would be after her. She never doubted that for an instant. But she needed the things in that bag if she was going to stand any chance of getting away clean. Angela went for the bag. Inside the biolab's door chamber, Angela ordered her EI to switch on the identity code in her solid memory cache. She put the little block on a shelf and deactivated her body mesh's link to the convoy's net. Not that the net was much use in the bedlam of the lightning storm. She stepped out into the turmoil of the blizzard. Sirius, in its weakened state, still hadn't penetrated the cloud, leaving the canyon immersed in a thick gloaming. Gravel-sized snowflakes assailed her parka and quilted trousers, crackling against her helmet. As she looked round, she could see the white headlight beams pointing ineffectually into the storm, blurring into a haze just a few meters outside the pathetic protective ring the vehicles had once again contracted into. Attio and Garrick still lay on the ground beside Biolab 1, with the snow already starting to accumulate along one side of their corpses, where the wind blew unceasingly. Most of the hose was already submerged under small ripple-like drifts, while the frozen extinguisher foam looked like another serrated ice ridge, just one more piece of the tormented landscape. None of the remote guns was moving now, leaving the convoy effectively defenseless against the monster. Though, in truth, they always had been, she thought. Angela set off between Tropics 3 and 2. The side windows on both vehicles were covered with pale sheets of ice, fluorescing slightly from the inside lights. Their windscreen wipers were still churning away in pained judders, but all they cleared now was ever smaller triangles. At this rate, the windscreens would be covered in another half hour. Nobody saw her, not even when another crazy lightning ball streaked through the turgid clouds far above, throwing down a brighter illumination. She walked unchallenged into the canyon's arctic emptiness, where the monster awaited. The solitude was almost refreshing, as was the lack of worry. Her decision had been made. The demon would be faced. She trudged around the convoy slowly, turning a complete circle every couple of paces, so she could see it when it came for her. Ball lightning swooped above her sporadically, revealing the stark ground of broken folds, meandering fissures, and entombed rock. She had to walk. Anyone stationary out here would freeze soon enough. The glow of the headlights revealed the vehicles easily enough. An icon in her smart cell grid showed her the net fading in and out, as if it was nothing more sophisticated than a short-wave radio signal. Angela had completed a half-circuit of the vehicles when she saw something moving through the churning snow. A bulky humanoid figure leaning into the wind in abrasive snow. It was heading straight for her. Angela hurriedly pulled off her outer gauntlets. When it was 5 meters away, another lightning ball darted above the canyon wall. The figure was coated in a slick black skin, obscuring its features. Snow slithered down it, unable to gain any kind of hold. Several slippery bulges flared out from around the waist, 2 of them with pistol grips protruding. "Rebecca?" A secure link quested out from the blank figure. "Mother, what the hell are you doing out here?" Angela started stuffing her hands back into the gauntlets. Just a few seconds' exposure had sent the acute cold slithering through the fabric of her inner layers to nip at her fingers. "Protecting you. It'll come from me. I can deal with it." Rebecca came right up to her until their faces were centimeters apart. Angela covered by a balaclava wrapped in a scarf. Rebecca clad in smooth metamolecule armor. "I really don't think you can," Rebecca said. "Come on, come back in." "To sit in a biolab until it rips a door off and stabs us while we sleep? Not my style. The biolabs are tough. We can sit out the blizzard in them. It will go for the comm rockets. We need them just as much as the bio-oil. Mother, please. I can deal with it. I am not letting you face that thing. I can't.
Not after everything we've done to make sure you live. Why won't you trust me? These systems are quite capable— Ah, hell. What? Angela turned to scour the blizzard, fearful what her daughter's sensors had detected. You must have 2 micro-tracers on you. The second one just got triggered. That son of a bitch Elston never did really trust me. Rebecca slapped her shoulder. Can't think why. He'll be out here soon. That's all we need, a gospel warrior screwing things up. As soon as Vance gave the order for everyone to take shelter in the biolabs, he found Angela was missing. Her identity icon showed she was in Biolab 2, where he'd left her, but Parrish had tried to link to her, to check she'd made it back to the tropic okay. Vance didn't know what she was doing, but with his command under deadly assault from the monster, he was long past giving her the benefit of the doubt. He ordered his EI to trigger the smart micro bug that Antronel had tagged Angela with. Even the convoy's decaying, glitching net could still perform a triangulation function. Her location popped up immediately in Vance's Iris Smart Cell grid. Angela was standing 25 meters outside the ring of vehicles. At least, he assumed she was standing. There was no medical data to confirm it, just the smart microbe's weak ping. Antronel and Jay watched him closely as he slipped the pistol into its rubbery, heated sheath. His EI quested a link to the magazine and gave the bullets their arming code. I'm going out there, he said. Keep a link open, Antronel said. We need to know what's happening. And be careful, Jay said. She's either the murderer or she's helping that thing. There's no other reason for her to be out there. I know, Vance said. The knowledge came with a heavy heart. Despite their differences, he had come to rely on Angela. And if she was part of whatever conspiracy they were caught up in, why had she brought Ravi back? Was Ravi part of this too? He hated the fear his paranoia was generating. Sweet Jesus, protect me, please, he whispered. Ball lightning struck the floor of the canyon several hundred meters away, detonating into a morass of belligerent lightning strands. The vehicles were briefly highlighted in the stark, flickering light. He saw Darwin climbing up into Biolab 2's door chamber, and his EI quested a link. Did everyone get across okay? He asked. Lulu is inside, Darwin said. Madeline went back for something. I couldn't stop her. Vance studied his grid, but Madeline Hawk's identity icon was missing. It's back, he growled. Get inside now, he told Darwin. The lightning rampage died away, leaving Vance alone in the gloom of the savage blizzard. He bent into the wind and hurried forwards as fast as he could go. Angela's tracer hadn't moved. His EI activated his Iris Smart Cell's infrared function, shifting his vision to a seething blue cloud of sapphire and cyan. A slim glimmer of pink fluctuated in and out of existence up in front, as the harsh flurries of snow marched across it. Elston gripped the pistol tightly and slogged forward over the hellish wasteland of the broken ice river. Nothing was going to stop him now. Not weather, not monsters. Angela Tramelo was finally going to tell him the truth, no matter what. The good Lord would understand and forgive extreme measures on this day. As he drew closer, the red glimmer strengthened, widening, resolving out of smeared chaos. Another lightning ball plummeted into the ground behind him. White light flooded out, revealing the canyon. It was 2 figures up ahead. Angela was easy enough to identify. She was in a parka with one of those thick scarves she knitted, wrapped round her head. The monster was standing beside her. Its skin was sleeker than the images had shown him, and it wasn't as large as he'd expected. I have looked upon you, Vance snarled into the storm, and I have seen the devil. He raised his pistol and walked forward. He fired. Once. Twice. The monster bent and ducked. Just as it had been with Ravi, the bullets had no effect. I have to get closer. Have to get a clean eye shot. Then Vance realized it didn't have blades for hands. In fact, it looked remarkably human, despite being featureless. There must be different types. Stop! Stop! Angela yelled. She was racing forward, waving her arms frantically. Elston, for fuck's sake, stop shooting! You are allied, he cried in consternation. His pistol swung round, lining up on the traitor woman who had persecuted his dreams for too long. Satan's whore, the arch-deceiver.
"She's my daughter!" Angela bellowed. Vance wouldn't have believed anything could have stopped him from pulling the trigger. Yet his finger now refused to move. What? To know. To finally know. "Madeline, she's my daughter. That's why I was in the mansion." I don't... Vance was stricken with doubt. His EI reported a quest ping emanating from the dark figure. It carried Madeline Hawke's identity code. "You can't be," he blurted. "I am," Madeline said. "I'm an undercover operative. My real name's Rebecca DeVoyle, and Angela is my mother." "You're the monster?" "Crap, no. This is metamolecule armor. Constantine North sent me. Jupiter wants to know what's going on." "Sweet Jesus," Vance moaned. "But a daughter? How?" he pleaded. "I needed money to save her," Angela said. "I was scamming the Norths." "You really didn't kill them?" The revelation was almost spiritual. Despite where he was, he felt like laughing for the sheer joy of finally understanding. "Of course I fucking didn't, you cretin," Angela spat. Vance grinned. That was Angela. The one and true. Something moved behind Rebecca. "Look out!" he yelled, and brought the pistol up again. An arm with 5 finger blades slammed into Rebecca's side. Rebecca guessed it didn't matter anymore that her cover was blown. She couldn't see how it compromised her now. And it had certainly stopped that fool of a colonel from shooting at her. He was left begging Angela to explain. While Angela, of course, was just angry. Rebecca frowned as the two ancient adversaries barked at each other. Her infrared receptors showed her the pistol Elston was carrying was positively hot compared to the rest of him. Then he was yelling directly at her, and his pistol was coming up. Something smashed against her. Even the armor's amplified muscle functions couldn't keep her upright from such a blow. Rebecca toppled over and skidded along the rock-hard ice. Red icons flared in her grid, detailing the damage her net gun had received. It was effectively ruined. That was deliberate. The monster had sliced at it in the holster. Why that? Combat analysis routine slipped up into her optic nerves, analyzing every byte of external sensor data, predicting and forecasting options, hers and her opponent's. She spun hard along the ground, using her momentum to give her extra speed, coming round into a crouch. Not quite fast enough. The monster had followed her. Its hand swung down again, striking against her neck before she was properly balanced again. The metamolecules protected her from the blade edges, but the blow hurt. Amber caution icons blinked up. The metamolecules were actually straining to maintain integrity against such impacts. "Shit!" she grunted. Going with the strike again. Falling and rolling. Again, an apparent ungainly struggle to her feet. The monster loomed large above her, its arm raised to club her down. Standing close. Rebecca's foot lashed out. She saw her foot slide along the program's maximum impact vector, its force amplified by the metamolecules, which even actively corrected her body motion marginally. Her heel connected perfectly against its ankle. The power behind the strike knocked its legs out from under it, sending it crashing down on the rumpled, unforgiving ice. It immediately started to scramble to its feet. With the metamolecule armor's help, Rebecca beat it up. Just in time to see Angela sprinting up to help. "No!" she yelled, flinging out a hand to keep her mother away. That distraction was all the monster needed. The kick landed full square at the base of her spine. She actually left the ground to half-somersault through the gusting snow. Ball lightning landed behind the convoy vehicles, detonating into a fountain spume of lightning fronds that soared 20 meters up into the blizzard. With her enhanced senses, Rebecca saw the scene in perfect monochrome light. The monster turning to follow her. Angela still charging forwards with her hands extended wide. Elston lumbering on behind, trying to keep the warm pistol level on the monster. "Stay back, mother!" she cried, as if that would do any good. She watched in disbelief as Angela pulled her gloves off. Her EI was throwing up combat options. Weapons were coming online. She cursed herself for being so slow, for letting emotions interfere with her responses. Without the net gun, capturing the monster wasn't going to be an option anymore.
Survival was what drove her now. She started to rise. The lightning withered down, spent against the frozen river. Darkness collapsed in on them again. No. Elston's muzzle flash was bright in her senses, which made the monster turn towards him. And Angela. Those fatal blades swept up. Then Angela was jumping. Rebecca screamed, "No!" But Angela reached out, and Rebecca's senses perceived the weirdest pulse of electrical energy surging down her arm. They worked. The old dark sci-tech weapons. Angela felt the tips surge up through the flesh of her fingertips as she started to jump, to distract the monster from its brutal assault on her daughter. 10 sharp stabs of pain that she ignored. The monster was turning, its blades stretching out as they repeated their ancient dance. And she reached out to stroke its shoulder once again, but this time going low. The cells discharged. As before, those 20 years ago, there was a blinding flash, and the monster went staggering back through the icy darkness. But this time there was something wrong. Some piece of insulation that hadn't quite developed correctly. Fire burned down the inside of her left wrist, stunning her, stalling the scream of agony that was in her throat. Her senses blanked out for a moment, and she hit the ground, sprawling helplessly, heart juddering wildly. 5 blades slid down amid the snowflakes, and she couldn't move. Elston came hurtling out of the blizzard, shoulder down in the old football tackle, crunched into the side of the monster, sending them both crashing over together beside Angela. She saw him try to bring his pistol up to the monster's face. Too slow. 5 blades jabbed upwards, penetrating his parka and the armor vest below, slicing deep into the abdomen. "No!" Angela wailed. Elston's face was inches from her. Shock filled his eyes as he drew down a feeble gasp of air. The blades were withdrawn from his body. He shook uncontrollably as he slumped down onto the ice. Rebecca watched in horror as Elston sacrificed himself to deflect the blades from her mother. Then the terrible creature was recovering, pushing the dying colonel to one side, ready to administer the same fatal blow to Angela. Angela, who snarled with savage defiance and brought her weaponized hands up again. Rebecca jumped, effortlessly covering the distance. She landed on both feet directly in front of it, knees bent, fist clenched. Purple and gold kinetic profile projections blossomed in her optic interface as the combat programs ran options. The armor locked into shape as the 5-blade hand came slashing round malevolently. The edges hit her upper shoulder and rebounded, slewing the humanoid shape round, trailing projections like neon contrails. 3 opportunities opened for a counterstrike. Rebecca punched with her right hand, seeing her fist slide along the combat program's trajectory. Impact point was perfect, mid-torso, while it was still regaining equilibrium from its deflected attack. It left the ground to fly backwards, thudding down heavily a couple of meters away. "Enough," Rebecca said coldly. She drew the E-carbine from her waist. Theoretically, it could slice through a 2-meter column of metalloceramic armor, but Rebecca dialed the power down and fired. A glaring purple-white beam of electrons stabbed out, hitting the monster's waist. It juddered frantically under the blast. Rebecca switched it off. "Don't like electricity, huh?" She fired again. The monster's fists and heels began to beat against the ice river. Slim serpents of electron currents writhed furiously around it in a splendorous cage of agonizing illumination. Its hide was smoldering from the points where it was grounding out, thin wisps of smoke mingling with the steam fizzing up from the ice. "They want me to keep you alive. I can't do that if you keep up the aggression." She switched the E-carbine off again. "What do you say?" Her EI reported a link quest from the prone monster, using Bastion North's identification tag.
"I concede your advantage," he said.
Angela knelt beside Elston and smiled wretchedly at him. "What did you do that for?" she choked. "That was so stupid. I had everything under control." He smiled weakly and held her hand, turning it round slowly so he could see her bleeding fingertips with the talons exposed. The little girl fought off a monster all by herself. Never did believe it. "Good stuff, Sci-Tech."
I'm sure you've got better today.
We have.
I'll remember that for next time. Angela, I'm not going anywhere.
He tried to smile again, but a glob of blood spilled out of his mouth.
You have to see the end of this. I trust you, Angela.
The Lord has shown me your true self.
You are worthy of his love. Finish this properly. For me.
Elston.
Her EI was questing Conniff, for the others, for help. It reported a file was being sent to her on a secure link from Elston's body mesh.
I understand now, he said. She's wonderful. A surprise, just like you. You did the right thing.
Hold on, she urged, and squeezed his hand. A large spurt of blood gushed out of Elston's mouth.
My lord is calling. I will wait for you, Angela. We will meet again in his grace.
Vance!
First time.
Angela watched a small smile lift his lips. Then he was staring at something beyond her. An expression of relief and hope filled his pained eyes at the last. In her grid, all his physiological readouts turned red, then bleached down to white. Her head snapped round to the monster, which was standing passively beside Rebecca.
You son of a bitch!
She brought her hands up and fucked the broken insulation.
He tried to destroy my world. Everything I am.
The monster sent down the link. You killed him! You killed everyone! Confronting her nightmare of 20 years was chilling her far more than any blizzard ever could. She wasn't sure how long she could restrain herself.
Examine the file he sent you. Examine the genocide weapon you have in the biolab. Tell me then who is evil, who is the murderer.
What? What are you talking about? Angela regarded the urbane monster in dismay as she hugged her hands to her chest to try and shelter them from the sub-zero wind. She couldn't even feel the pain from the talons anymore. Drops of her blood had frozen into lumps around the small tears where they'd punctured her fingertips.
You were so full of life, Angela. Once. The most delightful human I ever knew. The most human, despite the deception you are living. Your soul is not something you can disguise. Have you lost that zest? Is it only ever to be the cold-hearted who judge me?
What the fuck are you? She bellowed against the blizzard. The monster's shape changed, softening. Angela swayed backwards. Of all the things she'd braced herself for, a North in a parka and quilted trousers wasn't one of them. You're not Bastion North, she said to the thing, forcing herself to believe it. So what are you?
I speak for this world.
Zebediah North.
I was. For a long time.
And amid the thick snow and treacherous gloaming illumination, the humanoid shape lost cohesion, as if the North had only ever been a spectre. Angela even doubted her brief memory. Yet you couldn't be, she told the monster, because he was never Barclay North to begin with. You murdered Barclay back at the mansion. So what are you? A different kind of clone?
I mirror Barclay North. In one respect, I still am him, for I retain his essence. You loved me once, Angela, or so I thought. Even in my rage at what your kind had done to me, I cherished that thought.
You hesitated, she said in astonishment. That night 20 years ago, when you came out of Bartram's bedroom, you hesitated. That's why I survived.
Just like humans, I make mistakes. That, and you do pack quite a punch. Who knew?
Why did you kill them all? The Norths, those poor, helpless girls. Why?
Why do you kill me? You slash, you burn, you poison, and now you bring a weapon that will destroy all my life on this world.
I didn't know that.
She told her EI to open Elston's file. Angela went in first. 4 carbines were aimed at her as she came out of Biolab 1's door compartment. Jay, Rourke, Omar and Parrish, who were holding them, had hyped themselves up on fear and adrenaline. It wasn't a good combination, not if you were facing that many muzzles, all of which were shaking to some degree.
"Come on, guys. It's only me," Angela said as she carefully unwound the scarf from her face.
As soon as she came into contact with the cabin's warm air, her frozen blood droplets began to melt, mingling with the ice clinging to her hands. Sensation was creeping back into her extremities, as if she'd been stung by a wasp on each finger. But they weren't listening to her. They were looking at the other two figures in the door compartment. Rebecca in her metamolecule armor, and the hulking Barclay avatar with its 5-blade hands.
"Get down!" Parrish pleaded desperately.
"Stop it," she told him. "There's nothing to fear. This is Rebecca and—"
"Who?"
"Madeline. You know her as Madeline."
Rebecca's armor flowed away from her face, and she smiled out stoically.
"Hi."
Parrish kept looking at Angela along the carbine's barrel.
"Down," he whispered.
"Listen to me," Angela said slowly. "All of you. Put your weapons down. There is to be no more violence. We agreed to that."
"It killed Elston," Jay said. "And you're part of this. You're its partner."
"A part of what?"
Angela studied the fear on Jay's face, and knew she'd never win him over.
"Parrish, Omar, listen to me. The time for killing and weapons is over. We have to salvage this another way. We have to think and act like rational creatures. Now please, put the weapons down. We all know they're no good against the Avatar. The only thing you'll damage with bullets in here is us and the bulkheads."
Omar glanced at Parrish for a lead, as she knew he would. She kept eye contact with her devoted puppy boy, smiling encouragement.
"It's me, Parrish," she said. "I'm telling you, this is the only way we're all going to get out of this. And you know I wouldn't lie to you. You know that, don't you? Please, trust me."
She could see the uncertainty building, his need to believe in her.
"It's me, okay? Me."
"What's going to happen if we put the weapons down?" Parrish asked.
"Corporal!" Jay yelled. "You keep that fucking thing covered!"
"Until you have a chance to launch the missiles?" Angela asked sharply. "That's not going to happen. Not without Elston's codes. How did you know?" She gave Parrish an expectant glance. "It'll be all right. Really, it will."
Parrish let out a long sigh and raised his weapon, engaging the safety. "Stand down," he told Omar.
"No," Jay said.
Parrish put his hand on the barrel of Jay's carbine and forced it down. "This is over. You and I don't get to decide this."
"Thank you," Angela said.
She turned to face the decontam airlock door at the back of the compartment. Her EI told her it was locked, and not even Elston's code could open it. She quested a link to Antronel.
"Open it up, please."
"I always knew you were part of whatever was going on," Antronel replied.
"Then you were always wrong. I am not a part of anything. I never have been. Even Elston knew that in the end."
"Why have you brought that creature here?"
"Because we have to finish this," she said. "We have to destroy the Zero metavirus."
"That's the only leverage we have. It's been trying to get in here since the start, so it must fear the weapon. That's all we have left to use against it."
"No, Antronel. We have our humanity. We can show St Libra what we really are. That we are mature enough to venture out into the galaxy and take our rightful place in God's creation."
"What do you know of God, murderess?"
"I have never killed anyone, and I know what you believe, that life, all life, is a precious gift from God. You don't really think, do you, that He wants you to kill all the life on this planet?"
"We picked up some of what you were saying out there," Antronel said. "We heard what it claimed. It's part of the planet. The jungle."
"Yes," the Barclay avatar said.
"Then you're some kind of macro life, just like the Xanth. You're not part of God's creation."
"I am nothing like the Xanth. I don't even understand where the Xanth came from. I evolved from true biological life, just as you are evolving." So what do you want? Why have you killed so many of us?
Because you have destroyed so much of me. This avatar's human nature bestowed me with hatred. I have not hated for 1 billion years.
We did it to ourselves, Angela said. Just like we always screw up. But you've got the chance to make it right, Antronel. This is why God gave us the greatest gift of all, free will. This is why he brought us to this point, so that you would have to make the decision. We can ally ourselves with St Libra, with life. Without that, we will face the Xanth alone and afraid.
You can manipulate stars, Antronel said. You can replicate humans.
God alone knows what other abilities you have. And God knows you've shown you have no compunction about slaughtering us. How do we know you won't side with the Xanth?
Only a human would ask that question,
the Berkeley Avatar said. Yes, and I'm asking it. We have to show trust to receive trust, Angela said. Then show me some, Antronel said.
I'm supposed to be a bridge, the Berkeley Avatar said. You tell me why I should be. You who destroy anything you don't comprehend, anything that gets in your way. You who abuse this world for your own species and its profit. Who replicate that crime across so many worlds. That is why I have no compunction, no remorse. So far all I have seen is vermin, breeding and desecrating the world, my world, with their own excrement. Yet I have stayed my hand for 20 years trying to reach out to you. I still do. That is my human side, and it grows weary of my failure.
Angela flinched. She knew damn well that kind of argument wouldn't work on anyone as stubborn as Antronel. So she played dirty, played to win, just like Angela Devoyle would do. Her EI sent Elston's visual log into the ring link, the one where he lay dying, when he looked up at Angela and said, "You have to see the end of this. I trust you, Angela. The Lord has shown me your true self. You are worthy of his love. Finish this properly. For me."
He gave me his command codes, she told them all. Antronel cannot launch the missiles without them. I cannot deactivate the warheads without Antronel's corresponding codes. Vance Elston made that first step. A man who believes as you do, Antronel, who worshipped with you. A man who revered the sanctity of human life so much he sacrificed himself so I would live. Please, Antronel, don't betray that sacrament.
There was a long pause before Antronel asked, "What would happen if we destroy the warheads?"
The arrangement I have with Constantine is that I will provide you with information to help deflect Xanth swarms from the star systems you inhabit,
the Berkeley Avatar said.
In return, he will assist with the human evacuation of St Libra.
Evacuation, Antronel said. There are millions of people here. Most of them political refugees. They won't want to go back. Not even the Norths will be able to make them.
If Sirius remains as it is, how many will live? You are running out of food. You can grow no more in this climate, and it will remain like this until I wish it otherwise.
Even if we destroy the weapon we've got here, the HDA will send more of it through the gateway as soon as they find out what you are, Antronel said.
Constantine will close the gateway,
the Berkeley Avatar said.
Any threat will end with that.
This is the first step, Angela said. We both know that the metavirus is ineffective in this climate anyway. You're giving up so little, Antronel. Doing this is a symbol only, such a small thing, but it will allow a friendship to begin that will endure for eons. All of us are on the cusp of something extraordinary. Antronel, you are not betraying yourself or the HDA. You are being true to your real belief, the heart of your religion. All life is sacred. You know this. She drew a breath and found herself praying.
The decontam airlock hissed open.
"Thank you,"
Angela said. Her legs were so shaky she thought she might fall. Parrish's arm came round her, holding her tight. She glanced up at his tired, worried face, with its frost-blackened skin and dirty stubble, and managed a small, grateful grin for him. He winked back. The Barclay Avatar walked across the cabin. Just before it reached the airlock, it stopped and turned to face Angela. There were human eyes looking out at her, from the deep recesses of the stony countenance.
Did he ever mean anything to you?
It asked.
I saw him as a means to an end, she said.
It was difficult now even recalling the time she and Barclay had spent together. Before the expedition, she hadn't thought about Barclay for 2 decades, which in itself was a telling answer.
At first. But back then I was desperate. I would and did sacrifice anything in order to do what I had to. When you were him, you were not quite the same as your clone brothers. Under different circumstances, in different times, I genuinely don't know what would have happened between us.
I thank you for that answer. I have thought about it more than I should for 20 years. That is perhaps why I remain conflicted. There are so many conflicts within a human mind. It is difficult for me to fully comprehend the universe through your eyes.
Angela glanced at Repka.
Yeah. Tell me about it.
Thursday, 9th May, 2143. The new uniform was stiff. Its collar scratched Sid's neck. The cuffs did the same to his wrists. And the trousers weren't cut quite right.
Stop adjusting yourself, Jacinta snapped. The meshes will pick it up.
Sid removed his hand from his crotch. At the other end of the big limousine's passenger compartment, Chloe Healy was diplomatically looking elsewhere. She'd been the one who delivered the uniform to the house that morning, along with the chauffeured limousine, all courtesy of Northern Metro Services. He hadn't wanted a new uniform, as there was nothing wrong with the old one. Except when the two of them were hung up side by side, even he had to admit his old one was shabby and worn. The fabric of the one Chloe had brought was a deep black, with a lustre that only money could produce in cloth. And actually, when you added all his service ribbons in a discreet band on the breast, it looked very smart indeed. The kind of uniform a competent, dynamic, trustworthy leader would wear. At least the white shirt was his own. The limousine crawled along Collingwood Street, with its tall grey-brown stone buildings on either side. The stores and businesses all had a picture of Ian in their ground-floor windows, wreathed in black ribbons. "Did you organise this?" he asked Chloe. It was as if a Catholic saint had died.
No, it's actually real.
The second half of Collingwood Street, before the junction with Cathedral Square, had crowd barriers along the edge of the pavement. A lot of people were pressed up behind the waist-high metal meshes, waiting for the hearse.
My God,
Jacinta muttered.
He did save the city from a D-bomb,
Chloe said. Sid and Jacinta looked at each other, then looked away. Their limousine turned right into St Nicholas Street and pulled up outside the cathedral. The majestic old building was isolated by more crowd barriers. Uniformed agency constables were lined up along them. Sid couldn't even work out how many people had turned up to pay their respects to the hero who'd sacrificed himself to save the city, but it was certainly in the thousands.
Now remember, no more than 30 seconds with the mayor,
Chloe warned as the doors unlocked. "Aye," Sid said, with tone. The limousine in front had brought the mayor to the cathedral. Chloe had negotiated that with the mayor's office, giving the politician a rival preference, but in return he wasn't to monopolise Sid on the way into the cathedral. And they weren't going to be sitting together during Ian's memorial service either. That would make it look too much as if Sid was part of the mayor's ticket. That hadn't been agreed yet. Sid stepped out onto the pavement. The sun was high in a cloudless azure sky, and the warm air was gusting down Newcastle's ancient streets, carrying with it the smell of the city. Leaves on the oak trees along the north side of the cathedral still retained their spring vivacity, producing a bright emerald stipple haze as they were struck by sunlight. It was a lot of rich sensation after the sterility of the limousine, and hundreds of people were staring at him. The applause began. It took Sid a moment to realise it was directed at him. He managed a discreet smile direct to the crowd,
and nodded his appreciation. Faces blurred as he walked past. He was dreading catching sight of one of Ian's girls.
Detective Hurst.
The mayor was upon him, hand extended. The large cluster of licensed reporters on either side of the cathedral doors paid very close attention to the greeting. Sid shook the proffered hand.
Mayor, thank you for coming. It's the least I could do. The city owes Detective Lanigan so much. He truly demonstrated why we are right to place so much value on our police force.
Sid could just picture the mocking grin Ian would have on his face if he could see this. The gesture he'd be making at Sid behind the politician's back. Then he'd be off, eyeing the crowd for decent-looking girls to score. Jacinta smoothly eased forward and offered her hand to the mayor, who shook it gracefully. "We should go in," she said.
Of course,
the mayor said, still the epitome of dignity. They walked away from him. The coffin-bearers were waiting just inside the big double door. Ava, Laurel, Ari, and Royce O'Rourke, who was once again able to show off his old uniform to the Transnet news crews. Sid smiled tightly at them and felt Jacinta's grip squeeze harder. He needed that. It was tougher than he could believe possible simply to walk down the aisle, acknowledging people as he went. That was his job now, being seen and making connections. Ralph Stevens and Sarah Linzell were there, right at the back, as unobtrusive as good spooks should be. Jensen San, the little shit. Hafer Fullerton, Rihanna Hall, Tilly Lewis, heading the pew of Market Street personnel. Milligan and his people in the pew behind, making sure they were included. Even Commissioner Passan was there, being ignored by everyone. So many people he didn't know, who never knew Ian. Important people to be seen offering their thanks, showing support for the city's finest in these troubled times. Tallulah was there, several rows from the front, head down as she sobbed quietly, trying not to make a scene. Grandees on either side, whose polite, stiff faces were doing their best to ignore her. Even in distress, with tears smearing her makeup, she was breathtaking. Sid stopped and held out his hand to her. "Come with me," he said kindly. So there was a bit of a commotion as she wormed past people and joined him in the aisle. Sid led her to the front row where Ian's distraught parents were sitting. "No," Tallulah began feebly. "You knew him. You cared about him," Sid said quietly. "There's not many of us. We have to stick together." She smiled with pathetic gratitude and sat beside him. He shook hands with the parents, whom he'd met for the first time last night. An awful 90 minutes in their hotel room, telling them about all the good parts of their son's life he'd shared. Jacinta patted his leg. "That's the man I married," she whispered. Sid drew a breath. His EI told him the coffin had arrived outside. The bearers were gathering to lift it from the hearse. In front of him, the choir rose. It was the cue for the congregation to stand. Sid slowly got to his feet, the hymn book drooping from his hand. The vast organ began playing the funeral march. Jacinta's fingers twined through his. 40 minutes, she said, and it'll all be over. I'll share it with you. Really? You want all this? For better or worse, I did promise. And with that, Sid's life was bearable again. The limousine dropped them off outside their Jesmond house at 1 o'clock. It had proved impossible to get away earlier. Sid couldn't avoid the official reception at Newcastle Civic Centre. He didn't want to be there, not with all the dignitaries and business leaders and the Bishop of Newcastle. Market Street personnel were having their own wake in a pub down on Quayside beside the Millennium Bridge. There would be genuine laughter, maudlin reminiscences, loud music, too much beer, and some talks. Hopefully it would end in a fight, and a whole load of them would wind up being thrown in the cooler cells for the rest of the night. That would be true to Ian. A proper send-off to one of their own. Instead, he dutifully mingled with the living dead, where it was all small talk, must-be-made introductions by Chloe, and warm white wine served by bored contract waitresses. A midnight shift riding a car around the GSWs would be better than that. Hell, his office on the 6th floor was preferable. "Cup of tea, pet?" Jacinta asked. "Yeah, thanks." Once the front door was closed, Sid took the hated uniform jacket off. He rubbed his neck. I think I've got an allergy. I'll find you some cream. It's not that bad. She rolled her eyes. Aye, men. Medicine isn't a weakness, you know. I know. He sat at the breakfast counter on one of the new stools. Jacinta poured boiling water into a china pot, a moving-in present from her parents. You know, we haven't had a housewarming party yet. Because we need to decorate everything before I'll let anyone inside, she replied. And once we do that, I'm not having your police friends in here trashing the place. Honestly, Pet, they behave worse than a bunch of fresher students once the beer's open. A fair point, well made. She sat down opposite him. Do you want to go down to Quayside? Nah, I'd cramp their style. I'm 6th floor now. You knew him better than all of them. I took him there, into Last Mile. I was the one that wouldn't let the case go. Don't do this to yourself, Pet. This case was one big weird disaster right from the start. Aye. He poured some tea into a cup. So the HDA was right. An alien. Have you worked out why it was there yet? Not a fucking clue. Sid grinned and drank the tea. Jacinta reached over the counter and put her hand on top of his. Run the cold equation. Are we worse off now than we were before? Sid was about to curl his fingers round her hand when his audio smart cells let off a declamatory chime. A bright red icon flared in the middle of his grid. Crap on it, he exclaimed. What? Code red. What's that? An HDA emergency. Jacinta's hands flew to her mouth in shock. A Xanth swarm? I don't know. Oh, God, the children, Sid. We'll have to get the children. What's happening? Sid asked his EI. Why is there a code red? HDA's North Europe Early Warning Radar Network is detecting spaceships entering Earth's atmosphere. What? 283 light-wave ships fell from the zenith of the glorious cerulean sky above Newcastle. They fell silently, discarding their stealth effect as they came swooping down on the unsuspecting city, so they blossomed as dark aquamarine shapes in the eyes of the frantic residents staring upwards. Though there were many sizes and profiles, from squat teardrops to giant spheres with stumpy, twisted fins protruding from their equator, none of them was small. A teardrop with fluted contours led the formation, arrowing down towards Last Mile. Similar, people noted, to the mysterious craft that had been glimpsed there exactly a week ago, when the D-bomb plot was thwarted by their very own Ian Lanigan. For the final kilometre of its descent, thin trails of vapour sprouted from the tips of the malformed rings extending from its midsection. While its brethren began to slow languidly, this one moved with fast purpose, unwinding 5 spiralling snow-white contrails as it plummeted down. The idle workforce of Last Mile's struggling businesses spilled onto the Kingsway to watch the strange armada sink towards them. Images from Iris smart cells and the meshes of Last Mile detonated across the Transnet, projecting the sight across every trans-space world. The lead spaceship finally decelerated hard, coming to a halt just above the metal bridge ramp that led into the silver phosphorescence of the gateway itself. With an ease belying its size and mass, it pitched over 90 degrees, presenting its nose to the trans-spatial connection. A moment later, it flashed forward, flying through to St Libra. The rest of the spaceships continued their descent in a more measured, ominous fashion. They came down in a shoal, moving in graceful union, adjusting their position until they engulfed the gateway along with the vast concrete burrow which housed the machinery generating it. Hundreds of figures sprinted away from the hovering ships, pouring out of the Border Directorate Terminal, the cargo processing halls, the pipeline control room, the administration offices, and the Gateway Engineering Centre. They looked back fearfully over their shoulders as they went, seeing fuselage hatches curtain open. Out tumbled an army of cybernetic termites, meter-long machines with spindly flexible legs and a chittering array of mandible tools. They swarmed the gateway, flooding through the open doors along the side and scampering over the concrete roof of the burrow to find vents which they wormed their way into. Within 10 minutes, the gateway's remarkable shimmering oval of interdimensional radiance cooled and dimmed, evaporating like a wizard's curtain to reveal a wall of densely packed, high-voltage physics machinery behind. The army of metallic scavengers were already crawling all over it, jabbing their tools into the fissures between modules, prizing open conduits, tugging out bundles of cabling. Lasers sparkled dazzling red as they sought to cut through the framework girders, sending sparks fountaining down to bounce along the bridge ramp like dying fireworks. Slowly, and with single machine-purpose intent, they gnawed their way deeper and deeper into the bulk of the generator systems. Liberated sections were lifted out and carried away by the teeming victorious termites, flowing upwards into the waiting spaceships. With the dismantling process successfully instigated, one teardrop-shaped spaceship rose silently and streaked away to the north. It had been 55 years since Constantine North had seen the truncated pyramid of rainbow-prismed glass which he and his two siblings had lived in for over 40 years while they built their commercial empire. His spaceship came down on the lawn in front of the main doors, and he stepped out to breathe down the air of his birth world. The smell of mown grass and the last fading cherry blossom summoned up memories and emotional resonances from the older, unreformed sections of his brain. He rather enjoyed the nostalgia, stopping to admire the grounds with their thick fence of trees and two long legs. The trees had matured nicely over the intervening decades, giving the vista a shaggier, more natural appearance. Constantine walked up the stone steps to the heavy glass doors of the main entrance, the Aldred avatar at his side. Augustine was waiting in the cavernous central atrium, where the St Libra vegetation reached almost to the ceiling. Several of his sons were standing beside him, forming an exemplary Praetorian guard. Only when his visitors were inside did he start walking, the Rex exoskeleton legs humming quietly. He spared the hulking monster only the briefest of glances, proving to everybody how irrelevant he considered it.
"Brother,"
Constantine said,
"you look good. The rejuve treatment is working, yes?"
Augustine stood in front of him, not offering any greeting, any acknowledgement of what was happening.
"Aye. But not as well as yours, I see. We refined Bartram's methods, that's all."
Augustine smiled without humour, and looked at the monster again.
"What the fuck do you think you're doing?"
he bellowed, his self-control lost, spittle flying from his mouth.
"You bring this thing to my house, our house." "Our lives are changing, Augustine. I need you to understand that. What better way? Your life was nearly over, you stupid shit. I've spent the last 10 minutes pleading with General Sheikh not to blow your spaceships to hell." "He can't actually do that. But thank you for your intervention. I'll call him myself soon, and offer him the light-wave drive by way of compensation for today. The military do so love shiny new technology. There's always so many ways to abuse it." "And the gateway?" Augustine asked, dangerously. "You're destroying it." "I'm relocating it. This life is over, Augustine. Northumberland Interstellar, the bioil, the money. Let it go. I have a life so much better waiting for both of us." "I have spent my life building that company. You spent more than half of yours as well. You can't do this. Give me my gateway back. I'll get the bioil flowing again if I have to nuke Sirius back into life myself." "It's our gateway, brother. And I need it to save the life of everyone left on St Libra. All the millions of humans cowering in the independencies as they starve to death. Isn't that a more noble goal to devote yourself to?" "Save them? How? They can come back the same bloody way they went to their medieval squalor nations if you just leave the bloody thing alone." Constantine sighed and turned to the Aldred avatar. "Show him." Behind Augustine, the bullwhip tree growing in the centre of the atrium quivered. One of its lower coiled branches came lashing out, slamming into a marble bench, splitting it in two. Both halves skidded apart over the polished tile flooring, broken pebbles scattering wide. The branch slowly withdrew, coiling itself back up like a serpent returning to slumber. Two targeting lasers were now shining out of the mansion's pillars, tracking up and down the bullwhip's trunk, trying to find the hidden hostile. "My son," Augustine spat at the monster. "You killed my son. You killed my brother." "We're lucky it didn't commit genocide on us," Constantine said, "after the crimes we've committed against it." Augustine's glare was animated by hatred,
never leaving the monster. It was strange, Constantine mused, that so much of human emotion was personalized. To think wide was to dissipate all strength of feeling, but he knew his brother could accomplish the intellectual leap. After all, he had, even though the process had taken 50 years.
"Give us some time,"
Constantine said to the hulking Aldred avatar.
"I have so much to explain to my brother."
By morning the blizzard had subsided. Sirius was shining bright pink across the canyon, darkening its massive walls to a midnight black. Lighter rosy ring light was washed away behind the most aggressive display of shifting colours the St Libra aurora had ever produced. The vast rivers of ethereal light twirled and looped over the snow-clad roofs of the convoy vehicles, on occasion even reaching down into the canyon itself, a giant's fingers stroking the jumbled white land. Antronel led what was left of the convoy personnel out into the clean, calm dawn. Angela followed him out, wishing she wasn't so tired. Maybe it was just the blues after having achieved so much, but she felt she should be in higher spirits. There was too much sorrow to overcome, she decided. They'd lost so many people that the accord they'd come to with St Libra didn't settle well, not on the human psyche. It had taken half of the night to open up the remaining warheads and remove the metavirus containers. One by one, their contents had been vaporized under the steady gaze of the hulking Barclay avatar. All of them knew that something altogether more massive, and possibly quite magical, was looking out at the process through the monster's eyes. Understanding the abstract and acknowledging the fact were quite different things. Nobody really trusted it. Not the monster who had slain so many of them. So the Barclay avatar stood to one side, while narrow-blade axes were used to chisel the rock-hard bodies of Attio and Garrick from the wind-compacted ice that locked them fast against the frozen river. While Angela was taking her turn, on her knees, hammering rhythmically at the ground, she glanced over at the motionless figure standing in front of the overturned Tropic 1. Despite its solidified features, she could tell it was unmoved by the human ritual. Reverence to the dead was clearly not a part of it. But then, would it mourn every leaf that fell from its myriad trees? Exhibit sorrow for every spore which didn't germinate? Short individual lives were a forgotten history for it now. When she'd had enough, she stood up and handed her axe to Ken Schmidt. It was so much easier to move without having to wear the armour, though she noticed not everyone had abandoned it. Parrish was one of them.
"They're on their way,"
the Barclay avatar announced abruptly.
"Who are?"
Tamisha asked.
"The Jupiter humans. They have arrived at Newcastle. Constantine has kept his word, and the gateway has been deactivated."
"Just keeps getting better and better," Antronel said bitterly. "No way home, even if we do ever get out of here." Rebecca put her head close to Angela. "If a lightwave ship is here, it'll be overhead in less than an hour." "What's a lightwave ship?" "UFO, basically."
"Cool,"
Angela said. Whatever the Avatar's promise, Antronel insisted they keep working. They refilled the bio-oil tanks of both biolabs. Attio and Garrick were freed from the ice and wrapped in sleeping bags. "Take a break for lunch," Antronel said, when the bodies were put on Tropic 2's sledge, next to Elston and the others. "When we get back out here, we'll launch a comm rocket. This weather's as good as it'll get." His voice was swamped by what sounded like a terrific airburst explosion. The canyon walls reverberated, kicking loose several micro-avalanches along the rim. Ice groaned and cracked under Angela's boots. A thin halo of snow puffed off the vehicles. "What the hell?" Everyone was cowering, glancing fearfully up at the shimmering curtains of moire light that danced through the air above. Even the Barclay avatar had flinched, Angela saw. "Yah-hey!" Rebecca shrieked. She was dancing about like a 10-year-old, waving her arms wide at the sky. "They're here! Oh, wow! Raoul's piloting!" She jumped up again, her arms still windmilling excitedly. Angela stared in astonishment at the dark teardrop shape that was ripping through the aurora's placid streamers along the canyon. Like all castaways devoid of hope, rescue, when it finally came, was hard to believe. The spaceship slowed and tipped up, presenting its broad base to the ground, then touched down 50 meters away. Tiny emerald sparks skipped along the malformed ring sticking out of its centre, as if it was squeezing the aurora into concentrated droplets. Rebecca grabbed Angela's arm, tugging her along. "Come on, you've got to meet Raoul." "Who's Raoul?" "My brother. Well, he'll probably deny it. To be honest, I was a bit of a pain growing up." Her face, framed by the wrapped scarf and woolly hat, was so girlishly vibrant that Angela had to smile back. That happiness was like a force of nature. A hatchway opened and two men stepped out, wearing the same protective oil-slick layer that Rebecca's metamolecule cloak could form. They'd left an oval open to show their faces. Rebecca squealed and flung her arms round the taller, younger one. "Mother, this is Raoul." "Angela Devoyle," he said in trepidation. "The Angela Devoyle. Excuse me, but we've all been waiting a very long time to meet you." "Of course you have," Angela told him, and burst out laughing at how ludicrous that statement was. Nobody had much to take with them. Most didn't even bother delving back into the vehicles to collect their personal kit bags. Angela was one who did. Her bag, with the items she'd bought at the Burke Unwin store, were the only possessions she had in the universe. The first she'd owned in 20 years, each one paid for by the money earned in Holloway. Money didn't come harder than that, which made them important. After she'd tugged the frost-covered bag out of Tropic 2, she switched the vehicle's power cells off. They'd been on standby since last night. Given the high temperature they operated at, restarting them in sub-zero conditions would probably shatter them. Elston hadn't wanted to risk that. The lights on the dashboard went out. For the first time in 18 days, she didn't have the whiny buzz of machinery in her ears. 18 days. She found herself trembling. The convoy's journey was too intense, too visceral to be a mere 18 days. Even the joy of being reunited with Rebecca could not compensate for the enormity of everything she'd endured. Angela backed out of the Tropic, seeing the Barclay Avatar waiting on the frozen river as Ken, Sakur, and Tamisha carried boat and stretcher to the waiting spaceship. The non-human thing was as impassive as it ever was, standing perfectly still as fat strands of the aurora caressed it, as though it communed with the light storm. In her mind, she saw into the humanoid shell it wore, saw through it, saw how it could be the spirit living in the plants, a fabulously complex life force swathed round a planet as a corona clung to a star. Immense, immortal, the triumph of an evolution billions of years beyond anything terrestrial biology could aspire to. Rich with abilities that humans couldn't even imagine for their gods. She was standing on it, amid it, irrelevant, infinitesimal, her time fleeting. The perspective was draining. Really, what was the point to a life as small as hers in a galaxy which held St Libra and the Xanth? The sound of sobbing broke her miserable reverie. Lulu McNamara was leaning on the side of Tropic 3, crying her little heart out as she clutched her cheap copy designer bag, not caring that tears froze on her cracked, scabbed cheeks. Angela walked over. "What's up, sweets? We're saved. We're out of here." "I know," Lulu whimpered, "but the gateway is gone, like. I heard the monster say it. I'll never get home now. I'll never see me Nan again. She'll be so worried." "There's no such thing as never," Angela told her. "Look at me. It took 20 years, but I found Rebecca again. Your Nan, she'll be there waiting for you when you get home." "How?" the girl pleaded. "I've no idea," Angela said breezily. "That's the thing about the future. You just take a running jump at it and see what you can find there. Isn't that kind of wonderful? You want to go home, back to Newcastle. Then when we get back to Abelia, stand up and shout out the question as loud as you can. Who else wants to come with me? If there's enough of you, then you build that gateway for yourselves." "Aye, like I can do that. I'm just a waitress." "Lulu, you've come through something that not one of us had any real expectation of surviving. It's been the most remarkable, terrifying, brutal time of my life, and trust me, I've been places and done things you wouldn't believe. That makes you one of the greats, Lulu. Just living is a victory in this universe. Now, we're all going to get on the spaceship and fly back to a city that's going to thaw out nicely.
After that, we'll decide where we're going next, okay? And nobody will decide that for us. I suppose.
Angela put an arm round the girl's shoulder and gave a quick squeeze.
Come on. I've never been in a spaceship before. I want to know what it's like. For one thing, it's going to be warm. Who knows? There might even be a shower.
The interior didn't seem anything special. The airlock opened into a simple circular compartment with a slightly concave ceiling. Curving couches were arranged in a circle, their grey, tough foam substance blending seamlessly with the floor. The convoy personnel were stripping off their parkas and thick trousers, dripping a small stream of foul, slushy ice onto the floor. Advanced spaceship it might be, but the life support was struggling with the smell of so many unwashed people.
I have a question, Angela said to the Barclay avatar.
Yes?
Have you killed the MTJ mutineers?
No, Angela. They didn't stand between me and the weapon.
Can you feel where they are?
Yes. They were hit quite badly by the blizzard. They're still digging themselves out.
Angela turned to Raoul.
We know the route they took. Let's go get them.
They don't deserve it, Andronel grunted sourly. Angela gave him an evil smile.
I know, but enough people have died on St Libra. So now let's show this planet what being human really means, shall we? Let's go collect them and give them a hot meal and take them back to Abelia, where they'll be safe and warm, just like us.
As soon as the spaceships appeared, Sid and Jacinta had driven to the school to collect the kids, putting the Toyota Dayon on manual and using Sid's police authority to demand priority in the city's road metamesh. They pulled up outside with a siren blaring and strobes flashing, much to Will and Zara's delight. Both children were disappointed when Sid switched them off for the trip back to Jesmond.
Why?
Will grumped. Because I don't think the spaceships are hostile, Sid explained. He was only half concentrating on the road, which was dangerous when so many people were driving so badly, racing home or to collect loved ones just like him. The streets were rivers of green taillights, with nobody obeying the metamesh. His attention was mainly on the images played in his Iris smart cell grid. The imposing shoal of spaceships was holding station above and around the gateway, the only objects that were static in the whole area. Their unnerving cybernetic spawn was seething over and inside the massive gateway generator. Sunlight flashed and flickered off the chrome tool mandibles as they writhed incessantly, clawing at the mechanism's seams, prizing it apart like mechanical carrion.
Why, Dad?
Because they come from Jupiter, I think.
How do you know that, Dad?
Because I once met someone who flew in one.
Dad?
Zara squawked excitedly.
When was that?
She asked, breathlessly. The night Uncle Ian died, okay.
Were they part of the D-bomb plot? Will asked. Come on, you two, give your father a break, Jacinta said sternly. But, Mum...
It's all right, Sid said. No, the spaceships didn't have anything to do with the plot. They belong to Constantine North, but I've no idea why they're dismantling the gateway, okay? Just like always, we never get to find out what's really going on. The sound of jet turbines rolled along the streets. Both kids spent the rest of the journey trying to spot the fighters circling the shoal, vigilantly guarding Newcastle citizens from the invaders blatantly looting their city's greatest asset. Fast, dark delta shapes would flash through the gaps between the rooftops, and they'd point and whoop eagerly. Back home safely, the Hurst family settled down in the lounge, watching the big wall pane. Media helicopters were venturing ever closer to the floating spaceships, in a quasi-lethal game of dare. Down on Last Mile streets, a similar charade was being acted out, with reporters attempting to dodge past the nervous agency constables who were trying to close down access roads leading to the gateway. HDA personnel carriers were rumbling along the Kingsway, bringing squads of troopers, with officers not sure what they were supposed to be doing in the absence of definite orders from their command. Sid's EI reported a lot of high-priority calls stacking up in his Transnet interface. The whole of Market Street's 6th floor were trying to get in touch. He didn't care. He'd run about meekly at the bidding of the rich and powerful for years, playing the game for their benefit, because, as any smart man knew, that was how the world worked.
But on this day, he was going to be with his family, because that was what a man should do. Defiance felt good, too. Northumberland Interstellar made an official statement 70 minutes into the crisis. An amazingly calm Alonzo 2 North stood up in front of a media scrum at the company's marketing headquarters in the city centre and announced that the gateway was being dismantled to prevent a humanitarian disaster. That native sentient life had been discovered on St Libra, and an orderly evacuation of the Independencies was being planned. He wanted to emphasize the spaceships were North-owned, and not a threat to anyone. Yes, they had come from Jupiter. No, he couldn't comment if one of them had been at the Mountain High building the night Ian Lanigan died.
"Is that true, Dad? Have they found aliens?" Will asked.
Yes, I saw one.
Really?
Yes. It killed Uncle Ian. Jacinta gave him a sharp glance as her elbow nudged him.
"Are they dangerous?"
Very.
"Sid!"
Jacinta hissed. He shrugged. A couple of news company helicopters had found the spaceship parked outside Augustine North's truncated pyramid mansion beyond Anik. Armed security helicopters were buzzing them, but their meshes and lenses were sending back high-resolution images. Several Norths were milling round the base of the craft. Automated trolleys were trundling out of the mansion, laden with crates and pods. The news switched back to the gateway shoal. Another of the smaller teardrop spaceships was drifting upwards. Newscopters played chicken with a squadron of HDA's VTOL gunships following it as it began to fly north, a couple of 100 metres above the city.
"It's come over the river," Will said. "That's Central Station, look." "What's it doing, Daddy?"
Zara asked. "I've no idea." Sid watched uneasily as the spaceship slid smoothly over the civic centre. That route would bring it very close to...
"Is it following the metro line?"
Jacinta asked. "Looks like it," Sid admitted. Will scrambled to his feet.
"We'll be able to see it," he yelped.
"No," Sid said, and lunged, trying to grab his son's arm as the boy charged past with youthful exuberance. "Come back!" Sid set off after Will. Jacinta and Zara were on his heels. Will got the front door open and ran out into the small front garden. Sid was a couple of paces behind him and finally managed to grab hold of the boy's shoulder. It didn't matter. Will had stopped anyway. The spaceship, with its hornet swarm of terrestrial aircraft in cautious pursuit, was over St George's Terrace and descending. Sid's neighbours were also outside, staring in quiet awe as the spaceship approached.
"Dad,"
Will said in scared delight.
"It's coming here."
Sid's arm went round the amazed boy. His other arm went round his wife and daughter. 20 metres in front of him, in the middle of a quiet suburban street, a spaceship from Jupiter silently touched down. A circle near the base darkened and dissolved. A North stepped out, wearing a green shirt open at the neck and blue jeans. He grinned at Sid as the newscopters and VTOL gunships circled overhead. Zara pressed into Sid's side, moving slowly behind him as the North walked up to their front gate.
"Hello, Sid,"
the North said. "I've no idea who you are," Sid told him. "Not unless you tell me."
"I understand. I'm Clayton. No subterfuge this time, boss. I owe you that much. That's why I'm here. I know you need answers, and you deserve them."
"I appreciate that. So, what was that thing?"
"An avatar, sent by St Libra's dominant life."
"Did it kill the North?"
"Yes."
"Who was he? Who did we pull out of the Tyne?"
"Aldred. The avatar took on his identity."
Sid nodded weakly, giddy with the thought that he'd worked right alongside the alien imposter for months, talked to it, sat in cafes with it, accepted its reassurances about his future. And now he knew. He wished it made a difference. Right now he didn't see one.
"Why?"
Clayton pulled a face.
"That's a long answer. And we're leaving as soon as the gateway is dismantled. I can send the file for you. Some of it's quite fascinating, though there's a lot of history involved."
"Where are you going?" Sid blurted. He couldn't take his eyes from the spaceship. That same sleek machine,
had been in his dreams for a week, shooting up to the stars, leaving him earthbound and envious. Envious because it wasn't his life.
The Sirius system, Clayton said. We're going to start a new world, Sid. Build a fresh civilization from scratch. Among other things.
But you shut down the gateway. How will you get there?
The long way round, I'm afraid.
He gestured at the spaceship with a smile.
Fortunately, they're fast. And it's only 8.5 light-years away.
Sid felt his heart leap. Part of him ached with longing at the prospect. He looked at Jacinta, reading the fascination in her expression.
Take us with you, he said.
The Camilo Village School Hall had quickly become their community centre once the snow and ice arrived. It allowed them all to cook big shared meals when the blizzards allowed. There were still classes for the kids, planning sessions for the adults, people coming together to solve problems, organise work parties. If Saul didn't know the farms were buried under metres of snow, that no more food could be grown, he might almost have enjoyed the winter. But as the weeks progressed and they settled into a routine, scavenging between storms, snippy rumours started to infiltrate their cosy world, about hoarders, about hidden stashes, about some people not pulling their weight. Those petty squabbles had instantly become irrelevant when the news came through the remnants of Abelia's net that morning, telling them the High Castle gateway had shut down. The last images from Newcastle were bewildering. Hundreds of spaceships falling from the sky. Then nothing. Was Earth being invaded? Camilo villagers didn't care about that. They had all trudged into the school hall without even being summoned. It was a town council-style meeting, and a lot of fear was being vented in angry exchanges. Everybody in the village agreed they could keep going, as they were, for another couple of months, though the scavenger parties were now having to venture further each day, and they weren't the only people stripping the unoccupied houses of their food. So far, encounters with other groups had been peaceful, even collaborative on occasion. But, they admitted, that had just ended. They'd have to mark out their territory. Otto got up and began talking about building greenhouses so they could start growing their own food. People jeered and told him to shut up, told him that Brinkel was growing food in vats. He yelled back, telling them all to get real. The farms were all under meters of snow and Brinkel wasn't riding to the rescue. If the Institute could grow food, they'd be doing it by now. Isadora, Jevon and Clara were quiet and subdued as the shouting grew louder and more acrimonious. Saul was wondering if bringing them to the meeting was a good idea. They deserved the truth, yes, but... The rancour was inevitable, he supposed. He could still remember the self-preservation frenzy that had possessed everyone on New Florida when the Xanth swarm began. Strange. He hadn't thought of David and Alkhead for decades. Now he found himself wondering if the paramedics had ever made it back to Miami. Emily leaned over to him.
"You should say something," she murmured.
"Nobody's listening."
"They will listen to you."
Which might have been true, but he didn't know what to say. Maybe, when things calmed down, he could go round to people individually, try to build a consensus. It was more his style than a public slanging match. Then his EI told him he had a call, and nothing mattered any more. Saul stood up, a look of utter serenity on his face. Otto and Gregor faltered in the middle of an insult storm, giving him puzzled glances, waiting for him to speak. Instead, he smiled at his children. "Come on," he said.
"Saul?"
Emily asked him, nervously.
"It's all right," he said.
"Someone's here." He bustled his curious children and concerned wife out, making sure the little ones put their gloves on and pulled their hats down. The rest of the village watched them go in puzzled silence. "Saul?" Otto queried. "You might want to see this too," he said blithely. Those closest to him caught the glint of moisture in his eyes. The whole meeting poured out of the school hall, following close behind the Howard family. They were just in time to see a grey-green teardrop-shaped spaceship drop out of the Aurora's thrashing streamers to land softly on the ice-swamped beach.
Saul walked towards it without hesitation. Isadora, Jevon, and Clara clung to him, awed by the strange wonder from the sky which their daddy knew about. Emily was silent, but sticking with her husband. As the airlock opened at the base of the spaceship, Saul turned to her. "I'm so sorry," he said. "I never told you about any of this. I thought she was dead. I really did. I thought it was just me and you, starting over together." Even now he wasn't sure. It was Angela who'd called him, yes, but... Two women walked out of the spacecraft. Angela was one of them, a woolly hat pulled well down against the frigid sea breeze, but still unable to contain her hair. The other had nearly identical hair, just darker and longer, and her face was enchantingly familiar. Saul burst into tears and opened his arms wide, frightened his legs would give way, he was shaking so badly. Then Rebecca was pressed up against him, cold nose nuzzling his face, and all emotional herself. "Hello, Dad." It was quite a party crammed into the bungalow's lounge. Angela watched Saul putting a couple of new spar pine logs into the stove in the middle of the room. It was make-work. The stove was impressively hot, and this many people in one room wouldn't need any extra heat. The giveaway was how he kept staring at Rebecca, the adoration and wonder in his eyes. He didn't know what to say, and clearly wasn't going to be parted from his lost daughter by more than a couple of meters at best. Still, at least he'd stopped crying. Angela had to admit his other children were quite cute. Isadora, Jevon, and Clara were having their best day since the sunspots emerged. There was an actual spaceship parked outside. They had a brand-new big sister who was exciting and lots of fun. Dad was all funny because he was so happy. A whole bunch of interesting and important strangers were in their house, including an incredibly scary monster, all of which would give them a lot of kudos among their friends in the village afterwards. Angela grinned when little Clara ran up to Rebecca and shyly offered up one of her cuddly toys, a green-furred monkey called Bananas One. Rebecca was all smiles when she played with the toy, earning even more worship from the girl. That was the kind of scene that might have belonged to her and Saul if life had been different. Very different, she amended. But then, if it had been different, Rebecca wouldn't have been born. No regrets. Kobe North and Raoul were accepting mugs of tea from Emily. The woman hadn't said much since the spaceship arrived. Angela was aware of some sharp glances being thrown her way. They were clearly going to have a long conversation sometime soon. Emily hesitated in front of the Barclay avatar, clearly wondering if she should offer it a mug. It shook its head fractionally, and Emily hurried on, relieved. Then there was Otto and Marcos, who were standing to one side, there to represent the village, but clearly at a loss what to make of their unexpected visitors. The other members of the convoy were being looked after in the school hall, where they'd been promised showers in the restrooms. She imagined they'd be subject to a lot of questions right now. Paris settled into the settee beside her, wincing as his strapped shoulder touched the armrest. "You okay?" she asked. "Sure. It's a lot better now." Angela knew he was making a big effort not to look at the Barclay avatar. It had been quite a step forward for him to leave his carbine and pistol behind in the canyon. "Good to hear," she murmured. "Apparently there are some spare bungalows in Camilo. We'll be moving into one as soon as we can clear the snow off the roof and get it heated." "Oh, will we?" he demurred, which wasn't her puppy boy at all. "Rebecca and I will," she teased back. "I believe there's a spare bedroom." "I'll take what I can get." "Good." Her hand closed on his thigh, and she lowered her voice. "And you'd better bring some painkillers for your ribs. Maximum dosage. Do you have any idea how long it's been since you and I have had sex?" "I am very aware of that number, yes." He broke off and smiled politely as Emily brought him a mug of tea over. Isadora followed her mother round with a pack of orange chocolate bourbons, eager to please. Angela took a couple and smiled her thanks at the curious girl. "If you don't mind," Kobe North said, "I have to fly over to the mansion and explain what's happening to Brinko." What'll happen to us? Otto asked.
Ultimately, all humans will be leaving St Libra,
Kirby said. What? Otto spluttered. Kirby glanced over at the Barclay avatar, as if seeking permission.
We're trespassing here. It's not our world.
It might not be yours, but it is mine. My children were born here. So are ours, Saul said. Listen to what's being said, Otto. Listen carefully, because it's not our world to be born into. We don't have that right.
Are the sunspots not enough to convince you?
The Barclay avatar asked. Otto gave him a frightened look. Where are we going to go? Saul asked. The gateway is closed.
Sirius 14,
the Barclay avatar told him.
It is further out than St Libra, but well inside this star's life band. The rotation is 23 hours 19 minutes, which I'm sure you can adapt to. And gravity is 0.9 Earth standard. It even has iron ores in the crust. It will suit you well.
I don't understand, Emily said. That planet has an atmosphere worse than Venus. We can't live there. Nobody can.
It is inhospitable now,
the Barclay avatar said.
But all things change. I have agreed to modify it for you. All you will need to do is provide the seeds to engender your own biosphere.
Which Constantine will fly here, Kirby said.
We have a gene bank on the Jupiter habitat for just such an eventuality. Well, not quite, but it'll do.
The gateway is closed, Otto growled. Nobody can get here.
The Jupiter constellation will fly here through interstellar space, Raoul said. Most of it is too big to fit through the gateway anyway.
In fact, it's bringing the Newcastle end of the gateway with it.
Why?
Paris asked.
To reassemble on Sirius 14,
Kirby said.
That way, everyone on St Libra can walk through. It's a good deal. Without it, Sirius would remain redshifted until the planet is rid of us that way. I have agreed with Constantine to end my disruption of Sirius. The sunspots will decline over the next 2 months.
The Barclay avatar said.
Winter will end. You may spend the intervening years recovering and making ready. I will resume my mission as Zebediah, preparing the people of the Independencies for their departure.
Saul and Emily let Angela have their spare room that night. Rebecca was given Clara's room, so the delighted 6-year-old got to move in with a less pleased Isadora.
This stuff really smells, Parrish complained, as he wormed down in their makeshift bed.
The spare room only had a single bed, so they pulled the mattress on the floor, added cushions from the bungalow's sofas, and zipped a couple of sleeping bags together on top. Angela had just come back from the bathroom, where every tile seemed to be ingrained with children's toothstick gel. She glanced round the bedroom's walls, where Saul had stacked hundreds of spar pine logs so they could dry out, ready for burning in the stove. It was the first time since the sunspot outbreak that she'd experienced any of St Libra's scents. This one was quite acidic.
Not so bad, she murmured.
Have you spoken to Emily yet? He asked.
No, I'll do it tomorrow. I think it's best she gets to talk things through with Saul first.
Yeah. Boy, has he got some explaining to do.
I don't think he has, actually. And what they're